Good morning. How's everybody doing today? Hopefully you can see and hear me. So I do have a monitor speaker set up in the background, so shortly I should be able to hear whether I am audible or not. So let's see. Yes, it is working. That's really great. So anyway, thank you for being here, and I'm so glad that I have the opportunity to come back. And let me adjust my camera because Milton has been extremely wild this morning. All right, that looks a lot better. Okay, let me move some of these keyboards around here. We have a little bit of a mess. Oh well, so much for that. Oops. Oh well. Anyway, Milton is a little menace. Now, what did you do to this? You got everything all tangled up. But what else is new with little Milton the monster? So anyway, let's see how we're going. Now, I noticed that the chats this morning did not disappear, so that's really good. I did set this up yesterday. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason as to when YouTube deletes chats or whatever, but let's see if we can get back here and see who we have. And the first one here was Paulo Rodriguez. It says, hey, one day to go. So yes, that was one of the early chats. Good afternoon, Rick. See you in the morning. Yes. Thank you, Lady June. And one of our number one subscribers, Kurt Meathead, please smash the like button and show Rick some love. Well, thank you. I know you did, and I'm sure everybody else did, because when I went to sleep last night, there were 6 likes, and there were about 5 comments, so that's really good. All right, and Lambs is here. Good morning, all, and I say good morning from Rick in Miami. And let's see what else we got here. I figured I'd say hi. We'll be driving through what little remains of no cellular phone signal territory tomorrow. It's not where I usually hunt. That's the other piece of no. Okay. Well, hey, if you can hear it, if not, you can always replay if you like, or I'm sure I'll see you on another live. And CB Carmax has already hit the like button. Yes. Quackheads unite. All right. Now, first one today. Hi, Rick, Milton, and Quacks. I am checking in, and I hit the like button. We'll see you in the morning. Not sure of time, but we'll be there. Well, we'll be looking for you. And I'll be there for sure. Well, yes, I know you will. And that's great. Let's see. Greetings from Tampa Bay from United Carnivore. And Gary Noslow says, good morning, Rick. Check your email. Now, Gary is another one of our top tier subscribers here because he likes to surprise me with some goodies. And Milton was at the window meowing at something, and I'm thinking, what is that? I look on top of the fence pedestal, and I see a bag. I'm thinking, all right, well, either somebody's giving me a gift, or it's going to be ticking, and I'm going to have to hide, while the bomb squad takes care of it. But the reality is, it was delicious. I see it looked like a roll of ground beef, which is a real treat for me. And then there's a box, and it looked like a sardine can. So we'll pull that out a little bit later and see what our friend decided to send me. And I'm sure me and Milton were going to enjoy it like we do. The last time, I had some delicious bacon and eggs. So it is nice that some of us have the ability to help me out, which is awesome. I like that very much. And they take the initiative. And Lady June says, hello, everyone. Father of United Carnivore, good morning all from beautiful Melbourne, Florida. And we're about to roll. I have signal for a little while. Okay, well, that's what you said last night, this morning. Won't be long now. That's right. Good morning, Rick and Milton. Hi, everyone. I'll be listening in bed till my coffee craves comes. Okay. And Cliff Medina. Hey, Rick. Hey. I don't think I've seen you. Maybe I have. I don't know. I could be wrong. And Terry Sue says, yay. Yes. And Brian says, good morning, everyone. Just another flashback video start. Yes, that's a trademark of my channel. It's a little different. You're not going to find the flashy graphics or any of the other things here because I don't like it and I can't make it work anyway. So we'll do it with a slideshow and basic hello with my blurry camera. And, we'll do what we can. And Larry says, good morning, everyone. And I say good morning in return. And Carnivore Whisperer, hey, good morning. Good morning in return. And here we have instead of rocking Keto Amy, now it's rocking Coach Amy. So I guess now you must have gone through some kind of program where you can technically call yourself a coach. And with your great personality and humor, I think you can help a lot of people. So I'm glad that you're here and glad that you're out there offering your services. Good morning, Amy. What is this? Another Earthy for money. All right, so we have someone who might be another troll or might be just somebody with a funny sense of humor. No, we're not asking for money over here. Happy Saturday, Quack Pack. There we go. He want the oil. Okay. Just got 2 pork butts on the smoker. There we go. Can hear and see all is good. That's great. Okay, so it is working. Love the intro. Thank you, Lizzie. And let's see, Ricky Lee. Oh, we have somebody else different. Fernando Passos. Good morning. Good morning. I'm glad that the group is growing, and that's great because the reason that we're here is not for money. I never ask for money, and I never will. The reason is just to get some of us together. Maybe we can share some of our experiences, ask some questions, maybe show a few of the websites that we like, and of course, like no other, you can always call on the rotary phone and have a talk with me. And that's just the way it is. How are you making out with the phone system motherboards? Well, I'm glad you asked. I have one that I got that works. The problem is it only has one PCI slot, as you can see, and the test card is in the PCI slot. So this motherboard does work. I need to go through the rest of them and find one with 2 PCI slots because I need one PCI slot for the T1 card that operates the extensions, and then I need another one for the incoming FXO card, which has the incoming lines. And I use external voice over IP adapters. I don't use asterisk to handle the voice over IP because some of them are not compatible, and also if the system goes down, I have no redundancy. But this way, with the external ATA adapters, I can still hook it up to my existing phone, which you probably have seen, my rotary phone over here, and then, I can still communicate even when the phone system computer goes down. But anyway, that's a little bit on the side here. So let's see if we have more chats. All right. And Ricky Lee says, good morning. Good morning. Again, one of our regulars sends me lots of links to different videos. Looks like you've changed your profile picture, I think. Yes. All right, so you've changed your profile picture. That's great. And good morning from Pontevedra Beach, Florida. Yes, and that's awesome. Yes. Let's see. Homeland Security coming to see you. Okay. Well, come on down. Maybe we can share an iguana or something. Ricky Lee, Rick is awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Gary. But you're awesome yourself. And let's see what else we got here. How do you know where to send? Well, that's a secret, Okay. Let's see. Yes. All right. Thank you, Rick. I want to save just one person. Well, you will, and I'm sure you'll save more than that. And already you've saved one person yourself. So I think that your goal is well on track. I ordered 4 pork steak chops. Trying to decide how to cook. Frying pan, oven, or Rick style. Well, that depends. If you like very basic food and you don't need seasoning or anything, you can eat it Rick style, which is basically just boiled in water. But most people that have been had their taste buds tickled for decades, they would probably want to pan fry it or maybe grill it. I don't like grilled pork. I don't like roasted pork. In fact, I really don't like any meats that have any kind of charcoal, grill marks, or anything on them. I tend to like my meats boiled or lightly cooked. And yes, I am one of those people that enjoys raw meat. I just don't eat it because I don't know where it comes from. And some of the meat that I eat comes from a dumpster, and it would be a very bad idea to eat meat from a dumpster. As you know, in history, the average lifespan of a person was less than 40 years. And that's because so many people died of infections from bad sanitation, poor quality living, living in the dirt and all that. So I do believe that cooking And having a certain amount of cleanliness will extend your life. It is a proven fact. And I can prove that because as someone that has not been to a doctor since 1996, I have not relied on modern medicine to survive. But I do have sanitation. I have my toilet, although I do compost some of the waste. I have running water, clean water that I use. Basically, I use water from the well for my normal washing and whatever, and then I use rainwater that I filter for drinking. But I do believe that modern technology has extended our life, and a good example of that would be our pets. If you look at a feral cat, they may live 7 or 8 years, but a house cat will live at least 12 years, and mine over 20. And the house cat doesn't eat as good quality food as the feral cat. Well, some of them eat junk food, but it's just one of those things that having a more comfortable and less stressed life is proven to make you live longer. And that's even more important sometimes than diet. And Amy, I love the new name. You're already a great coach. Well, that is very true. Amy is entertaining. If you haven't checked out her channel, you need to take a look because it's fun. Lisa, I hired a private eye to track it down. There you go. Let's see. Hi, Coach Amy. There we are. Rick is one of the good ones. Well, I think we all are the good ones here. And Carnivore Whisperer Gary, system. Finally have 2 days off working for 8 straight days. Okay, so I'm doing my morning walk and listening to Rick the Duckman. Well, Peter, I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad you take time from your busy schedule to listen to the Carnivore Quack. And let's see. All right. 45 degrees outside. I don't know. The only place you're going to find 45 degrees here is in the refrigerator. Outside, I think it is 88 or 89. It's been over 90 degrees every day since March or April or whenever it is. So why that? Okay. I'm a failed content creator. I've tried for many years and watched the females get all the interactions. Well, here comes the, I guess when you get the interesting personalities, that means that your channel is going viral. Good morning. Why is that funny, dork? Okay, here we go. That's fine. Start attacking people and you'll have a funny way of disappearing. Howdy, quackers. Hello, Josephine C. Going to hang tree stands today. Ah, there you go. Getting to be that time. Hey, hopefully you'll get, what are you going for, deer or something else? I know it's not iguanas. You can always... That's a good one, Peter. Okay. All right. So anyway, let me go back over here to my site if I can get. There we are. Okay. Let's make sure. Yeah, it is running. That's good. All right. So everything is going smoothly so far. We haven't had any kind of disaster as of yet. Now, one thing that I have done is just the usual weekly work and routine and all that. And it looks like I've actually caught up with the comments. So let's see how many people we have. This is always a good thing. So we'll pop over here and let's see. All right. Looks like we have 37. Excellent. So we have 37 people watching. And that's good. So we don't get as many as Mitch does. But then again, I'm not as popular. But that's all right. We tend to be the best. And when I turned on my computer, I saw we had the chiropractor over here talking about proven ways to live to 100. I thought that was kind of interesting. And before that, I was watching a video that was actually talking about how debt is used to control people, which is something I've talked about a lot. And let's see. Yeah, and then we got some comments over here on the channel, so that's good. And that's fantastic. So let me go over here. All right, so let me hit the comments again and see how far we've gotten behind. All right. How are you doing? Okay, so we have some hellos. It might. It might. Okay, there we go. All right, so we got one of those interesting commenters. Now, what you'll notice is that the people that tend to have the spiciest comments tend to be the ones that have no picture, no profile, and no videos. So let's see. Yeah, so this one over here. All right. But we have our regulars, and you know who you are. So that's really good. And the comments have slowed down, which is kind of unusual because usually by now they're coming in fast and furious. So this gives me a chance to talk about what I've done this week and what I'm planning on doing and how things have been going. And I need to find a way to turn that speaker off because it is a little bit distracting. Problem is I don't remember where I put it. Milton decided to knock over everything. I have another laptop with the speaker running, and Milton decided that it would be his, I guess, prerogative to change it. Okay. I'm not a bot. I used to have videos, and they got nothing, so I deleted them. Well, most YouTube channels never get any attention. My YouTube channel, when I started in 2007, didn't get a whole lot of attention. What got it going is when I got into a controversy with these people that promoted these HHO generators, and then some of them advertised on YouTube, and they got my videos deleted, my channel deleted, then it came back. It's a long story, but I went from having 0 to having about 300 in a matter of weeks, and then my channel was dormant forever. And then back in 2022 in August, I was interviewed by that Joey Schwartz about how I've been eating the carnivore diet for decades. And then all of a sudden, the subscribers started coming. And after a few months, I decided, well, let me start posting some videos because these people are subscribing to my channel and I'm not giving them anything for it. Now, I deliberately waited because I didn't want to be on the carnivore trend. 2021 and 2022 were the years when it really went up and people started to really get interested in it. But then as time went on, it sort of decreased, and I think it's kind of leveled out. I don't think that the carnivore diet is the trendy diet anymore, but that's okay. That's it. Videos about what? Okay, that's a good question. I'm doing much better. All right. How are you doing, Michael? Okay, good. So we have a little conversation back and forth. Now, let me tell you what I've been doing. As you know, I've been doing some work, and work came down to plumbing repair, electrical repairs, air conditioning. I still have my friend's son's car over here that I need to find the leak for the air conditioning. And thankfully, I was able to locate the tank, but I still don't know where the regulator is, so I need to look for that. Tank is over here. Oh, yeah. Okay. That right there. That's a nitrogen tank. The nitrogen is used to locate leaks in an air conditioning system. I tried using the leak detector in that truck. I can't find the leak. So what I'll do is put the regulator on there, pressurize that thing with like 300 pounds of nitrogen, and then use a stethoscope to find the leak. And the stupid camera is cloudy again. Oh well. Anyway, that's the technique that I use. The problem is that it uses the female thread, the right hand, I think it's left hand. Right hand? I forget. It's the opposite thread. I have the regulator for it, but I got to dig through my stuff. One of the problems I have is that I do a lot of different jobs, and I just don't have access to all the tools I need all the time. That's one of the bad things about being sort of the handyman, jack of all trades, that kind of thing, because since you don't specialize, you have to keep everything you can imagine. And my house is basically like a hardware store. In fact, I have things here that the hardware store doesn't even have and hasn't had for decades. So, but I always have a good supply of what I need, and that's kind of nice because I can keep the old crap going and I don't have to spend the money on the new stuff. And again, as the last video I saw that was talking about debt, it goes to show that people used to be able to afford stuff. You could buy it outright, but now you get them into debt, and you can actually make more money by exploiting people through debt. The problem is the system eventually fails. So I did my work, and of course, I did a few repairs here, most notably my van, and I did finish. I don't know where the cable is, but I replaced the last of the bad door cables in the van, so now all the doors in my van work. They can open both from the inside and the outside. So that is extremely good. All right, so let's see here. We have, oh yes, we have a lot of stuff here. All right, let's see. Playing guitar. Oh, all right. So we have our new viewer over here. Alienware. I haven't seen one of those Alienware computers in years. Were they bought by Dell or something? And why is the comment not coming up? Oh, hold on. I'm on the wrong scene. That's why. This stupid camera. I don't understand why it doesn't want to focus. Drives me crazy. I don't know. That's what happens when you use old stuff. You don't have the money to buy the new stuff, but that's all right. You can still see that I'm here. I haven't had my heart attack yet. At any time, I could drop dead because at the age of 57, they told me when I was 28 that because of my high cholesterol that I would have heart disease by 55. So I could drop dead at any time. So if you see me fall over, you can always call 911, although I have a feeling they probably will take their sweet time so that way I'll be long gone before they come in. All right, so let me get back over here and try to catch these comments before they get away from me because you know how that can go. And let's see. And Gary has a good question. What brings you here? And yep, hi Peter. Did anything get better? No, nothing ever gets better in Miami-Dade County. Miami-Dade County is like that turd that's in the toilet bowl and the handle was flushed in 1980 and it goes around the bowl and it goes faster and faster and faster and faster until one day and that's when it gets hit by a hurricane and then that's it. And then you start over. Then the water starts to fill back up. Then somebody drops some turds in there, and then they flush it again, and it's just a cycle. Are you carnivore or meat-based? That's a good question. Carnivore, I guess. All right. And good morning, Maria Kelly. Good morning. All things are possible with meat. Yes, that is very true. We're mostly carnivores here, a community of common interest. That's true, Gary. That's why we are here. Although we do talk about things other than the carnivore diet, yes, that is the main reason why we are here. And let me see. I seems to get messed up every time. Yeah, the camera. Okay, you place something right. That's probably what it is. Something close to it, and it tries to adjust the focus. That is the problem. I agree. That's one of the bad things about the camera. Let me reduce this. There we go. I got to move this. My display. When Milton jumped on the keyboard, he kind of messed things up. Rick, love your analogy. Well, it's very true. So I always say, it's just like a toilet bowl. The handle was flushed. I mean, it was filling up. The handle, somebody took a dump. They flushed the handle in 1980, and it's just been circling. When you first flush the toilet, the turd kind of moves a little bit, and then as more and more water comes in, it goes faster and faster, and all of a sudden, down it goes. So that's actually pretty good. All right, so anyway, let me go back over here, and let's see what else we have. Now, I had some messages and emails. I get some messages that are good, and I get some that are not so good. But anyway, I got this one over here, and you can make a video and tell how to do it. I am the guy that asked if you did brush your teeth in a live stream chat. All right. So basically, there are people asking me how I brush my teeth. And as you know, I use baking soda and lard. I get the toothbrush. I get some lard. I put the lard on the toothbrush. Then I sprinkle baking soda on it and brush my teeth. So that's one of those things that I will have to make a video of one of these days. At least that's probably the smart thing to do. So we'll close this out. I'll close that out. And we'll go back over here to YouTube. And there I am, as you can see. It's still working, which is a bit of a miracle. All right, now let me go back over here to the next scene. And Milton, yes. What's Milton look like? Well, Milton is a black cat. If you've watched my videos, he pops in here from time to time, but he's your typical black cat. All you have to do is go into my videos and you'll see what Milton looks like. And Peter says, when the carnivore police start to say you're not a real carnivore because you have spices, cheese, cream, some pickles, or sauerkraut, I just laugh at them and ignore them. Yes, and I agree. If you were to look up the definition of carnivore, you would see that it is anything that gets 70% or more of its nutrition from meat. So if more than 70% of your diet is meat, you are carnivore. There is no carnivore police. It doesn't exist because the carnivore community is basically a community of sovereign citizens. And you can do whatever you want. It's not like the vegan community. The vegan community is a bunch of bickerers that basically argue with each other. And one thing I noticed the first time I saw vegan videos on YouTube is how they all made videos making fun and criticizing each other. In the carnivore community, you don't really see that. I mean, I've seen people hint at others that fall off the wagon or negative or this and that, but I've never seen a carnivore actually make a video of another carnivore trashing them. I mean, you have people like Barkay that make videos about internet influencers who may claim to be carnivore, but he never makes fun of us because we're all sort of a community. He only attacks the ones that have a lot of followers that are giving wrong information. So you really don't see that same type of backbiting, bickering among the carnivores that you do in the vegan community. What will it take to save Miami-Dade and bring it back to the origins? Category 5 hurricane or a nuclear weapon? That's about it, because the developers in Florida are out of control. They are on a mission to destroy the entire state of Florida and turn it into a bunch of HOA communities, apartment buildings, shopping centers, and roads. That's what they want because it makes them money. They make money on debt, and there's nothing that gives them more debt than all this real estate development. Now, they do get some money from farms, so you might see big corporate farms, the ones that have a lot of debt, they promote that. But the small farmer, the regenerative farmer, they hate that because it does not add anything to it. All right. And look, down another 1.5 pounds today. Well, that's great, Gary. That's great. And I'm sure, your cats are just like you. They're getting healthier and healthier and very active. And Michael Pregler says right on to Peter. Oh, they say you're not a carnivore because you drink coffee, which is a plant. So stupid. Well, again, my cats eat grass. Does that mean that they're not a carnivore? Nonsense. Cats eat grass. And I've had a cat eat part of an avocado, which avocados are disgusting, but he seemed to eat it. I don't know why. I've seen cats eat oatmeal. Why they do that, I don't know. But they are carnivores. It is pretty common for lions to eat plant material. If you ever watch, like when I was a kid, you watched Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom with Marlon Perkins, and you'll actually see them chewing on grass. So, I don't know. It's just total nonsense. And look, Tom is here. I don't brush my teeth. I haven't in 7 years. I have to. My teeth have big gaps in them. I grew up until I was 15 on the so-called healthy diet with wheat germ, oatmeal, peanut butter, and all that other crap. So my teeth grew in crooked. The top ones eventually straightened out. Bottom ones are very crooked. So I do brush my teeth. It's just something that I do. Some people don't. I mean, obviously my cat doesn't brush his teeth and they look fine. But still, Gary, look at you. There you go. I love it when Mitch says that in his mocking Karen voice. Yeah, right? Oh, yeah, so cute. Okay. Go, Gary, go. There we are. Yeah, see, everyone is encouraging you, and that's great. If you can lose weight and you're doing it without starving yourself, that's awesome. I brush my teeth every morning with a natural toothpaste that has charcoal. Yes, that works. If the carnivore Nazis, they are just people that used to be food addicts, and some things don't work for them, and they get all excited about it. Well, that is true. You have people out there that maybe they have had some type of healing or they've had some type of breaking from the food addiction. They found the carnivore lifestyle and they're basically just, I don't know, excited. And then now they think that everyone has to do what they do if they want to benefit from it. But they forget that for thousands of years, human beings have eaten a wide variety of foods and they've lived anywhere from unhealthy to healthy lives. And there are many people out there who eat large amounts of plants and they are just fine and they live into their 90s or even over 100. But that's okay. All right. I looked at the possibility of moving to Davie, Florida. It seems like a nice place. Well, a good thing you didn't, because Davie, Florida, depending on where you go, you have Southwest Ranches, which is nice, but it's very expensive. Any area here that has a little bit of open space becomes very, very expensive because everything they build now is stack and pack. And pretty much everything today is black, white, and gray and stack and pack. So not only do you get no space, but you get a soulless space that is really depressing. One of these days, I'll take a little ride past some of these stack and pack black, white, and gray communities, and you'll see this South Florida area is depressing. It's a very depressing place. If you go through the older areas like this, it's not so bad. And if you go through some of the rural areas, like certain parts of Davie, Southwest Ranches, over here in Horse Country, Sun-Kissed Estates, and all those places, any of the neighborhoods developed before 1970 that had an acre or more are really nice. But after the 1980s, they haven't made any of those communities anymore because it's all about profit. And the more people you can cram into a given space, the more profit you can make. And of course, that's what it's all about. Day 8 of my fast, and I have lost 1 to 2 pounds daily. Well, that's awesome. You probably do have a little bit of reserve, unlike people like me who are extremely thin and don't need to lose any weight. In fact, I would like to gain some weight, but that's okay. Lost 3 pounds on one day. That's probably one of the earlier days when you first started, but hey, good to see you again. I saw you earlier this morning. Besides, Gary, aren't you really hungry by now? That's a good question. My wife, cats are my only friends. I'm lucky. I have a lot of friends. And I have a cat, but I don't have a wife. So, Gary, you're rocking it. Well, that's right. I agree with that 100%. How many meals per day you have and what? Now, I'm not sure if you're talking to me or somebody else, but I'll tell you how many I have. I have 3 meals a day, and when I have what I need, I will typically have 1 pound of meat and 4 eggs with breakfast, along with homemade yogurt. For lunch, I'm going to have 2 pounds of maybe beef, or I might have 4 pounds of chicken, or I might have 2 pounds of pork, depending on what's available. And dinner is very similar. Dinner is going to be 2 pounds of beef or pork, or 4 pounds of chicken, or iguana, or whatever I get my hands on, maybe 2 pounds of Muscovy duck. I haven't had Muscovy duck this year, but the way things are going, I'm going to have to start catching them again. So we'll see. All right. I am starving myself, but I have plenty of reserves. Well, there you go. Yes, you have a lot more to draw from than I would. I have a little bit, but not a lot. I'm about 14% body fat. Way to go. Yeah, how long will you continue the fast? Well, that's a good question. The other option was Miami Gardens. Ew. My research online showed it wasn't. No, it used to be called Carroll City, and it was a decent neighborhood. But then let's just say that the ghetto element moved in when they built I-95 and they cut through the inner city of Miami, which is pretty much what they did everywhere. They would destroy the inner city. They displaced the people that were living there, and they had to go somewhere. So they went to Miami Gardens, and some of them went down to Cutler Ridge. And after that, Miami Gardens just turned into, well, Miami Gardens actually was another neighborhood that was further east. There's also Biscayne Gardens. Those were nice 1 acre, 3/4 acre, half acre homes. But that was like the barrier, because when the ghetto element moves into a neighborhood, they tend to go to the cheaper housing, which are the duplexes, the apartments, and trailers if they had any. Once they hit the 1 acre and up homes, they stop. And that's like the divider between the good neighborhood and the bad neighborhood. And in Miami, anything near the coastline is going to be massively overpriced today. But back then, you could find cheap places everywhere. In fact, one of the old neighborhoods that was called Lemon City is now known as Little Haiti, because when all the Haitian migrants came in, they moved there. Another neighborhood, I forget what it used to be called, but it's now called Little Havana. In the 1960s, when the Cubans came here with nothing, they basically moved there because it was older, cheaper homes. Today, there is no place in Dade County that is cheap. Even Florida City, which is the worst part of Dade County, that's like the place you take your life in your hands. The houses start at $400,000. And that's to live in the ghetto. That's to live in a shack with a hole in the roof, termites everywhere. It's not good. And the neighborhoods, they're really lousy. They are really dirty, run down, high crime, and yet they cost more. It's just because of speculation. 5-6 years ago, it might be $150,000, which I think was still too much. So that's it. So anyway, let's see. Oh, we got somebody else. One of my favorites. Polish Mike says, good morning. Good morning. Good to see you again. I don't see you too much in any of the chats. I guess you have more important things to do, like work and live your life. Some of these chats are just kind of fake. I know some of the carnivore websites have turned into popularity contests, but I'm glad that you've chosen to come to my live stream. If you don't know Polish Mike, he's one of the no-nonsense carnivores. He lives what I would consider to be a primal lifestyle in the modern world, and I think he's doing quite well, and I'm glad that you're here. You're a good inspiration for us, especially the younger carnivores looking to maximize their living. And he says, hey to Mike. Not hungry at all, but I do miss meat. I'm looking forward to eating it someday. Well, you will, don't worry. And if it wasn't for the carnivore diet, you'd probably be starving and over there at the fast food place eating duck food. Hi, Rick and everyone. Hi, Linda. And again, yes. Great that you're here. Okay. Can't be here for long. I'm going for my concealed carry training. Awesome. 8-hour today and 8-hour tomorrow for 16-hour requirement. That's great. It's smart. Having, let's just say, a little hardware hidden is great when you have to deal with some of the strange characters that we have in the world today. And if you happen to find yourself in a bad situation, having the proper hardware can really help. It's just a tool as a form of protection. And self-defense is important, and I think it's something that is underrated in the world. Self-defense, along with camouflage, making sure that you don't display any kind of wealth that makes you a target, and then having sort of a certain attitude where you really don't get in anyone's way. You try to stay out of the way, and if they come to you, then you're ready for them. So good for you. I'm glad. That's great. Hopefully you'll be packing and things will be much better. I stack and pick my eggs in the fridge. Well, there you go. That's a good place to put them, I'll tell you that. And Kim appreciates life here. Hello, good morning, all. Yes, awesome. Up, and let's see. Sandy says, I used to work at Cutler Ridge Mall in the 80s. I remember. Remember when they had Morrison's cafeteria in there? With so many idiots running around everywhere, you need to have some special needs for survival and protection. Ham radio and a gun should be handy. Yes, and that's another thing. You don't see as many people in ham radio as there used to be, but it is good. It is good. It's a way to communicate, because if the grid goes down, let's say we had a massive EMP. Ham radio guys, there's still ham radio guys out there with vacuum tube radio sets. And most of us that are in the electronics world, we know how to fix our own stuff. So even if an EMP took down the global network, we would still have the ham radio to communicate. And protection, obviously keeping yourself healthy and strong so that you're mobile, and knowing how to use the proper survival tools is great. So I agree. I just wish there were more people like you in the world today. I will not ever move to Florida. I'll be stuck in the frozen. Well, you know what? You're probably doing fine, because we are full in Florida. Although we wouldn't mind having somebody like you. But still, we got way too many people in Florida. So it's just a matter of time. Okay. Been having 2 meals per day on Carnivore for 6 years. Awesome. Awesome. 2 meals per day seems to be the most popular on the carnivore diet. I like to have 3 myself, but I tend to be a really big eater. But I am 6'6" and I'm only 195 pounds, so that could be the reason why. No concealed carry need in aisle open carry. Well, that's good. But the concealed carry does have the advantage of being an element of surprise. You really don't know who has what. So when you're open carry, they pretty much know what you got. But if it's concealed carry, it's like, well, anything could happen. You never know. When going on a camping vacation or driving through more dangerous places. And another thing, too, is if you happen to find one of the very rare wild areas, you might find yourself face to face with a cougar or with a bear. And even though you don't have to terminate them, at least you have the option. You could stand them down a lot of times. If you simply go aggressively towards the animal, they'll run away. But if that doesn't work, well, you just pull out your lead dispensing device, and maybe the bang scares them off, or you just have to punch a hole through them. I mean, that's just, what else can you do, right? How can that price seem last with ghetto houses being 400K plus? Something has to give. Well, as long as the Federal Reserve can keep pumping money into the banking system, they can keep this going forever. Yes, that is true, because I would tell people the truth and nobody would buy anything. And Amy says, guess what I'm making? Heart attack chicken. That's delicious. I had heart attack chicken yesterday. That's awesome. We don't have to do nothing to carry here. Got my military Beretta. Well, there you go. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, firearms training is important. I don't feel comfortable carrying mine, but much. And the other thing, too, in a really bad scenario, you can always go hunting. That's another option. What state are you in? Okay. Where do you live, Corey? You don't need anything to carry here either. I'm in the middle, Illinois. Yep. Some of the worst laws for guns. That is true. Family live in Collegeville. Oh. Can't get ready. Yeah, right? Oh. Please don't open carry. Worst states. District of Columbia. Yeah. New York and California. I mean, it's like, how anybody can live there, I really don't know. Huh. Ex-wife. No girlfriend as of 2 weeks ago. Yes, I remember. That's been kind of a tragedy there. A hurricane or massive recession, massive layoffs. Huge exodus in Florida. Yeah, well, people are already leaving. Seems like all that cheap money that went on a decade encouraged people to move. It was just the Federal Reserve. Every time the Federal Reserve cranks up that QE, pushes money into the markets, stock market bubble goes up, and then as an overflow, it turns into a Florida real estate bubble. Same thing happened 2008, 2000. Although 2000, the real estate bubble wasn't as bad. 2008 was bad. Now this bubble is much worse. This is the worst bubble we've ever had. And then the next time, the Fed's going to print $20 trillion and pump this crap up again. But I think this is going to be the one that breaks it. You can only bend something so many times before it breaks. California government block is so expensive, you need to take out a small loan. That or make your own. I mean, concealed carry. Constitutional carry. There you go. Where's the beef? Well, thanks to my friend Gary, I got a little bit of beef that was delivered to me this morning. So we do have some, which is a good thing. Once you get it, yeah. Make sure you travel. Know the laws in the states, yeah. No, open carry is not legal in Florida yet. It used to be, but sometime in the 80s they changed the law. We have shot spotters here. You can't go just hunting. Well, actually, you can, because I use a crossbow. But normally when I go duck hunting, all I do, I don't use any weapon at all. I use a net and some duck food. So you throw the duck food down and you hold the net behind your back. And when you go and you grab Ducky with a net, take him over to the van, open up the duck cage, stuff him in there, and that's it. So then when you come home, you can bring your ducky or duckies, if you get some, back home, and then you can put them in the side yard in the duck fattening area. And it may be 2 to 4 weeks before Ducky is ready for dinner, because Ducky has to be properly dressed before dinner. So we need to make sure that he is well fed, he has a nice amount of duck fat, and then he puts his head into the head removal device, and within minutes, the water is already boiling, And as soon as his head leaves his body, the ducky is going to have his legs tied together on a coat hanger and put down into the boiling water to get the feathers off. And within 20 minutes, Mr. Ducky goes from waddling and quacking to cooling in the refrigerator. And then usually sometime that night, he'll be sectioned out and he may be roasted or fried or whatever other method is necessary to cook him. This is really, really delicious duck. Whoops. In Rick's fridge. Yeah, right. Oh, Mysterio lost my fingerprints when I went to change my address. Oh, that's nice. Come on down to the free state of Florida. There's nothing free about Florida. Florida is just too expensive now. Use a crossbow. Yes, that is correct. Crossbow is for the iguanas, though. I almost never shoot the duck because the ducks are easy to catch. All you got to do is just throw the, throw the duck food out there and then keep the net handy. When they least expect it, you can use a throw net or use the net with the handle. And once you've got him in the net, he'll, go around, whatever, and you just take him over to the van, open up the duck cage, pop him in there, and that's it. And, of course, you always make sure that you have a little bit of water in the duck cage as well as some duck food, although they usually don't eat when they're upset. And when you drive them home, they may get a little upset because of the bumpy ride. But once they come home and you turn them loose in the duck pen, within half an hour, they're over there waddling and eating. Due to reciprocity law for concealed carry, if I get my license, is pretty much acceptable any other state. Well, that's good. No boomsticks allowed here. The best I could do is my frying pan. Well, there you go. I prefer the smaller, less popular carnivore channels lately. Get tired of not being noticed or valued as some of those other ones. That's the thing. You get too many people in there, you're not going to be noticed. One of these days, we're going to surprise you with a hunting video. Well, one of these days, that is true. When do you think this AI bubble is going to pop? I'm not the least bit impressed. It's going to pop when the central bankers stop pumping money into the banking system. If they stop, it will pop. But they can't stop because they live on debt. Without debt, these parasites will die. So I think what will happen is it'll scale back just like the dot-com bubble did in 2000. And then it may pause for a while and then they'll come up with another bubble. It's just they have to keep making bubbles. Otherwise, where are they going to get the wealth from? They have to steal it from us through inflation. That's the only way to do it. I was on Bella's Steak and Butter Live last night. I tried to help someone. He yelled at me and got upset with my comment. I haven't had that happen before, I think, so I left. Interesting. I've never been Bella's Steak and Butter Girls Live. I may have seen the live once or twice, but I know they have some kind of a group, and I've never been in that group. They don't invite people like me in there because a dose of Rick's rants would probably chase everybody off. Samurai swords work pretty good. They're hard to hide, though. Pork chops are a lot smaller than I thought. All four are getting 8 after the 3-day fast. That makes sense to me. Okay. All right. And, yep. Having loose stools, and I gave him some solid advice, and he got upset at what I said was so strange. I think he was actually a vegan troll, though. Well, that could be it. Real carnivores aren't angry for no reason, right? That's true. Although there has been some carnivore controversy out there. I see it time and time again. Mean comments on carnivore CC videos. Then the content creator lets it get to them. That's the problem. There are a lot of people out there that have started carnivore, and then they got out of it, I guess, because they got personally offended. Us long-term carnivores are hard to offend. I've had every mean thing told at me for the last 42 years. Doesn't affect me anymore. I used to be upset about it when I was younger, but no. Okay. All right. He's telling him that carefully eating liquid rendered fat. He then yelled at me by saying he never eats liquid fat, nasty name, solid advice for loose stools. The only time I get loose stools is if somebody serves me food that was cooked in seed oils that I didn't know about, or I'm catching the flu. That's about it. Normally I'm fine. I have had issues, but not lately. So, oh, excuse me. What else can I say about that? All right. Not everybody wants help. And a lot of it, too, Peter's one of those people that can't keep his mouth shut, and he likes to tell people his advice, and that's a good thing. Let me tell you, because I don't like it when people are quiet and maybe they just don't say anything. That makes me nervous. I'd rather have somebody. I mean, I hate to say it, but there are similarities between Peter and Mitch, and it's a personality type which I really like. I don't know if it's like a Jewish thing, but it seems to be. Everybody I know that's grown up in a Jewish family, they will tell you what they think, and you know what? I really appreciate that. And I know a lot of people don't like that. Oh, why do you say that? And I was like, look, I'd rather you tell it to my face than say it behind my back. So that's one of the great things. And some people just love to give advice. I mean, I've had other friends like that. They love to give advice, even if the advice is wrong. I listen to it, like fine, and I ask questions. So somebody gives me advice, I will ask them, well, what do you think about this or that, and see what their reaction is. Some people really do believe that their advice is good, and for some people, the advice worked for them personally. And if the advice worked for somebody personally, I can't say don't do it. I know somebody that tried the carnivore diet, it didn't work for him. So he added some vegetables and it worked great. And he goes and tells people, well, the carnivore diet's not for everybody. And I don't disagree with him because I know that he's telling the truth. Really, what it comes down to is what is the motive? Are you out there telling somebody something so that you can get something out of them? Or are you just telling it to them because you believe it's right and maybe you want to help? And whether the information is applicable to that person or not, time will tell. But again, I'm really happy that we do have some freedom of speech, and that's a great thing. Try to help the people you can. Yes, that's what we need to do. All right, let's see. You're so right, but that's never happened before to me. Well, the more popular you get, the more it will happen. It's happened to me a lot. I've been dealing with this YouTube nonsense for 18 years? And the thing is that I've been insulted so many times in my life, I don't care about it anymore. Oh, you're skinny. You don't look healthy. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever. You're annoying. Okay, fine. You're entitled to your opinion, and I'm entitled to mine. I had someone that I worked with telling me how bad I looked, and I said, yeah, but at least I don't look like a junk car that's been sprayed with graffiti. And I was referring to him because he had that. It's one of those guys that's plant-based. They always have the shaggy beard, and they have the long hair, and a billion tattoos. I mean, it's like the arms are just covered with this crap. So I told him it's like when you see an antique car, it's been abandoned on the side of the road, the windows are broken out of it, it's all sprayed with graffiti. That's what it looks like. And of course, then he got super offended. And I'm like, well, you're trying to offend me, and look at who ended up getting offended. He wouldn't even talk to me anymore. Most carnivores are so nice and appreciative to get advice. Yeah, exactly. I've gotten mean comments. I don't give a quack. Rig it. There you go. See, Amy, she don't care. When you know what works for you, you can listen to the nonsense comments and just, it's like water off the duck's back. I'm just sick still. Well, you do the best you can. That's all you can do. I like straightforward, but it can be malicious at times. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. You're part duck. You just let it roll. That's exactly what I was saying. I love this community. I'm mostly just listening because I've been walking a lot. And that's great. If you can go out there and you can get stuff done while you're listening, this is ideal. And here's MNJ. Yeah, how you doing? Moderator from the very, very interesting Nobody Special Finance channel. And again, if any of you are into the economy, finance, and all that, you might want to check out Jack on Nobody Special Finance. Although he doesn't respond to every comment like I do. He's got a lot more subscribers than I do. I find people, or many of them, I should say, are easily offended even when you try to frame what you're saying in a non-offensive way. But nobody wants to listen to someone who is ugly. That's a good point. That's a very good point. I just run the over with my crash car. Well, there you go. We think you're great. Well, thank you. I'm glad somebody likes me. I'm bored with. Me too. I'm bored with most of the carnivore channels. They always seem to follow a theme. I went carnivore and I did this and that. I cured this and I cured that and blah blah blah. And then, well, I have this thing I'm going to do. I mean, it's always about them, what they're doing. Then you have the carnivore meetups. That's great. If you can go to one, that's fantastic. But how many times can you talk about what you eat? And that's not what this channel is about. The word carnivore does not appear anywhere in the description of, well, it does description. It doesn't appear in the name of my channel. It's Charger Mopar. It's supposed to be about cars. And I make videos. I talk about carnivore, but you don't see me doing too much carnivore content. That's why my channel is not growing very much. I don't think I'll make 4,000 subscribers this year. But I am steadily adding. I think I'm up to 3,600 now. So I may add about 1 subscriber a day. And I think that's pretty good for someone, because I'm not trying to make money. I'm never going to make any real money with YouTube. I just come here to kind of associate with different people, and that's it. Okay. That's why I mostly watch Mitch and Rick. Well, there you go. And although Mitch is a larger channel, I think Mitch has kind of reached his limit into how many subscribers he'll get. He may be like me, add a few here and there. If he makes 100K, that would be a miracle. I would like to see him make 100K subscribers, but well, whatever happens, happens. I don't think I'll ever get more than 5K in the life of my channel, as far as I can tell. Shaggy beard, long hair. I haven't eaten meat in 8 days. Oh, no, I think I might be a vegan. There you go. Well, you don't have all the tattoos. That's the other thing. You need to have so many tattoos that you look like an old subway car or junk car or whatever that's been abandoned and graffitied up. I really don't know what is this fascination with these ridiculous tattoos. There's just so many of them. I don't understand it. It's painful and it doesn't look good. Why do it? I don't know. Okay. I love walking, Papa. It's easy for... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there you go. Mitch, Rick, and Kiltsy, my go-tos. Exactly. We tend to settle in the channels that we like, the ones we can interact with. I agree. If I wanted to watch a celebrity, I would just watch a TV show. Why would I watch a YouTube channel when the person that has the channel never knows that I exist? Might as well just watch a TV show or a movie. My robot vacuum came on randomly into my room. Just freaked me out. I don't have a robot vacuum. I have a Kirby. You've probably seen it. Walking is my mental physical. Yeah, exactly. I use my bike rides as a place to ride and talk. Oh, and Kelsey too. Yes, you're always there. You're moderator there too, so that makes sense. I'm glad you walk Peter. He does regularly. I don't agree with that long hair and shaggy beard. We just don't give a flying duck. Right? Okay. You do like that vacuum. My husband talked about getting one. There we go. Oh, let's see. One of my fave channels just deep dive YouTube algos, and it was depressing what he had to say. The execs have put up videos, and they want you to elicit emotional responses. That's probably what it is. That's why some of the stupidest channels get the most views. I've seen some ridiculous videos. I turn them on, and I turn them off within 30 seconds because they're just plain stupid. But they have hundreds of thousands of views. It's crazy. Just break your fast with a big bowl of salad. You'll be vegan fast. Well, I can't imagine having to eat a salad. Ugh. I'd rather eat bugs than eat a salad. Mick needs to do an evolution channel. Well, there you go. And again, that's one of the things I disagree on. I don't agree that evolution can make things better. I believe that it's just an adaptation and that it takes intelligent design to make things better. But we all have our views. I am curious about any scientific fact. So if any of you evolutionists out there have some scientific facts, go ahead and put it out. I'd like to examine it. But I do believe that there is a higher power. It's everything I avoid watching on YouTube. Yes, exactly. I have a mop and a broom. Dog hair kills vacuums. Well, that is true. Kirby's last forever and can be repaired. And again, if you haven't seen it, let me grab my Kirby here, and I'll show you what it looks like. So let me go ahead and go back here. Let me get the Kirby. All right, it's here. vacuum. And the neat thing about Kirby vacuums is that they may look bulky, but you can lift them with one finger. As you can see, look at that. You can lift it with one finger. All right. That is my vacuum, the Kirby. That's a Kirby dual Sanitronic. It's from 1968. I picked that thing out of the trash when I was in high school back in 1985, and I've had it ever since. Pretty awesome. All right, so let's see here. I have tattoos going down both sides of my body, just not on my arms. Well, there you go. I will never understand why anybody would put themselves through that pain, but I guess it's just a way of showing others something. I don't know. But I won't do it. And then again, I have that 1950s mentality, so I believe that the only people that would get tattoos would be like sailors and maybe people that worked in a steel mill or something like that. It was sort of a blue collar, whatever. And even though I do work blue collar, I don't see the need for them. So if I considered altering my appearance, I'd first consider such options as dyeing hair, getting wig, changing clothes style. If I want a tattoo, I'd get only a fake one. Yeah, that's true. I mean, getting a fake one could be interesting because you could see how people would react to it. I think a lot of it, too, is like if you're married, maybe your wife or husband would like it, or maybe they don't like it. I don't know. Sometimes people even tattoo the name of their wife or husband or even girlfriend, but that's a bad idea because if they break up, now you got this thing that you have to explain to everybody else. Again, I don't understand it, but it seems to be popular. I don't know. There's a tattoo shop right down the street from here. And when I go to Presidente and I walk by there, you'll see them out there smoking a cigarette, sitting on the bench, talking to each other. Some of them are just covered with tattoos. And I'm thinking, well, all you got to do is just dye yourself a darker color, and that's it. Then you've had every square inch is already covered. You don't have to worry about tattoos because if you were completely dark, I don't think there's any way to make a tattoo that's lighter. I've never seen a white tattoo. I've seen other colors, and then when you get older, it just doesn't age well. So that's the other problem. I think one time there was a Saturday Night Live video about it. It was pretty funny, actually, but it's a little bit sad, too. Hit the like button. Yes, I hope everyone has. I have 65 people watching, according to what I'm seeing here. And I don't know how many likes because my likes don't update, but stupidity. Yeah, exactly. Stupidity is exalted. It's ridiculous. The YouTube videos should be educational and interesting, but those don't get as many views. I see some really good videos on YouTube, and it's really quite nice. But, I like it, but I don't use it much. That must be the vacuum. I don't have any tattoos. I hate needles. Yeah, exactly. Now, again, if you like them, then go ahead and get them. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, because some people do love tattoos. I mean, none of my friends have any, but I've worked with guys that had them, and I've known gals that had them too, and they seem to really like them, but for me, it's not happening. But if you like them, go for it. I have one, a lightning bolt I've said laughingly, it looks like a UFO. Okay, so you've got one too. Well, there you go. And let's see. Yeah, they look the same. Well, they changed them in the 1980s. They became more square and boxy, but they're still the same inside. The vacuum is a beast, lasts forever. Nia of Nia's Way has many tattoos, and they look really great on her. Well, that's because she's in good shape, and she's naturally good looking. She used to invite me onto her channel. I always liked her videos because she wasn't all about just carnivore. It was not only carnivore, but it was also lifestyle, trying to manage stress, trying to maybe do different things with other people. And the carnivore diet by itself didn't even really work 100% for her anyway. So it was just part of the journey. But yeah, I almost forgot about her. But yes, you are right. She has tattoos. But I personally, I don't see the point of it, but everybody, you know, lots of tats here, all hunting and animals. Well, there you go. My body's a colorful mess. Looks like my grandkids use his hose. Well, there you go. I think we all grew up with a Kirby or Electrolux. I actually have two Electroluxes. In fact, I have one that I was using, but the hose went bad. The vacuum itself is fine, but the rubber inside the hose became porous and failed. And if you remember Electrolux, they have wires inside the hose that allows you to operate the attachment. Maybe one day I'll drag that out. I was going to try to fix that hose, but I never did. So, do you do a meat eating? Why is this not coming up? Do you do a meat eating photo shoot to get your avatar? Oh, good question. Pain was addicting. Had a sailor's mouth and worked at a factory. Okay, maybe that's what it was. I was thinking get a tattoo on each shoulder. My two favorite carnivores. Oh, there you go. That would be funny. Art for me and no one else. Well, there you go. Okay. Yeah, I figured that was a joke. That's crazy. There don't seem to be much awareness of potential exposure to ink. Well, that's another thing. Are there toxins in the ink or not? That's a good question. I've had people say yes. I've had people say no. I use AI Meta. Said picture me as a cave woman eating meat. Okay. I have to look at that small picture. I did a 4-day fast last week and had OMED for 3 days now, doing another fast. So I guess you're trying to lose some body fat but whatever. Hey, if it works, it works. Losing 120 pounds, I had a hard time with all of a sudden. People want to talk to me. So the tattoos kind of got me the looks of when I was heavier. Okay. I think, John Beatty Art, I think you are the only smaller YouTube channel I can watch. No agenda, roll with the chat, and don't use your mic to rant about what you believe is right and how the chat is annoying. Well, I don't. If you've taken your time to come to my chat and express your opinion, I have no right to tell you that your opinion is right or wrong. It's your opinion, and you are entitled to it. And although we don't live in a free country, there should be some freedom, and I think the freedom to have your own opinion and live the way you want to is the most important of all. So that's it. I really do respect that, and I do tolerate things that may offend some people. I've had people comment in here, even those that were not malicious, and they offended others, and they just didn't come back, which I think is kind of a shame, because if you really believe in free speech, you're going to have to tolerate a little bit of the nonsense from other people. And it's just, what else can you do, right? Okay. I forget which carnivore posted it, but there's a video up of the Lady Healing Humanity meetup in Ohio. All right. Well, several of our carnivore friends went there. I know Bob of Carnivore Today, Carnivore Talk. Obviously, Carnivore Today, that is, what's his name? You know, he's always there because that's Carrie's right-hand man, Adam Lacey. So every time that you have a carnivore meetup, he will be there. That's what I think. As well as Carrie always goes there. Carrie will travel because I think he's an instrumental part of all the Healing Humanity meetups. It would be sort of disrespectful if he didn't go there. How could you have a Healing Humanity meetup without the man himself? So, and he does take his time. I know they got the movie theater and the farm and all that, and somehow he makes the time for it. So that's good. I'm glad that a lot of people have been able to meet through these meetups. I have not gone to one yet, but thanks to my friend Russ Mitchell and several other people, I will be going, as far as I know, unless I have a heart attack between now and then, which is entirely possible. I will be at the Hack Your Health meetup in Tampa. And again, I didn't choose to go there. It was everybody else's idea. And if they're going to pay my way, I'll be glad to go, because I really do want to meet some people in person. And I'm sure that once I move out of here and have my own bigger place and I'm not financially strapped with high taxes, I'm going to set up my own meetup somewhere, wherever I move to. And unlike most of the popular meetups, my meetup will be like Carnivore Kip's. Well, used to be Carnivore Kip. I don't know whatever happened to Kip Moore now. I haven't seen any more videos, but He had 2 meetups that he paid for himself, and he's just a country boy from Alabama, and he made it happen. So if a country boy from Alabama can have a free meetup, I would think that a total quack from Miami could also have a meetup, and that'd be great. But that's a future thing, nothing yet. Okay, and Terry Sue says, no tats on me or my husband or our kids. Well, there you go. And that's your choice. That's what I would do. I don't see the point of it, but some people have them and some people love them. So, hey, you love them, go for it. But I'm just saying, in my case, I don't need extra pain. I'd rather get pain from either working out or working hard, building my house or something, than be stuck all over with needles and then have ink injected into my skin, which isn't good. I mean, I've already had other chemicals on my skin over the years from, I've had metal burn into it from welding. I don't think I want to have any other stuff added. I remember all those old guys had gotten them from the wars, said they wish they never got them when they got old. Yep. Said they don't look the same. They don't. They fade away. They look, I've known a lot of older people that had them. That's probably one of the reasons why I never got them. Got my first tattoo in 1977. Well, 1977, I was in elementary school, so my little one has a faded, my little one has faded a lot, but I got it 30 years ago. See, they do fade. They're not totally permanent. I mean, some of that ink will remain there, and it also depends. Some people, when they're really healthy and active, it seems like it just goes away faster. It's interesting. Oh, this is good. Kerry gave a shout out to Aaron Kilby in the audience during his speech, saying he's one of his favorites. And I think Aaron Kilby also went to the meetup. If you don't know Aaron Kilby, his channel is called Kilby Life. He was active for a while, and then something happened. I guess he got frustrated. I think maybe people were attacking him. I don't know. I know people have been mean to him. They say that he's fat and this and that. And he's not fat. He's actually pretty good looking. He's got a bunch of kids. His wife, they're a nice family. They're over there in Ohio, and he works hard. But I think what happened was he just, like a lot of people that are in the carnivore community, I think he had some mental issues. And the worst thing you can do is attack people when they have mental issues, because it's hard for them to deal with it. Think about it. Look at all the people that they've had all these issues, and then they're struggling, and then they find the carnivore diet and they think, well, I'm going to get better, and then they don't get better as fast as they want. And then people over there are telling him, well, this and that and blah, blah, blah. Look at when Mitch had his stroke and they put him in the duck food center, and they're over there. They're trying to convince him that he should change. And he thought about it a little bit, and then it's like, no, I'm not going to do this because it doesn't work. But not everybody has that strength of character. And we know that Mitch is stubborn. Like, I guess I'm the same way. When we know what works, we know what works, and we're not going to change it for just because somebody told us that. Most military jailbirds were the tatted people. That is correct. I want to see a tattoo of a huntsman cave hunting a vegetable. Yeah, right? Got my tattoo in 73. Wow. 73, I was in kindergarten. So that's pretty amazing. Okay. Yep, Michael Pregler Thomas. I thought so, but it's hard to see the details. I like the previous one, a pretty face. Okay. And Ellen is here. Good morning. Good morning, Ellen. It's if you don't know Ellen, she's she's the only moderator on Mitch's channel, and obviously one of Mitch's friends, and been on my channel for quite a while. Maybe a little controversial at times, but we don't mind that here. So we're glad that you're in here. Thanks for dropping in. Good morning, Terry Sue. And we got some good mornings here. Good morning to Ellen. Yes, MNJ. And again, congratulations on MNJ for continuing to lose weight and improve health. And we're glad that you've taken your time to check out my little channel. All right, so we have some more hellos. Yes, that's great. See that herd mentality. They just say they don't like small channels. That is why I failed. Well, you may have failed so far, but maybe things will change. You never know. We'll have to find out what the next big thing is, because I think YouTube is sort of on the downward trend, but we'll see. Ideally, you shouldn't put anything on your skin that you wouldn't eat. That's a great way of thinking of it. Would you eat that tattoo ink? That is a really good point. Yes, Rick, I lost about 6 pounds after the 4-day fast and started gaining it back right away with my OMAD. Mitch's frittata recipe. So I think I'm going to do 3 days OMAD, 4 fasting. And you know what? You got to keep trying different ways. I mean, if you want to lose weight, the one person you never want to ask about losing weight is me, because in my 57 years on the earth, I have never, and I mean never, wanted to lose weight. I've always wanted to gain mass. Losing weight is not an option for me, at least from what I've known so far. Now, it's like they told me, just wait till you get older. Wait till you get to your 40s. Wait till you get to your 50s. I guess now they'll have to say, wait till you get to your 60s. Of course, that's assuming I don't have a heart attack between now and then, which is always possible. I could have a heart attack at any time. In fact, I think I'm having chest pains right now. If I had a heart attack in my live stream, I bet my next live stream would be very popular. Okay, I go through stalls. Have you found changing your potential ratio? That protein-fat ratio. Okay, well, that's good. All right. Okay. All black tattoo and got skin cancer and died. Wow. That's not good. Who here is doing raw red meat? Anyone? Well, not right now. I've been almost free of red meat anyway, but thanks to one of our friends, maybe I'll have a heart attack burger, but it will be cooked. 28-year-old. Okay. Not me. I won't do raw beef or lamb, but love sashimi. That's true. Sashimi is actually pretty good if it's done right. I've had raw seafood before. Wow, the comments are really coming in strong now. That's 64 people. That's pretty good. Okay. Hi, Pretty Ellen. I love people as they are, but covering large areas of normally exposed skin is not good. We have a lot of photoreceptors in skin and sub-Q tissues. Far more. Yeah, that's a good point. I guess the tattoos would have an effect on that, wouldn't they? And Bacon Baby says, hello, Rick. Hello, everyone. Well, hello. No raw meat for me. It's good. Okay, I've increased my water. Still enjoying my coffee 2 times a day. Our skin doesn't look good when we get old. That's true. But it depends on the person. And Retired Rick is here. Good morning. Good morning, Retired Rick. Glad that you're dropping in. Was it aimed as me? I say I don't like small channel. Live streams are sometimes a challenge if that's all you do. I like to see carnivore education videos. Excellent. All right. I need to get your channel. Yeah. There you go. Well, check out Nobody Special Finance. Jack at Nobody Special Finance. Some gang members have the large tattoos. Makes me think they're not going to. Yeah, they're not trying to be inconspicuous. Exactly. Trying to show who they are. But the question is, are they showing who you are to intimidate somebody, or just to have other people say, hey, there's my moving target? There's a disadvantage to that, especially when the system turns against you and they know exactly who you are. Good morning. Yes. I've heard some inks will prevent you from getting an MRI. They must have metal in them. That has got to be a bad idea, to put metal in your skin. That doesn't make sense. Last time I've had metal in my skin is because something blew off when I was grinding. I stopped getting tattoos in 2012. Yes, I regret, but oh well. But once you get them, there's not a whole lot you can do. It's actually riskier to try to remove them. You might as well just live with them. What else can you do? Just keep the rest of your body healthy. Don't become obese. Keep in shape. And just say, hey, take it or leave it, right? If you don't like it, it's too bad. Yes. Call the Nobody. Okay, if you find the Discord chat group, you get more help. That's good. Good morning. Okay. Speaking of wieners, I got more of these $3 chicken sausages that resemble a kielbasa from Walmart, and they're really good. Tastes exactly like a beef hot dog. Weird, I know. I wonder what they put in them, though. I'm heading out to walk a couple of dogs, so I won't be able to say hi to all of you. Okay, well, I'm glad that you're dropped in. I'm sure we'll see you again. I know you pop into Mitch's every now and then, and you were even showing your face the last time, so that's even better. All right. And good morning by Ellen. Oh, wow. I was 13 years old in 73. Okay. And I was 5 years old. So you're a little bit older than me. Enjoy, Ellen. Yeah, bye, Ellen. All right. Oh, the other Rick. Yes, there's a couple of Ricks here. Is there a Discord group with a channel? Ellen is always welcome on my channel. Yes. That I know that, Thomas. And I do pop in whenever I get the time. And we'll do an interview once you're all set up for it and you're ready. So we never did a one-on-one interview. We did sort of a split interview, but we'll do a one-on-one. So don't worry, I'm around. It's honestly a nice group for learning all things economic. Yeah, chill group and not too big. That's right. And Retired Rick says, good morning to Rick the Quack. 36 up 60, watching that chat. There you go. Look at that. You'll find the link. Yeah, that's right. Okay. All right. Let's see here. We're getting close. Oh, I thought we were getting close. It's funny how after 9 o'clock the comments really start to pick up. Made the frittata out of boredom. I wasn't blaming that. Such a great dish. I think my next OMAD stent will cut the size of the meal in half. I've seen Mitch's recipes, but I have to admit I'm too lazy to be a chef. I'm just Rick the Quack. So to me, it's just a matter of heat source, meat source, and that's Rick's meal. It's that simple. All right. Don't think that was very controversial. Just that one person on your channel got upset, but we won't talk about that. Yes. Well, again, I let these debates go on, and if someone doesn't have the ability to stand up for themselves, then they can contact me directly. If they don't contact me directly, then what else can I do? I mean, I can't please everybody, and if I take sides, I'm going to lose both people. So unless somebody does a direct attack on an individual, I even tolerate some profanity. I tolerate some pretty, what people would call negative speech. I don't really care because I don't believe in that nonsense. I believe that people come here either out of frustration or out of appreciation, and whatever they say, it may change. So, if they're a real trouble, I'll get rid of them, but otherwise I'll let it take care of themselves. It's like the nature, like the environment. Like my garden, a lot of times I'll just let things resolve themselves until they've gotten to a point where they can't resolve themselves. If I oil my skin with a little bit of tallow, it takes at least 3 hours before the skin starts to return less oily. That's typical. It also depends on how hot it is, how much sweating you're doing, and whatever. But yes, but it will be absorbed. And again, I use it in my hair, I use it on my skin. I've never had acne or any other skin problems. My dad used to get itchy skin and dandruff. I never had that. So between the carnivore diet and the tallow and lard, I think it makes a big difference. Usually I do as well. You haven't seen any videos the last couple of days. You're okay. One thing I never liked, I kept trying it. Sushi. I will look for it, Thomas. Okay. I'm here listening at work. Well, there you go. Okay. Hello. Oh, why is it not working? There we go. Milton, I think, is sleeping on the bed. He loves to do that. All right, so we got this one. Yep. Overslept this morning. Nice and cool. Well, you're not here. It's hot and humid. I can't even see out my windows. It's so foggy. Just been tired. I was working on, okay, live or do a short for tomorrow. Okay, 2 lives. Yeah, I saw the lives that you had set up. Talk about the folks that totally cover their arms. Yeah. I think it would have a negative health effect. I think you're probably right. I wonder if anyone's ever done a study on that. All right. Let's see here. Yep. Planning to get at least 1-2 hen layer for my... Oh, good. That's great. You can have your own source of eggs. Awesome. Garuda Legends. Hello. Hello, Panther. Glad that you're here. Happy Carnivore. Tattoos increase your risk of lymphoma by 21%, which is crazy. Really? That I didn't know. I had no idea. Stepped in a hole hidden in the grass, shattered her ankle. They put a bunch of screws in her ankle. Wow. That's pretty bad. I've stepped in a lot of holes and I've tripped over stuff and I've crashed into things on my bike, and I've never broken a bone since I fell through the roof at age 15. Kept chickens for about 17 years. Production layers are the best. Yeah, Easter eggers. I'm not sure what an Easter egger would be, but interesting. How are you feeling? Might get 3 though. Okay. I don't think 2 would do well. You're probably right. I'll be listening. All right. That's scary. Yes, it is. I was not familiar that tattoos had any health risks. My mom had metal rods in her arm because of being thrown off the treadmill at the gym. On its own, went from 2.5 to 6.9 in a few seconds. Wow. Must have, hopefully, I don't know if that was a lawsuit going there or what happened. I graduated in 74. Well, there you go. I graduated in 86. If you were a kid in the 70s, then maybe you had longer hair covering the ears. No, I've always had pretty much the same hairstyle. If you look at pictures of me from years ago, it's just that starting in 1983, I went to the lard and tallow on my hair. Before that, I mean, there's a picture of me somewhere from when I was younger, if I can see it. I moved these pictures around. I don't know where it went. I'll have to make sort of a scan of all the different pictures that I have so you can see what I look like. I graduated in 75. Ugh, boy. Let's see. I'm a bit down tonight. It's been very hard being in so much pain. I try to be brave. Today's pain has been brutal. I guess, the carnivore diet can only do so much, but it's like, there's a couple of other people that have been on the channel that they have chronic pain. I mean, we all know about Jonathan and his pain issues. And again, he doesn't come here anymore, but I'm sure that he's still dealing with the pain problems. That's something that modern medicine just doesn't seem to be able to help that much. I mean, they can try to manage it, but it just doesn't. It's just like one of the most common complaints. I know a lot of people that are constantly in pain. And the worst part is sometimes people think you make it up. They can't see any outward signs. They don't realize how bad it is. I'm lucky. I've never had to go through that, but I know people that do, so it's not great. Okay, treadmills make me nervous. Just walk naturally, no machine. I don't even understand why that people, I guess because they don't go anywhere, but I would just hop on the old bicycle and go for a ride, but I'm just used to it. It's one of those things that I do. Oh, I finally put Linux Mint on my desktop computer. Liking it so far. I'm done with Windows. Well, that's smart. It's a great way to revive those older computers that had Windows 10 that won't run Windows 11. And then that way you can continue to use it instead of turning it into e-waste. It's a shame. I didn't know that until my acupuncturist told me. It's a real fact that tattoos increase lymphoma. That's good to know. I was not aware of that. They made her nervous after that for sure. The old guy frittata is awesome. I used about 1.5 pounds in sirloin burger, about 3 bacon, and probably 8 eggs. I threw in some butter and Wagyu tallow. Worked out to 3 meals. That sounds good. I do remember seeing the video, but I'm just not a cook. I just add heat and that's it. I hope you're paying. Yeah, I hope so too. I really do. I am black. I'd rather someone calling me the N-word. This way I can understand their position. Yeah, I won't hate them. Just will understand they don't like me for something I can't control. And anyone that would call somebody the N-word just because of their color of their skin, has serious problems. They may not be a bad person, but they may have had bad training. And they need to understand that using somebody's racial background as something against them is pretty lame. Now, if you're going to call somebody the N-word, it's just like, you call a homosexual the F-word. Sometimes people do it just as a joke. I know a lot of black people that call themselves the N-word, and they don't have a problem with it. But, I don't do that. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not a racist, and I never will be. I don't think people think that I'm a racist. I was complaining about illegals, but the thing is, I know and work with a lot of people from other countries, including South and Central America, and they are black or brown, and it doesn't matter. I don't care. If you've gone through the process, you're here legally, you're doing the best you can, you deserve the same opportunity that anybody else, whether they're white or some other mixture. You all deserve the same opportunity. I don't discriminate. Somebody gives me a cat. Oh, I don't want the cat because he's black. I don't want the cat because he's white. It's a cat. I pick my cat based on personality. And little Milton, as you can see, he needs a little manipulation from time to time, but he's generally a good pet. And I think that most people, if they're given a good quality of life, they have opportunities to improve themselves, they will do well. Now, there's always one or two bad ones out there. It's like with ducks. There's always that duck that wants to kill ducklings and cause trouble. And that ducky, well, he's got to get fried. And when you encounter one of these people that's a predator, tries to take advantage of others and does bad things, well, they need to have a little trip to the electrically powered chair and then a little bit of voltage applied for a nice, crispy outcome. But I think in general, most people, when they realize how things are supposed to be, and they learn, they'll be fine. But there are some people that are they're just the bad apples, as you'd say. But yeah, it's better to people tell you what they think than to just lie to you and then talk behind your back. And we can see that happens. And that happened even this year to me in the carnivore community. Some of the people were talking behind my back, but that didn't last long because unlike the average person, we tend to be able to solve our differences rather quickly. Okay, that means a lot. Yes. What are your actual symptoms? Okay. Morning coffee with Rick. Glad you were live, Rick. Well, thank you. Although I don't have coffee, I have water, but you are completely free to drink coffee or whatever else you like. And again, I'm not against coffee. In fact, I think people should try to grow coffee themselves. I was even thinking about, people have grown coffee here in Florida, but some of these places that have these solar panels, growing coffee under the solar panels is a great use of that land. So something to think about. But yes, coffee, if you like it, drinking coffee doesn't change the fact that you're still a carnivore. Carnivore doesn't discriminate. It heals everyone. I think some people cannot be healed by carnivore, and I think for some people carnivore makes their life worse. But in general, I don't think I've ever met a person that didn't benefit from adding some meat to their diet. We are not designed to be plant eaters alone. If you want to eat some plants, that's okay, but you do need to add the meat. That really makes a difference. Okay, so we're talking about chicken breeds. Delawares are also fantastic layers. That's good. Personally, I prefer duck eggs, but ducks can be a little bit finicky. I had chuck steak for dinner. That's awesome. Sun can damage collagen at high UV, so wearing clothing to cover makes sense. Also can injure or damage veins. That is true, but it's like anything else. It all comes down to exposure. The more exposure you have, the more damage is done. I work outside a lot in the sun, and I don't wear any sunscreen. I've never had an issue, but I generally wear undershirt, shirt on the outside, and I wear pants every time that I'm working somewhere other than my house. Usually in my house, I wear shorts, but that's just, I don't have that much sun. The only time you'll see me without a shirt is in my own yard. I don't go anywhere. I never go to the beach. I think that laying in the sun is stupid. It just doesn't make sense. It's like anything else. A certain amount of sunlight is good because it can help you make vitamin D, but too much sunlight will damage your skin. And that's just the way it is. Ancient reasons for tattoos is a glyph to control the body. They call it runes. That's interesting. Might be something to look up. Duck versus chicken, which is better? Easy to take care. Depends on where you live. For most people, it's going to be chicken. Chickens have been domesticated longer, but if you live in more tropical climate or you live where there's plenty of water, I think duck would be the way to go. The thing is, ducks and chickens can be noisy unless you get a Muscovy duck, which are quiet. And here in South Florida, Muscovy ducks run wild. So if you're in a hot tropical place, I'd go with the duck. Okay, hi dear. Yeah, see, you found chickens much easier. For most people, chickens are easier. Ducks love water, and they make a tremendous mess. All birds are super poopers because they eat so much, but I think that ducks are the poopiest of all, especially Muscovy ducks. So you need to have a place where you can handle all the duck waste. And, of course, if you have free-range ducks, it's a little better. Just got to watch for the predators. I have siblings that graduate in 84, 85, 86, and 87. So all kind of in the same age range. Yep. All right. Okay. Yes, it is. That's a good way to go. Prayers and positive vibes. Swim in a hot spring. A lot of my problems. Make sure you eat the local food next to a hot spring. Interesting. There are no hot springs in Florida, though. Plenty of hot air, though. No slow. Hello, Gary. Hi, yes, new name. Yes, the name did change. I had a telehealth appointment with a surgeon. Okay. I hope they can figure out what it is, but it's really, really difficult. Okay. Thank you, Bacon Baby. Like coaching training, name somewhere. So cool, Amy. I got Windows 10 and need a new one. What is Linux Mint? Linux Mint is a Linux distribution that's very popular. The two most popular are Ubuntu and Linux Mint. So it's just, you can download it for free and you can put it into your computer. Pretty amazing. 1975 Chargers, unique styling, maybe more 69. The 75s, they were a bit longer in the front. And the problem is they rusted even more than the 60s Chargers, but if you can find one that's not a rust bucket. And they did have those funky little rubber bumper guards. But yeah, compared to a newer car, it's definitely an improvement. The engines were a little lame, but you can fix that. Would you eat a fried sardine or dried fish? I have, and yes, I would. I love Linux Mint. Well, there you go. See? That's another endorsement of Linux Mint, which I use on one of my computers. I use CentOS on my phone system, which is a type of Linux, and I have Ubuntu on another Linux computer. And what I'm using right now is actually the Linux Mint computer. I like jogging over a treadmill. There's always a survival factor to push my limits when dogs chase me. Yeah. I did not know I can run that fast. Well, that is very true. When you have to, you can. Although usually with dogs, I found that running is a lost cause because they can always outrun you. If you're on a bicycle, you can outride them. When we had a lot of dogs in the neighborhood, I used to carry one of those little billy club things that I would put across the handlebar. And when the dog would come up to me, if they came running out of the fence, I'd try to hit them. And then if I saw them coming, I would stop the bike, pick it up, turn it sideways, and hold it up to the dog. And then I'd strike the bike with a billy club a few times. Most dogs are smart and they'll run away. The thing about dogs, as soon as you go away from them, they want to chase you. So, but if you get like a group of dogs, then you got a major problem. But that's why you keep your little sidearm handy, and you can pull that out and yell at them. And if they don't leave, well, you might have to punch a few holes in them, and maybe they'll learn the hard way. What else can you do? Remember, when your life is in danger, you do what you have to. That's the main thing. It's an open source, yes. Much better security. That is correct. That is what Linux Mint is. Good morning, Rick. Good morning, Vein Runner. I'm glad that you're here. Is that something? Yes, it is. You can download it. In fact, I can even show you where to download it. It's pretty simple. Just do a Google search. Okay. Milton will rule the world. Yeah, right? Oh, he's something else. He's a good kitty, though. I like him. He does like to get a little frisky. He likes to attack my leg in the morning, but he generally doesn't put his claws out. So he knows not to be a meanie. I don't have to really punish him that often. Once in a while, he'll scratch me and I'll tap him on the head, but I've never had to really be mean to him. He has attacked me. He did attack my leg once. Another time, he was acting like a vicious Halloween cat, but I poured water on him and that cooled him off. That's because when he sees other cats, he gets angry. And the thing about Milton, if he gets in a bad spot and he gets scared, he gets really vicious. So you just have to be careful. But other than that, he's a friendly cat. He was sleeping in the bed, purring. He's just a nice kitty. Cats are different animals because they're still partially wild. And I think a lot of people just don't know that. This orange cat basically was rolling on the floor on my porch. I have to admit, now I have to adopt the orange cat. Well, there you go. Cats have a very interesting way of making you like them. They're good at that. That's why humans have had cats for thousands of years. They think they own us. They kind of do. Thanks, I'll check it out. I use a Mac. They don't have the problems Windows do, but I also have an old laptop, put Linux Mint on that. And I like it a lot. And it's funny you mentioned Mac. I have an old Mac, but the problem with Mac is that once they stop supporting their OS, you can't download any of their software to it. And this one had iMovie in it years ago. The iMovie crashed. I wanted to fix it, but it won't let me reinstall it. It wiped it out, and I can't reinstall it. In fact, my Mac is here somewhere. Here it is. All right. Yeah. I got my Mac over here. Now, I don't buy anything. I would never buy an Apple product, but somebody gave this to me a while back. And there it is. Okay. Still works. That's the amazing thing. I think Macs are very well made. They're just, they're not upgradable. I always tell everybody, if you want to upgrade a Mac, you buy a new one. That's all. And there we are. Okay. Just have to remember the password. Okay. Yeah, see? And there it is. Now, all right. I think it still works. Yep. All right. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so it does work. All right, YouTube. But yeah, the Macs are, it's pretty cool. This is an older one, so it has a little apple that lights up and it's aluminum. These are nice looking computers. But for what they are, they're overpriced and they're not upgradable. So now I have basically just a paperweight. That's all it's good for. All right, let's see. And Thomas says he just finished 2 burgers with 6 eggs, a small amount of blue cheese. Nice, nice. Carnivore has transformed my life. I recommend Carnivore everyone. Yeah, regardless of the fact that I still have pain. It was much worse before Carnivore. Well, that's the thing. Carnivore may not fix all your problems, but it's not going to make them any worse. That's the beauty of it. I just finished for a week of training. One more week of training. I start on the sales floor next Saturday. Yep. Selling furniture. They just opened up a new furniture store here where the Big Lots used to be. I guess there's still money in furniture. If you're like me, you'll never buy any furniture because, number one, you don't have any money. And number two, you get all the furniture you need from the side of the road, or you just build your own. I think most people do like furniture. There seems to be this white turd furniture that's real popular, The stuff is really ugly, but it's all kind of rounded shape, whatever, and it's all painted flat white. I think that's really unsightly. So I call it white turd. I don't know what it is. Everything is this, and it's this white cloth. The first time you sit on it, you'll make it dirty. I mean, I'm bad enough with this beige cloth that I have. It gets dirty all the time. I don't know. Not a big fan of that kind of furniture. If I had my way, the furniture would all be glitter vinyl, so it's easy to clean. Of course, you don't want to sit on it because it goes, you know. People sit on it when they're wearing very little clothing and they start making fart noises because that's the way vinyl is. Leather is probably the best alternative. But again, if you want to have leather furniture, you got to have cattle. And if you're a vegan, you can't have leather furniture, can you? All right. I've had 2 skin cancer surgeries. Australian sun is brutal. Yes, it is. Geese are very nasty and filthy. Yes, they are. And noisy, don't forget. They're loud. I bet you're a great salesman. I bet you are. Well, if you happen to be up there in Boca Raton, the Rat's Mouth, and you drop by the furniture store, you can have Peter over there try to sell you a sofa. That would be kind of interesting. Okay. I'm so sorry you're still having pain. Yes. Chickens evolved as jungle birds, so both work in the heat. Yes. But I agree with Mick. Ducks are pickier, can fly wild, and the nasty smell was not for me. That's right. Well, they all produce a smell. I mean, birds are poop machines. And if they're concentrated in one spot, they're going to poop it up and they're going to turn it into a filthy disaster. That's why birds can walk and fly. So as they eat, they poop. But when you concentrate them, that becomes a problem. Now, with chickens, the problem with birds is that they're easy prey, so all the natural predators are going to eat them. And the ducks, they'll go out on the road and get run over. So what you come up with is what's called a chicken tractor or a duck house. And then basically you just move this thing around. If you're lucky enough to live in a place with open space, you can simply put your chickens inside this cage and then just move the cage slowly. As the chickens pick through, they pick all of the bugs. They eat grass and stuff, and then they poop out. And then when you move it, the chicken waste mixed with water fertilizes the soil, and the grass grows bigger than it did before. So instead of having to mow it, you just let the birds do it for you. Muscovy ducks are the best for that because they'll mow the grass, they rip it out with their little beaks, and they poop generously. You add some water, and in another week, the grass has grown greener and thicker than before, and you move your duck house back over that spot. So, kind of nice. Okay. I try my best and love helping people for sure. Yes. CT scan on my lump in my abdomen. It's been rescheduled 2-3 times. Okay. Because of stupid insurance. Oh, ridiculous. Okay. I've lost my carnivore doctor. Okay. Taking me my normal painkillers. I live in Miami, Florida. That's where I live. You can find a hot spring in Japan. They eat meat and raw meat. It would be a good visit, in my opinion. That's good. Well, if you live in Miami, Florida, you're in my part of the world. Maybe you can hit the canal and grab a big Muscovy duck. I'm not worried. I think it's just... I've got one of those here on my arm I've had for over 30 years. No one could tell me what it was. It's never hurt. I could care less. Whatever it is, I'm not going to worry about it. Hope that is true. And Bob is here. Rise and shine. Well, there you go. Yes, I guess you're an hour behind us. I'm not sure how far behind I am in the comments, but I don't think I get as far behind as any other channel. I'm walking the city without hills. I use a treadmill. Okay. Or you could go up and down stairs. That's what a lot of people here do. Yes. Who is Bacon Baby? Well, one of our regulars. And speaking of regulars, there's Erin, Booby Goats. If you like chickens and ducks and geese, check out her channel, and you can see what happens when you try to raise all of them where you live. It's a noisy and chaotic channel, especially with 10 kids, because I wonder what's more chaotic, the birds or the kids. Wondering how many Rocket King versions are out there. I thought that maybe you were Bacon Baby. Oops. Never had that problem. So they must have fixed it at some point. My current one is about 7 years old now. Okay, that's great. There aren't going to be any more. Remember all the viruses? Yes. Sometimes it makes you wonder if they were made for that software. I bet someone could fix that for you. It's possible, but is it really necessary? I don't know. Maybe. I'm having trouble finding a charger for my Mac notebook. The one that I have, it's just the one that has a magnetic, you know, the little magnetic plug. That seems to be the most common one. Problem with these Macs is the cords, they use natural rubber and they fail. So I've had to put tape on it to try to keep it from fraying, but it's good otherwise. Okay, let's see. Tired Rick. How many times you eat a day? I eat 3 times a day. 3 times a day, every day. We lost him. Okay. Is there times you overate? No. I eat as much as I want. I've eaten up to 6 pounds in one meal where I was so stuffed I couldn't move. But no. I think I could eat a whole octuple bypass burger from the Heart Attack Grill. I'd be stuffed. And I know when I ate 6 pounds of meat on a dare, I was so stuffed I thought I was going to throw up. I could barely breathe. I had to sit down for a while till the food went down. 4 pounds is my limit for a comfortable meat, and 2 pounds of meat is ideal because I can eat 2 pounds of meat and go right back to work. If I eat more than that, I get sluggish and I will fall asleep. So although I could stuff myself with 6 pounds of meat, it's a terrible idea. And I didn't eat for the rest of that day. I don't think it was till the next day lunch I ate anything. It's awful. I just saw your butterballs. There we go. All right. What is that noise? Let's see. Oh, boy. Well, looks like we may be getting some rain. There's some rumbling. I think there's thunder out there. All right, so we got some good mornings. I want those in affordable Kerrygold. Oh, okay. Got this and this. And hello, hello, hello. Call beige, yeah. All right. Put plastic, try sledding on it, stick it. Yeah, they used to do that a lot in Miami. We used to call that the Cuban couch. They would get these fabric couches, they'd get clear vinyl and have it fitted over the couch. And you sit on that thing when it's hot and it sticks to you. It was horrible. Hate it. Feel like you're ripping your skin. Yeah, I know what you mean. Started having ketchup again with burgers sometimes. Hugely and Slap Your Mama. Both are tasty yellow mustard. Well, mustard is not a problem because there's no sugar in it. The problem is ketchup is full of sugar unless you make your own from fermented tomatoes. So I don't know. Okay. Got some hellos here. That's good. Why is this not coming up? There we go. All right. Start my phone to typing's taking forever. Okay. Yeah. Restart your phone. See if that works. Leather lasts multiple generations. Fake leather is eco-friendly. Yeah. 3 decades. And I'll tell you one thing about leather. I am notoriously hard on shoes. Every shoe that I get, all these pieces of crap, like the stupid sneakers and all this garbage, they all fall apart. When I was a kid, sneakers were rubber and canvas. They would wear down, and then you throw them away. Well, the only shoes that last for me are leather. Now, a friend of mine, we found these work boots over at Sears when they had a clearance. And I'll show you the condition. I've had these things a year and a half. Let me show you. All right. Now, this is a work shoe. You can see they got plenty of... Now, because my feet are in really good shape, although the tread has worn down, notice that it's even. All right. Also notice that the shoe itself is made out of what? It's made out of leather. And the part of the shoe attached to the leather is sewn with actual thread. See? And then it's bonded to the rubber. These are the only shoes I've had that lasted more than 6 months. And I wear them all the time. I also have some really old work boots. Those work boots are probably 20 years old. And although I don't wear them all the time, they are still good. The only material that works for me for shoes is leather. I even made my own dress shoes about 40 years ago when I was a kid. Now, they eventually got lost because they got wet in Hurricane Andrew and they got damaged and whatever. But they were completely leather. I made them myself using a wooden form, and they held up. So everything other than leather fails. Fabric, for example, is strong, but it will get dirty, like this couch. But all these synthetic materials, they always fail. And that's one thing that I think a lot of people don't understand. And leather is a byproduct of the dairy and meat industry. Because if you think about it, every cow that we have is not just a food source, but it's also a source of materials. There's so many things that you can make out of a cow. It's a shame that we have to kill them to make them useful. But I think that as a rancher or farmer, if you can raise cattle, and again, cattle are a man-made species. Cattle are not native. They're not like a wild animal. Without us, they wouldn't exist. But I do believe that without them, our lives would be severely degraded. Beef, dairy, leather, all the things that we can get out of cattle. There's really no part of the animal we can't use. We can use the bones, we can use horns, anything. So I do believe that the fact that we have cattle is important, and using leather, I think, is a way of giving respect to these wonderful animals that we have, because if all of our shoes are leather, we have leather furniture, we can keep this stuff going for a very long time. But there is a problem. The industries that rely on constant debt, they need people to keep buying stuff, throwing it away, buying stuff, throwing it away. They don't want stuff to last, because if it does, then it eliminates the ability to create more and more, and waste is what makes the parasites rich. So the way that we want to live is going to cut them off. I mean, think about it. What do people spend most of their money on? Place to live, all right? That's inflated by the debt they create. People spend a lot of money on medical care. What causes that to happen? Well, that's because people are eating low-quality food and they're living a high-stress life, probably stressed out to get the money to pay for all the debt they had to go into to get the things they needed. So really, there's just so many things that are connected. And I think that the carnivore lifestyle, the ability to use animal-based foods, is one of the strongest weapons against these people. So what they've done, they've weaponized the processing system of meat in their favor. So that way, if we did go and we all became carnivores, they would still make money, because the ranchers and farmers would still have to borrow money from them. And then to be able to go from animal to meat, you have to go through their slaughterhouses, which are financed by debt and owned by big corporations. And this is where we are going to have to fix that. We're going to have to turn things around and put it back to the way that we can control it. But again, I don't know. That's something we have to do together. There's nothing I can do about that by myself. And Carnivore Coach Eden says good morning, and I say good morning back from Crazy Rick. I'm glad that you're here. Sugar-free ketchups. Sloppy Mama has clean ingredients. Tastes more like tomato-ish. Yeah. The other brand tastes more like regular ketchup. Well, there you go. And again, when I have friends over, I do have a fermented tomato ketchup that I make from my own yard-grown itty-bitty little tomatoes, and they all seem to like it. Because, I mean, you can basically get tomato paste and vinegar and sugar and all that, or you could just ferment the tomatoes and make it yourself. It's like making sauerkraut. It's not hard to do. And if you have to put that stuff on your meat, which I don't like ketchup. The only thing I've ever used is mustard on burgers, but it's just one of those things. I mean, that's up to you. It's your choice. All right, so we have. All right, so we have some hellos. Yes. All right, let's see. Juliet is here. Yes, that's right. Oops. There we go. Okay. And again, it's nice to see her coming on in. Had a nice live, nice videos. I like watching everybody's videos. I just go crazy. And they do make Linux for Macs. Yes, I was going to put Linux Mint in this Mac. I just haven't done it yet. I just keep it as sort of I don't know, a little souvenir. Says, oh, you should get a Mac. And I go, well, here's a Mac. They look at it. Oh, but then when you open it up and they see it light up, they realize it's an old Mac. See, that's the problem. The new Macs don't light up. All right. Okay. I got McAfee. Cancel it. Yeah. Keeps wanting to say more crap. It's crazy how they make everything's a subscription nowadays. I actually use the stairwell than the elevator. Not going to lie. It's actually healthy, but it was proving a point how elevators are dangerous when I got to floor 1 quicker than them. That's true. I've beaten the elevator many times when I have to go work in a multi-story building. Of course, I would never live in one. I couldn't imagine. Caffey was on all the government computers. Yeah. And vulnerabilities were intentional. That's nice. I had heart attack chicken yesterday. I fried it, lower heat, and the skin never crisped up. Yuck. Well, it all depends on how much lard or how much tallow you use. You got to get the heat just right. I don't use a thermometer, but I can tell by the sound and the smell. Would be a good virus PC protection. I don't use antivirus, and I've never suffered from a computer virus. I rely on my firewall to block any unknown internet traffic. And it's basically when you're running something like Linux, or even if you're on Windows, if you know how to do it, nothing's going to install itself. And I've never been victimized by any kind of viruses or scams. Plus, all my passwords are random generated. I never use regular words because if any of you have ever used Backtrack or what's now called Kali Linux, they have what they call dictionary attacks where you use normal words to guess passwords, and it can break your password in a matter of seconds. By using random characters and changing your password, it makes it almost impossible to get hacked. And of course, if you're running Windows or something and they find a backdoor, there's not much you can do about it. But you just hope that Windows and Microsoft or Apple is constantly updating to close any backdoors in the code. And really what it comes down to, when they write this code, it's a series of subroutines. People will run different commands and figure out which one they can get an interrupt in, and then they'll slip in malicious software. That's how they do it. Now, of course, if they were to go to quantum computing, that would no longer be an issue. And by the way, one of the worst things, in my opinion, you can do is biometric, because biometric is pretty easy to defeat, especially, once they get the information streamed directly. I would rather go with the good old password. Plus, if somebody grabs your device, they can put your finger on it to open it. But if you use a random password, it becomes almost impossible. But yeah, I don't use virus protection. It's like they say, you don't need protection if you don't mate. And that's what I've always said. Don't stick an unknown floppy in your computer. That's what we used to say years ago, and you'll be fine. Because there was no internet back then. Okay, I ate a whole brisket in one day because I was ravenous when I first started carnivore. I somehow lost weight. There you go. Eating until you're full isn't overeating in my book. I agree with that 100%. It's better to eat till you're full than to try to starve yourself and end up settling for duck food to try to fill up. I got pork tails cooked if I can get past the looks to eat them. Okay. Yep, I haven't seen a pigtail in a while, but I remember people did like them. My grandpa had that plastic cover furniture too. Yeah, that was very common here. Yeah, rain in Miami means longer. Oh, there you go. If it rains, I can't do anything outside. That's true. Somebody knocking on the door. What is this? I don't know what that's all about. That's weird. Anyway, let's see. Yes, it is. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Oh, yeah. That's true. Hmm. I don't think I've ever had that. Where'd my comments go? That is very true. It's man-made. Hmm. I agree. Yes, I have. And yes, they are. Hmm. Not bad. Still out of my price range, though. Huh. Nice. Beef cheeks is delicious. Okay. Oh, and look who's here. Come here, Milton. Come here. There you go. Oh, yeah. There he is. Hello, sweetie. What a beautiful animal. You're a good kitty, aren't you? Yes, you are. Oh, my goodness. You're a friendly cat. Cute little thing. Hello, Powder Puff Kiss Kiss. He's a sweetie. Little kitty, yes he is. A good little kitten. Are you a friendly kitten, huh? You a friendly kitten? Look at that little kitten, huh? Yeah. You're a friendly little kitten. Well, here's my little friend. So you finally decided to wake up and you decided that this would be perfect. Yes, you are. Yeah, there was a noise outside. I guess he must have woke up and he was looking. Yeah, you're a good cat. All right, let's go over here. All right, beef cheeks is delicious. Great deal. Yes. Have you tried any type of tenderloin cooked in pure butter and add honey at the end? I hate honey. Can't stand it. But I have had tenderloin. I've never cooked in butter. I generally like to cook in beef tallow. Yeah. But no, I haven't done that. And I don't like orange chicken either. I always say if I want orange chicken, I'll just feed the chicken some oranges. Apple said I did a super chat the other day. I don't even remember. Filed a refund today and they refunded my money. Still don't know where it was sent on YouTube with. Huh. That's weird. Whole brisket. How much did it cost? Why did you not obtain employment as EE? Couldn't find it. There's no work for it here. I did teach at Miami-Dade College for a while. That's about the closest I ever did to using that degree. Why doesn't this work? What is this? I'm going to have to get some kind of a better camera. This is ridiculous. Oh boy, what is this? Oh well. I give up. How do you restart this stupid thing? Maybe if I stop and start, I don't know. Come on. Oh well. I like going outside in the rain to avoid people who think they cannot do anything in the rain. Best way to avoid people as an introvert. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Not too many people want to go in the rain. What could be the reason me not wanting to eat the egg white and only the yolk? Probably because a lot of people react badly to the egg white. That seems to be pretty common. 6 steaks and some filler items to get to 75 minutes. Okay. I've never had a plantain. Don't even know what that is. I'm guessing a raw banana. It's a special type of banana. In fact, I'm going to go when I get on my bike ride. There's some plantains growing over there by the bike path. I don't have any on my bananas. It's just a longer, bigger banana. What's the matter, little Milton? Milton, I wish this camera wasn't so blurry. You can see how cute the little Milton is. Yes, you're my friend. Cute little thing. Yes, similar to banana. That is correct. And I see cute. Yes, he is cute. Aw. And for those of you that haven't seen Milton, let me switch cameras here. This is Milton. He is a black cat. My neighbor found him in the road last October, rescued him before he got run over, gave him to me. You want a cat? I'm like, well, I don't need a pet, but I'll take him. And here he is. Yeah. Look at Milton, the cutie. Yes, he is. And like all my cats, he's super friendly because he's a good little kitten. Yeah, she's a sweet little baby. Oh, yes. Okay. Consider another variety. Yeah, that's right. I could never do cats. My dad had a few. Some people are allergic to cats. Some people prefer dogs, as you obviously do. Cuteness apocalypse. There you go. Quails are not too bad. Raising like 5 of them is enough to feed you. That is true. I've also had squab, which is baby pigeon. But they just sort of appear when you least expect it. Hi, Rick and Milton. Sorry late, it poured last night. Water leaked down my window. It was closed. Hey, at least it's not leaking through the roof. That was at 3 a.m. It's still wet. Producers here make the most fabulous real honey. You get notes of the flowers they grow and amazing stuff. Your cat smells good. Well, he smells like a cat. Doesn't smell bad. Hi, cutie Milton. We love you. Meow. Yes. Would you not recommend he's a major? I mean, if you're good at it and you have a scholarship like I did, that's fine. But I don't know. In today's economy, I don't even know who would employ electrical engineers anymore. It's that stupid camera. I hate this thing. I don't know what to do. I wonder if I disconnected it and plugged it back in, if it would reset. Hold on a second. All right, do this. Plug it back in. Crap. Okay, I plugged it back in. I'm going to switch cameras. Okay, Milton, watch out. All right, and we will switch over here, and it's stuck. Oh boy. Okay. I'll tell you what. Video capture device. Let me switch to here, and then we'll switch to here, and it'll come back. There we go. Okay, and Milton just left. Milton, you're a cutie. Now, don't play with the cable. That's a mistake. All right, so that is now functioning. I think once it autofocuses, it just acts really weird. I thought I was losing my eyesight. No, it's that stupid camera. Lunar eclipse live stream. All right. Okay. That's better camera. Yes, that is correct. The plantain is something, I mean, they do ripen, but you have to cook them. Rick, you saved Milton. Yes. Well, my neighbor saved him, but, you know, gave him to me the day that he found him, and now he's my cat. All my cats come from the wild. They're just feral cats, and that was it. Rick, go back to the other camera. I did. I raised squab, and I find them far easier than quail. Plus, they raise their own babies. Yes. Baby pigeon is also very delicious. This one is too blurry. Great for small spaces and quiet. Pigeons, other than when they're mating, they go. Other than that, they're fine. Yep. Cats are more clean than dogs. Cats are also independent. Dogs are not. Most dog owners, not all, have issues with love. This is why they like dogs more than cats. That's interesting. I never heard that before. Is it better cooking the egg white crispy so I can tolerate it? I don't know. I like to scramble the egg myself, but I guess whatever works, works. Much better now. Milton jinxed you. I think you know a black cat is bad luck. No, for me it's the opposite. I've always had good success with black cats. Black cats are awesome. They're my favorite type of cat. I want to ask your advice about the leak. As used 5 towels to soak it up. How can I stop it from coming in through a closed window again? Well, you got to see what kind of house you have. If you got water coming in, you may have serious issues with the windowsill. If your house is wood, that could be a real mess. But a lot of times, yeah, simply going outside. If your window is wood, that makes it even more complicated. If it's metal or vinyl, you should be able to just caulk where the window meets the wall and make sure that the paint is good, because wood is not a waterproof material. At best, it's water resistant. So caulking and painting is probably your only option. Of course, the other option would be to put one of those plastic storm window things on the outside, but that's a little extreme. Haha, there we go. Yep. I love kitty cats. Meow. Well, it looks like we've caught up with the comments, which is actually pretty good. And how many viewers do we have? We have what looks like 54. Our viewer count went down, but that's not too bad. But anyway, let's get back to the subjects here. All right. Live at 8 with Rick. There we go. Somebody made a comment. That's great. Okay. It's the West. It's stucco and apartment. That's really bad, because usually those buildings are made of wood frame and they cover them with stucco to make them look a little bit better. Water gets behind the stucco. It can actually run into the wall. Those can be a real mess, and they slowly rot away until the whole thing just falls apart. But if it's an apartment and it's not yours, then best thing you can do is try to caulk it, put some paper. If it leaks, tell the landlord about it. It's like, why is this thing leaking? It shouldn't be doing that. And retired Rick, there we go. We got some doggies there. That's great. And Paul Rodriguez has returned. Hey, Rick, how are you doing? I'm doing okay. I'm still here. I haven't had my heart attack yet. And it's a good morning. And Milton has come here to join me. He's up on top of the printer right now. I would turn the camera, but the problem is the camera always gets blurry. Then I have to tinker around with it. And let's see. Nice. There we go. Maybe I'll try it again just to see what happens. Hey, Milton. Yeah. You lovable little thing. Look at that. Mischievous monster. You are a monster. You're a cute little monster, too. All right. So that... Okay. It's not too bad. It's still working. I am late for you. Nope. Late or not, you get here when you get here. These lives usually run for at least 4 hours. And in this case, who knows? If it rains outside, it may run longer. I'm trying to limit the lives to 4 hours because there's no reason to go all day. We have lives to live, and I don't think that you want to spend your whole day sitting here watching my live. All right, so let's see. I got to do my 10 steps today on the vibration plate. Well, that's great. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about what's been going on this week. Now, as you know, we are pretty much active. And Annabella says, good night, everyone. And I'm going to say good night in return. Now, one of the things that we do, I think a lot of us do, we like to view different websites. So let me go ahead and let me go back to YouTube right here. And let's see. All right. Okay. Now, obviously, they recommend videos. I do watch a lot of those economics videos. I get some weird videos too, but hard to say where these come from. Tropical disturbance, whatever. Anyway, let me go ahead and go back. History. Watch some videos. I get all kinds of recommendations, but during the week, watched a lot of videos. I posted a video when I was driving in my van, and I got a lot more views than I normally did, which I thought was kind of good. I guess it was something that no one had noticed. And every morning, I usually start the day with a Dr. Kiltz. We saw that Juliet was on there, on Dr. Kiltz. And what else during the week? We got all kinds of videos. And obviously, Old Guy Carnivore, you know that. So I watch a lot of different videos, just whatever pops up. And then Monday, we had Carnivore Talk. We had Keto Cookout. You know that. I'm sure you've seen this video. Everybody's seen this one, hopefully. Remember that one?
Electric cars, most of their electricity comes from coal-fired plants or nuclear reactors. So what's the answer? How about a car that's good-looking, affordable, and runs on clean, environmentally responsible natural gas?
There you go.
Natural gas. Introducing the flatula backfire. Runs like the wind because it's running on wind. Here's how it works. Using state-of-the-art sanitary technology, flatula captures all your emissions and efficiently channels them directly to a powerful turbocharged engine. It's green energy, and best of all, it's renewable. The backfire's range is practically unlimited, but if you should happen to run low, don't worry. You're never too far from a flatula authorized source where trained qualified providers stand ready to fill your tank with the gas that's right for your driving needs. Flatula backfire. It's not just a smart car, it's the fart car.
There you go. I'm sure everybody remembers that funny video. So when I was riding my bike and I rode by the Taco Bell, that's what I thought about, because they got a Tesla supercharger down the street. And I know people plug in their Teslas, but what if you had a smart car that's actually a fart car? You could go to Taco Bell and you could charge up and you could fuel your own car. Now, as you know, I use the exact same technology to produce gas from cooking in my kitchen. But I always thought that was pretty funny. Now, of course, thermodynamics says it's impossible. But still, just the idea of that is way too funny. I really think it's a riot, honestly. That's just me. All right, so let me go over here. All right, we got let's see, we got more comments here. Yes, no? All right. Concrete houses, yeah. Galvanized roof. The roof is gone. At least I have a non-wooden foundation. I live in Florida. Exactly. There's the Black Panther. That's right. Black cat's my favorite. They're awesome. I love my little black cat. Right? That's it. You should see what happened to Hurricane Andrew. Country walk flattened. Bunch of garbage. Granada, Granda. There are billions of dog owners. I don't think you can make generalizations about such a large. Well, that's true too. And as Alan says, I know a lot of people who have dogs and cats, and yes, they do. United Carnivore. I do not like Ken Berry. He is a drifter for money. He did say he is doing this, and we need vegans. Dude is a problem. I don't watch Ken Berry because he's got way too many viewers, and he doesn't know I exist, so I don't bother. My time is precious. I try to watch only the channels of people I can relate to and the people that I may eventually meet. So I can't spend time on those big time channels. Never seen that. You never saw that before? Oh, that was 15. When I first started on YouTube, that was a really funny video that was circulating around. The fart car. Remember how smart cars were a big deal back then? Stucco. For leak maintenance, I don't know. I'm moving anyway. I miss the nature of the East Coast. Thank you for trying to help me. Yeah. There's tons of companies in Tampa. Did you try over there? This was like, almost 30 something years ago. I tried all around this area of Florida. I didn't. And I'm too old now to worry about it. I'm going to hopefully get into agriculture. That's where the future is. Ricky, Orange Kitty. Yes, I own two of them, actually. I had Garfield and Willie that were both orange cats. I got pictures of them I need to upload. And Peter says, Dr. Berry is not a grifter. He's a rare doctor. Well, everybody has their opinion. Obviously, Dr. Berry won't even waste his time with you if you don't send him a super chat. And he has some overpriced course that he wants people, that people take. So I don't know. I have no idea what his motivation is. The first time I saw him, he was pushing the keto diet. Then he switched to carnivore. I really don't know. But again, we're entitled to opinions. I've tried to take sides on this, but the last time I did, it stirred up a lot of unnecessary controversy. So I'm not going to worry about it. I don't know Dr. Berry. He doesn't care that I exist. And that's the way it's going to be. If you don't like him, don't send him any money. Go somewhere else. You're here. I'm a real person. You're welcome here. So we don't have to worry about Dr. Ken Berry. Some people worship the guy. They think he's the greatest thing since Muscovy Duck. But, I don't know. I don't know the guy. I think you misunderstand Ken Berry. He is all right. So we have another one sticking up for him. Bacon Baby. Prescribe drugs only when necessary or applicable. Are you going to move to East Coast? That's a good question. Do me a favor and never try to talk to me again. Vegans want meat eating to be too expensive to eat meat illegal. I was not talking to you. All right? Somebody's getting there. I watched Dr. Berry, then Chafee, Hottie, all right? And, of course, Mitch. Well, Jamette, you, and I'm sure most women would think that Dr. Chafee is a hottie. And he might be. He might be. I can't disagree with that. There you go. I think Dr. Berry is a very competent professional, but his coaching course costs $3.5K. That seems like a ripoff to me as well. But again, does my opinion matter? No, it doesn't matter. If anyone is willing to pay that, they can go ahead and do it. Just like if you're willing to send money to somebody for any reason, that is your option. The question is he trying to scam you? Is he promising you something that you're not going to get? I don't know. How can I? Again, I've tried to take sides on this issue, and all it does is stir up controversy for no reason. And Retired Rick agrees with me. 3.5K, dang. That does seem like a money grubbing amount, doesn't it? Now, if you want to go for some type of coaching course or whatever, you can always go over to Dr. Kilt's. And I think his is far cheaper. So, it's good. All right. What do we got here? Do never talk to me again in your life, blah, blah, blah. That's pretty silly. If somebody wants to talk to you, they're going to talk to you no matter what. There's nothing that anyone can do about that. You can just walk away. I'm going to be controversial, I guess, because I know Rick won't say anything. I'm going to let my inner moderator come out. Well, there you go. All right. Yes, East Coast. I miss the change of seasons. I am from Albany, New York. Scott Adams was right. I'm not sure who Scott Adams is. I get it here and from Mitch for free, or maybe a cup of coffee. Well, there you go. And the thing is, Mitch doesn't ask for money. Mitch says, maybe you like to buy my product, or maybe you want to send me some money. That's fine. He does have a membership group, yes. What is it, $4 a month or something? Okay. But Mitch is not out there trying to sell you a coaching course or a course in how to recover after a stroke. He's just putting it out there. And I'm not against somebody making a little money. They provide a product or service. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just don't take advantage of people. That's the main thing. All right. And Bacon Baby brings up a very good point. We talk to each other in these chats. It's not just a monologue, it's a loving community. That is correct. We are here to talk to each other, communicate with each other. You notice that although I do talk about different subjects, I don't have an agenda. I don't talk about my life that much. I do that in my ride and talks. When you come in here, you can definitely express your opinion, and that's it. And Ellen is sending you some wisdom here. This is an open chat in a public forum. When you make a comment, you need to expect that other people will comment and give your opinions. And that is very true. All right? And that's good. So, and again, I tolerate a lot. I won't tolerate personal threats, but I do tolerate disputes, and that's it. Okay. Hopefully they blocked me. I was being nice. Well, maybe they did, and that is their right to do so. Yes, okay. Dr. Kilt's coaching course costs 9 times less than Dr. Berry's course, and Dr. Kilt seems more advanced to me, as he stands for raw meat, which is great. The thing about Dr. Kilt's is that he's also a successful businessman, and I kind of like his attitude. In the beginning, I thought of him as a used car salesman, but the more I listen to him, the more interesting he gets to me. So, yeah, I think you're getting a better value. Plus, there's more people. I think, what is that? Sounded like a big block Mopar driving down the street. Or maybe it was my imagination. Stands for raw meat, which is great. Oops. Give their opinions. I'm walking now, so I won't be as literate. Okay. People are making comments to the chat, and everyone is welcome to give their opinion. Yes. Let's have a friendly debate. Most bacon, not all, is unhealthy. Okay. Who disagree with you, offer opinions, or not meaning anything against you personally. That's right. I love a good debate. Bring it. Yes, Rick, let's do it. Ken Berry is a busy guy. He has farm and raises, sheep, lambs. Yeah, exactly. Ken Berry has everything he needs. I don't know why he would be charging people all that money, but whatever. I don't care. All right. I personally do not care what another person eats, and certainly would not hate or dislike someone because of their dietary choices. And you know me, I give away fruit. I just gave away a bunch of avocados. I give away mangoes, bananas, all kinds of stuff. I grow. In fact, I just harvested a cabbage from my vegetable garden. I was going to make sauerkraut for a friend of mine, and I might eat some myself. Ooh, how terrible. All right. That is true. I can also request to be left alone. Now we are friendly debate about your Lord Canberry. All right. Anyway, speaking of garden, let me see. I'm going to grab that while we cool down here. Let's see if I can show you what a backyard picked cabbage looks like. All right. Where is it? All right. Here we go. Okay. Now, as you can see, the bugs, they were trying to attack it. And I cut some tree branches. It got a lot of sun. And when I pulled away the green leaves, you can see that some of it got damaged. But I will strip this off, and I will use this to make sauerkraut. And basically, you just cut this up in shreds, you mix it with salt water, and you stuff it into a jar. And that's how you make sauerkraut. Sauerkraut is a great thing because some people that are on the carnivore diet, they need that little extra to get them going. Maybe they don't go to the bathroom enough. The bacteria that form on this cabbage when you turn into sauerkraut can really help some people. And I know other people it could be a problem, but plus the bacteria digest a lot of the carbohydrates, and they produce fats and other things. So this is really good to be able to, make something there, and that's it. So it's pretty simple. And again, even though you're a carnivore, it doesn't mean that you don't know how to use plant material, because one of the reasons I've gotten into controversy with some of the carnivore channels, I've had people mad at me because I grow fruit and I give away fruit, and they say that that's just wrong because you are feeding somebody's addiction. But I don't know anybody that's addicted to sauerkraut. If anybody knows someone that's addicted to sauerkraut, please let me know. And you can ferment all kinds of plant material. You can ferment cucumbers, for example. Cucumbers can easily be turned into pickles using fermentation. I also ferment onions and tomatoes. Although I have no onions in my garden, I do have some growing on the roof. And tomatoes, I have the little tiny tomatoes. And again, as a carnivore, I do not have a problem with growing fruits and vegetables and giving them away. I would rather give fruits and vegetables to my friends than see them eating processed food. If I see somebody eating a protein bar, it bothers me because I know it's full of processed food. I'd rather give them a piece of fruit. If you have cravings for something sweet, instead of eating sugar, you have a choice. You can abstain and say, I'm going to stop the addiction right here, or you can feed the addiction. And if you're going to feed the addiction, I'd rather feed it with a piece of homegrown fruit than some piece of crap from, a factory. All right. Now the chat here is getting a little spicy. The person was rude to you, not nice. Supposed to be friendly, respectful. That is true. I am a foodie and love to cook. I can make food for carnivores, always, all to vegans. Carnivores people is good when you can make sure you cook the meat at right temperature. All right? Okay. Lord Barry. Why are you gaslighting? Okay, here comes the little things here. I eat a hyper carnivore diet. Well, that's good. That's good. Just ignore. There we go. All right. Canberry is certainly not my lord. I have no dog in the hunt here. That's right. Canberry made some of the videos that first taught me when I first started studying about the carnivore way of eating. And I think he's a great teacher and communicator. All right. Love ferments. So I might not be addicted to kraut, but I do love it. And the thing is, people that eat ferments, and I've seen this over and over again, whether they're vegan or carnivore, they tend to live longer. Now, why is that? Everybody I know that's lived a long time has eaten some kind of ferment. And traditional ferments Yogurt. Yogurt is what I have every single day. In fact, this morning I had some of my yogurt that I make, and if you haven't seen it, let me grab some of that so you can see it as well. Okay, Milton. No, Milton. Milton, be careful. Watch the pause. There we go. All right. Now here we have some of my homemade yogurt. And basically, this is just fermented milk, as you can see. It's got a little bit of water in there, but it's pretty thick. I use glass jars. Everything I use is either glass or metal. There is no plastic anywhere in any of my foods. Even the vegetables, they come right from the garden. And again, this one did take a little bit of a beating thanks to the bugs. So what we do, we simply peel this off. As you can see, we just peel off any of the material that got damaged. The one thing about these vegetables, whole plant material, even fruits, if you cut off the bad part, the other part is still good. And then this will go into the compost pile. Hey, Milton, you want to play with this? Milton actually likes to chew on cabbage at times. Here you go. Cats have a bad habit of chewing on plant material. Yep, he's chewing on it right now. Why, you want to eat that? Milton actually likes sauerkraut, which is kind of weird. The last time I made sauerkraut, he was over there eating it, which, again, that is kind of strange. All right, so I just deleted my comment to Garuda. There we go. All right. Heading off to the pool. And fat burning. There's lots to burn. Have a great day. Well, thank you, Gary. Thank you very much. And thank you for the wonderful gift, which I need to show. In fact, I'm going to pull that out here as well so I can show everybody what a nice surprise I got from you. I think so. Jewelry. I was halfway through the comment and it disappeared. All right, so we got a little drama going on here. Maybe that'll increase the views. See you, Gary. I agree. I think Dr. Barry is doing realmente a good job. But I certainly prefer to pay for Dr. Kilt's course. Yes, that is my choice now. And that's the good thing about competition. You don't have to go. It's not like the government where you have only one choice. You can choose which one of these groups that you'd like to be with. And honestly, I may be biased because I like Dr. Kilt's better. Now, why would you like Dr. Kilt's better? Because when I watch Dr. Kilt's live stream, he actually mentions me from time to time. He seems far more approachable than Ken Berry. And I think I'm going to be meeting up with him when I go to the get-together in Tampa. And I have a feeling that if I met up with Dr. Kilt's, he would be a fun person to be around. And the biggest recommendation for Dr. Kilt's comes from Mitch, old guy Carnivore. And it's like Mitch said about me, I can't disagree with anything Rick says. It's hard for me to disagree with anything he says. If Mitch likes Dr. Kilt's, then Rick likes Dr. Kilt's. That's what I'm thinking. You like this little Milton? I'm going to put this over here. Cabbage. I've had several requests to make a sauerkraut video, so I'm going to try to make one of those as well. And Tom, Frugal Prepper, you see, he's into the ferments as well. All right. Milton, you're blocking my view of the screen here. I got 5 hunting dogs. There you go. Good gut bacteria. Well, that's right. Now, some people believe that bacteria is bad, and other people believe it's good, so it's hard to say. I did not yell. You're not respectful to my friends. All right. There we go. Okay. All right. Love making yogurt too. Recently found I can take peppers and other foods I grow myself. Yes, that's how I do it as well. They have the bacteria to ferment yogurt. And again, I've had people ask me, where do I get it from? I have peppers. I grow peppers. I give them away. The bacteria that grows on the pepper stems is what you use to make yogurt. That's how my yogurt is made, from peppers. But if you want to do it the easy way, just head over to Aldi, get the plain whole milk yogurt, and that works too. See? And Garuda Legend says, I love pickles, yogurt, and cheese. She'll make me dance. I can cook for vegetarians and they will dance with me. All right. Well, pickles, yogurt. I mean, yogurt is carnivore. Pickles, not carnivore, but it's fine. Okay. Walker foxhounds. I use them on coyotes. Well, there you go. That must be the hunting dogs. Got to keep the coyotes away. They'll eat all your birds. That sounds fantastic. Okay. Here in Illinois, we have lots of coyotes. We have them here in South Florida, too, believe it or not. That's one of the reasons why the ducks start disappearing. Those are cool LGD breeds. I have an Akvash and Karkshan for predators. Okay, that's good. How did your lights recovery session turn out? I stripped them all down. I have all the parts. I have boxes of all the parts that I've taken. I think I put them all away, but yeah, I finally did strip down all the lights. There may be more coming out. I'll show you some of the screws. I strip down stuff and then I package it away. I catalog it up so in the future when I need them, I can put them back together. The lights need painting anyway, and I still have some here in the living room which I haven't taken out yet. I want to put these up in my shop so they're in here. See? Milton, no. Milton, stop it. Milton, no. Milton, go away. Bad Milton. Oh my goodness. Milton is a little menace. And Ricky Lee, we love Milton. Milton, don't play with the camera. He keeps playing with the camera. Milton. Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, see? Even some dogs like sauerkraut. Love dogs, yes. Milton eating sauerkraut. He likes sauerkraut, I'm telling you. I have one cat, he loves to jump on my head at 3 a.m. They're good at that. That's why I have to keep them out of the bedroom at night. We have lots of coyotes too, yeah. I like to make tuna with yogurt or sour cream. Mayo is gross. I don't like mayonnaise either. It's disgusting. Hate it. Okay. My dogs like running them for sport. There you go. Keep them away. That's the main thing. Keep them away. And I love cats. Cats are awesome. I love cats too. They're my favorite. Milton, stop doing that. Look at that cat. Milton, look at the paw. See? Look at Milton. Milton, what are you doing? What? You're a bad Milton. Silly cat. He's cute, though. What's for lunch today? I might not be the best human on earth, but I am one of the nicest. Maybe your cat is a 3 a.m. clock telling you, wake up, human, I need food, and you to hunt. There you go. Dr. Barry and his wife helping and free advice. Can I use apple cider vinegar to ferment my coconut milk? Well, apple cider vinegar is not fermentation. That actually prevents fermentation. You're just acidifying it. And I've never tried to ferment coconut milk. I guess lactobacillus could grow in almost anything, so I would just ferment it like any other. Just heat it up, put the bacteria in it, and see what it does. How is yogurt carnivore? Yogurt is made from milk, which comes from a cow. That's carnivore. That's what I believe. No, Milton. Oh. Milton, don't eat the mic cable. Oh, boy. I'm going to get the spray bottle. There you go. A little spray of water works every time. No lunch until Monday. 3 to 4 day fast activated. Cats are like that. Yes, they are. I love meows. Yes. Okay, retired Rick. We love you even more. Okay. Let's see. Ellen, yeah. Never been a dog person. Some people are, some people are not. Most people consider carnivore animal products, which milk is. Yes. I live in Golden Glades, Florida. We have wild chickens and duck. And I have wild chickens and duck here. If you've seen my videos, I am always checking them out. And once in a while, I cook them up. So, I call it parking lot chicken and canal duck. That is hilarious. My dog, retired Rick. I hit a coyote with my car years ago. It ran out in front of me in busy traffic, and there was nowhere I could swerve. That's it. Milton. I love when Milton acts up. He is so funny. He's kind of cute. Where's Golden Glades? Golden Glades is over there by the Palmetto and I-95, Carroll City area. It's kind of a rough area, but yes. Coyotes killed on the road here. That's right. You can make yogurt out of coconut milk. Loads of how-to videos for that on YouTube. That's right. Super upset. Spinal cord injury, but was alive. So I picked up, put it in my car, took it to a rescue. Whatever was needed to rehabilitate it. Huh. All right. Have yogurt on a carnivore. Awesome. Milton agreed with me. Probably does. Spray bottle. Now I'm afraid Rick will spray you. Okay. Yeah, between North Miami and Miami Gardens. It's up there by the Palmetto and 95. I know the area. Like I said, not the greatest area, but not the worst. I mean, Florida City is far worse than that area. All right, so we've caught up with the comments. That's pretty good. So anyway, yeah, during the week, there were some great videos. You have the daily Dr. Kiltz Live. You have Mitch every day, except for Saturday, which he graciously leaves to me. And Mitch has taken, I hope he's taken a day off. I know him. He'll probably make a video. He's probably editing the video right now. Mitch has some great videos. And again, if you have not viewed the Old Guy Carnivore channel, you should. If you like people with a lot of experience that have a spicy way of explaining things, then you would probably really enjoy Old Guy Carnivore Mitch. And Mitch also is sort of into comedy as well. He has his Chef Mitch bit that he puts in there. Some of the people in his group, they call Mitch Fits. I call my group the Quack Pack, which is sort of like Rick's version of the Rat Pack. And if anybody knows what the Rat Pack was, that was a thing in Las Vegas in the 1950s where you had Sammy Davis and Frank Sinatra, Sammy Davis Jr., you had Joey Bishop, and you had, what was the one that acted like he was drunk? Dean Martin. And they would get together and perform at different casinos. And of course, back then, Las Vegas was run by the mob. And it wasn't corporations. So every one of these hotels and clubs were all kind of different. They all had their own personality. Now they're all basically a box. So that's it. Anyway, so let's see what we got. Ellen, that was awesome. Yes. Get together for a meetup. Well, if we ever do have a South Florida meetup, you will be welcome to come in. Just be as nice as possible and don't get offended. We'll be good. Coconut milk and apple cider can ferment it. I don't think when you want to ferment something, you don't want to put an acid in it immediately. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I've never tried that. But I'm sure somebody here knows. And you can always do a Google search. That's great. That is so sweet. God bless you. Yes. I felt so terrible, retired Rick. First time I ever hit anything, which is pretty amazing, given there are a lot of creatures. I've had to rescue ducks and chickens from the road, and I've never hit anything around here. But usually when the ducks don't walk fast enough, that's when I go and get the net, scoop them out of the road, stuff them into the duck cage, and then I bring them home for further duck education. They either learn to stay out of the road or they can't stay out of the kitchen. That's the thing. I've had many times where I've had ducks that were run over, but they only ran over the head, so I'd cook them for dinner. And I had other times where ducks were injured, and I tried to rehabilitate them, and they were not rehabilitatable, so they ended up in the kitchen. I've had aggressive ducks that were killing ducklings, and they had to be rehabilitated through the refrigerator. You know, that's just the way nature is. And when I had my duck flock around the house, they were well cared for and well managed. But when the raccoons and coyotes came and wiped them out, that was the end of my duck flock. But the ducks have been returning. There was a couple here yesterday, so maybe soon I'll have my ducks back again. I really miss having my ducks. Able to save the coyote. Good thing the Roadrunner wasn't around. Meep, meep. Pooh. Usually when a rock was falling, the coyote would get the tiniest little umbrella and put it over his head. And then, boom, there he goes. You could have gotten bitten. They're aggressive sometimes. That's true. Swerve for everything. Yep. I usually can see the animals coming and I slow down. And like I said, if they're very slow moving and they're stubborn, they're going to get a bout with a net. I'm going to run out there with my net, scoop them up, stuff them in the cage, and bring them with me. Usually what I'll do, if I'm not heading home, I'll scoop them out of the road, jam them in the cage, and then take them over to the nearest canal and let them go. But I've had other times where I know there's a cop around there. You can't let them go. It's illegal. So I just take them home with me, let them go in my own yard. They want to go back to the canal, they're welcome to leave. But usually after I've given them duck food for a while, they don't want to leave. And they turn out to be aggressive or difficult. Well, delicious duck meat. Yogurt and sour cream is so versatile. I eat Harbor Carnivore diet. But love me some carnivore cooking. I am an easy date if you are asking. Okay. Yes, you're right. When a wild animal is injured. Yeah. How are you doing? Peter. New job and all. There you go. Sometimes it's safer not to swerve. That's true. Other in danger in traffic. It's hard to find a good woman who can cook. Well, that's true. But I never really needed, anybody to cook for me. I can cook myself. If I have a stove or I have an engine or a grill, I'm good to go. There's special yogurt that doesn't have sugar. You can make it yourself. It's easy. Get some milk, get some starter culture. I made a yogurt video, but I think it got deleted. Those were the days, Rick. The Rat Pack. That is correct. That was good. Other times there's no choice. Talking about animals. 000 is what I used to eat. I'm a dude. The price to date me went up by 100%. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. I just finished my first week of training. One more week of training. Okay, so getting ready for the new job. Swerve when there's not cars. Yeah, thought you're a woman, Ruda. Okay. Freezer camp is what I call it. I've heard people say that too. But see, they never make it to the freezer. There's no sense to freeze your meat. I like the meat as fresh as possible. The freshest I've ever had, I had roadkill duck one time. His head got run over. I had him plucked and gutted. I had him for lunch. I was out driving. Somebody ran over a duck, and I grabbed the duck, threw it in the back of my truck. I was on my way home, and actually I'd come from work, said, I don't know what I'm going to have for lunch. I'm a little bit low on meat. Somebody runs over a duck. It's like, okay. I threw it in the back. I had that thing plucked and gutted before you know it. The problem was the flavor just wasn't there. That was years ago. That's before I learned to fatten them up. It tasted like dirt and leather. It was just not a very pleasant meal. But when I learned how to fatten them up and I built my special duck guillotine, that's when the duck flavor went from 0 to 10, sometimes 11 or 12. The most delicious, succulent, delicious fatty duck you've ever had in your life. And you know what's the secret to good duck? Tropical fruit. Give them tropical fruit. Sugar cane leaves. Lots of tropical fruit. And the roach farm. There's nothing like a roach farm to get your duck putting on mass. And I would have at least 3 roach farms going at once. My house always had bugs in it. I'd put the roach farm in there. The roaches would move into it, put the lid over it, take it out to the ducks, and let them pick through it. And within a few days, you got more roaches breeding. You never run out of roaches. The other trick is put a roach trap in the kitchen, catch them live, take them out to the duck pen, let them go. The ducks, they just go crazy. So you're giving your ducks mangoes and loquats and avocados, and you're giving them fresh grass, you're giving them bugs, earthworms, roaches, whatever. And they fatten up and they get delicious. Because when they're in the duck pen, they're not running around, they're not fighting, they're not escaping predators. Their stress level is close to 0. They add fat, they get succulent and delicious. And then one day, Ducky sticks his head through the duck guillotine and that's it. The light goes off, the bell rings, and I'm running out there, grab him by the feet, Put them into the boiling water. Off comes the feathers. Delicious. Cut them open, gut them out, pull the guts out, wash with a hose, pop it in the refrigerator. And then for dinner, you section them up. Delicious. Oh, the most succulent duck you've ever had. Oh, well. And people are stupid enough to run them over. A lot of people hate the Muscovy ducks. I love Muscovy duck. Every time I see a duck, I get really happy. I love going out there, seeing them walking around, going waddling around, wagging their tails, begging for food, and I'm happy to feed them all the duck food they want till they get nice and plump. Now I'm getting hungry for duck. I got serious duck cravings. Bad ducks equals judgment. Had to put the coyote in the sunroom overnight while I opened it in the morning. I am not LGBT, but I am cute. I don't think we will be compatible. All right, there we go. Well, you can ask Peter Papa Carnivore what my type is, and since my type doesn't exist, I don't have to worry. All right, I think most of the plain yogurts are kefir from the store. Okay, well, check the label. Yes, I know the Aldi one is safe, and that's the way it is. Okay, my travels, usually gone 2 to 3 weeks a month. I found in the hotels I'm used the sleep rest mattress, firm. I like those. Just need to get one, I think. My mattress is from the side of the road, so I don't know what it is. Okay. I rescued a bird. I think a robin got a box, a towel, and tried to feed it water. A couple days it flew. Well, there you go. Sometimes you can save them, sometimes you can't. Sometimes they get infections. Never heard of the brand called Sleep Rest Mattress. I've heard of a Beauty Rest mattress, but might be one of those off brands. Avoid carrageenan and gums and store foods. They are most dairy products in the stores. Well, thankfully, they're not in the milk, and then I make yogurt from that. Maybe it's something Sealy. Beauty Rest, maybe. Rat Pack in the 80s was a brat pack. Okay. My Jude job is, yeah, I know you're working in Waterbed City. Whatever happened to that lady, Susan Stafford, that always used to advertise the waterbeds? I don't know. I can sell Ashley Furniture on the side. I can sell on both sides. It's huge. I'm surprised people even buy furniture. They did take him to the vet and said the injury was too severe. He did not have a chance for rehab, so euthanized him. Well, that's what I do with the ducks. When they're not rehabilitatable, I cook them for dinner. So why waste a delicious ducky? That's so sad. Well, you did your best. Yep. Does Beauty Rest mattress ring a bell? Ain't duck meat real greasy? Not Muscovy duck. Muscovy duck is like steak. Delicious. I actually fed a squirrel that followed me into my house. Also, I love a plate of your duck. That duck is good. You know, you check out the canal. Big old fat male ducks. When they're properly fattened up, they are delicious. And by the way, they do also like to eat cabbage, so you have to keep them away from the vegetable garden. They will devastate the vegetable garden. It was good. It was out of my hands. What does I do? Okay, we'll give him a little coyote wheelchair like they have for the dogs. Beauty Rest is the largest mattress. Yes. You're so kind. Most people try to kill them. Most people don't want them because they're predators. Birds are super eco-friendly. Let them take out the insects and rodents. That's what the ducks do. It's a good one to get. Looking for a nice firm mattress. Okay. Are you one of those salesmen that minute a person comes in the door, you say, "Can I help you?" I used to run and hide from the salesman. I'm just so grateful for Rick Live. Oh, nice. I have to work at home today, and listening to Rick helps me get through it. Well, I'm glad that I could be encouraging to somebody. I figured most people would get really bored or really frustrated, and I'm not going to listen to this crazy Rick. He's just a quack. What does he know? How do you sleep at night? Pop, I sleep on a mattress from Mattress Firm. Awesome commercial. There you go. I be crunching the bones and ligaments. I need more collagen in the marrow. There you go. I have older mattress. It's their brand, Cool Something. It's about 10 years old. All right. I use Yakult for starter culture. Okay. Bone broth is better than coffee. There you go. They said their purpose is to rehab animals to go back into the wild. Even if you live, a paralyzed coyote would not survive in the wild and suffer more. That is true. From the side of the road. Hey, side of the road, that's my place to shop, and it's also a good place to get dinner sometimes. I sleep in a hammock. I could get some squirrel. My friend that grows avocados, we need to go squirrel hunting because they are a plague. They take 2 bites out of the avocado and ruin it. So it's a great place to go shooting squirrel. And you just cut them near the tail, pull the skin off, and gut it out, and you got yourself some tasty squirrel. They're good fried, very delicious. And beef tallow is the best thing for frying your squirrel. You can also make a squirrel stew, which isn't bad. So there's many ways of cooking squirrel. Carnivore Coach, love Rick's Live, but it is 4 a.m. here, too early. Kilts is 3 a.m. Love Mitch. Well, there you go. I'm late as hell. There we are. Retired Rick. Bird shot in his leg. Poor thing. I'm not a big coyote advocate. They can be easily scared away. There you go. How's the quackers and the iguanas? Well, Kelly, the quackers are not around. They're around the neighborhood. And the iguanas, I think I ate all of them. So hopefully they'll start producing more and maybe I'll get some. But it's very tempting. When I find iguanas in my yard, it's hard to just let them go. I always have to invite them to dinner. Oh no, dinner on the side of the road. No, Rick. Okay. Roadkill. I made a video where I picked up roadkill iguana and I actually ate it. So, you know, I'm not afraid. It's free meat. Dumpster meat and roadkill is still food. And when you're poor, it really helps. Now, speaking of poor, now that we've caught up with the comments, our friend Gary sent me a nice little surprise this morning. Let's see. Never eating a squirrel, but I have deer, moose meat. Please don't tell Canadians. I hear it's delicious. I hear squirrel is delicious. Yes, it is. Squirrel is very tasty. But let me get the goodies that I got from Gary here. I'll be right back. All right. Here we go. Here it is. He had these good things delivered. So let's see. We have one can, which is in a bag. Let's see what we have here. Let me get a better view here. All right. And what is in the bag? It is sardines. I haven't had sardines in a while. And the other bag, we have, what do we have here? We have some hamburger patties and look at that. Ground beef chuck. This is the good stuff. Awesome. 5 pounds. See, that's great. I've been going without beef, so he has fixed that problem. Now, this delicious, tempting can of sardines, I'm going to read the ingredients list, but let me go ahead and put this back in the refrigerator, and this is awesome. And again, we want to thank our friend Gary Noslow for delicious goodies. So we're going to put this back in the refrigerator. All right. Milton. Come on, little Milton. Milton. All right. So, let's see. Milton, you like sardines? I don't think Milton, let's see if Milton likes sardines. Here we go. We're going to open this up. All right, look at that. Here, Milton. Let's see. Oh, shoot. Well, I managed to spill sardine water all over myself. Here, Milton. You want some sardines? No? You don't like sardines? All right. Well, if you don't like sardines, I will eat them because I love sardines. Sardines are awesome. There we go. Look at that. Oh, these are good-looking sardines, too. See? Here, Milton. Why are you squinting at me? Absolutely delicious. Love sardines. Tasty. Now we're talking. Very nice. Oh, yeah. Who can resist delicious sardines? I know a lot of people don't like sardines. I love sardines. I used to like to go fishing, snapper, grouper, shrimp, all that stuff. Now, I've had people criticize me, well, Rick, you're not a real carnivore. You eat seafood. Really? I'm not a real carnivore because I eat seafood. That's ridiculous. Think about people that live on islands. Think about the Polynesians. They weren't carnivore. They ate plant material, but they ate a lot of seafood, and they were strong, but they were not fat. Now look at what they look like. Overweight, unhealthy, eating duck food. That's pretty sad. Delicious. That's a real treat right there. All right. Sardines are awesome. Okay. Milton, don't you want the sardine there? Silly cat. All right, let's see. Okay, I got the wrong camera angle. There we go. Out west here, they don't like coyotes. I don't know why. Well, that's because they attack chickens and attack the livestock. They're predators. They even attack pets. I've seen where coyotes attack dogs and cats and everything. Have you ever been hit by the tail of iguana? Yes, I have. I've been hit by the tail of iguana and scratched by it. But the thing was, Mr. Iguana, he was still tasty. He scraped my hand, but I still grabbed him. And within 3 hours, he was sizzling in hot beef tallow. Very, very tasty. Okay. No warning tickets here. Is this the reason why we have an iguana population in northern Miami? I suck at hunting. The iguanas always run away. The thing is, they always go towards the canal. They got loose. They started breeding. They're digging holes all over the place. You got to get yourself a crossbow or at least an air rifle or something. If you use a real gun, they'll call the cops on you. I use a crossbow, and you just have to wait. You can be effective. You could be 300 feet away and put one right through their head. You have to learn how to line up your bow. Basically, just guide it with your hand and keep your hand on the trigger. And you just have to account for the distance. It comes with experience. The best thing you could do, find an open space and set up a target and then start shooting at it. I like to go at least 300 feet max. You can't really go any further than that because after that, there's just too many variables. But the iguanas, once you get close to them, they will run. But within 100 to 300 feet, sometimes they just sit still. And you just sit there and bam. And what I did, I modified my crossbow with the fishing reel. So if they do go into the canal, I can reel them back in. That's the beauty of it. It's like bow fishing, except this is sort of a little different. Let's put it that way. But I did break my crossbow, and I have not fixed it. I've been lazy, and I know I got to get it done. I haven't had any iguana. I had iguana about 4 weeks ago, but That was an easy catch because I was fixing an air conditioner and the iguana came running from behind the air conditioner. A lot of times they run into the chain link fence and they can't get through it. So I grabbed him by the tail, I put him into the cage, and I brought him home to process him. But yeah, he was delicious. And MNJ says, have a wonderful day. Gonna go get some work done. Well, I'm glad you were here. And I'll see you on Monday in the Nobody Special group. Bye, MNJ. Here we go. Sardines and water and 3 boiled eggs is my favorite breakfast. That's a good, healthy breakfast, in my opinion. No warning here, not sure why. Okay. Tired Rick. So nice of you. What a nice gift. Yes. Right? I don't have to eat meat. There we go. Sardines and water avoids the toxic chemicals from sardines and oil. Yes. I only get the one in water. I used to buy a lot of sardines. I don't buy them anymore because they cost too much. But I don't know why Milton doesn't want to eat it. My cat would claw me to death. No? Yes. He's given me a lot of gifts. Great guy. I'm glad that he's one of my subscribers. And where in the world? Just arrived. There we go. Yes. Hold on a second. Looks like it's actually clearing up. I thought it was going to rain, but the sun came out. No, Milton's lunch. I've got one waiting for Milton, and he's mad at me for some reason. I don't know why. Milton. He turned his nose. I guess Milton doesn't like sardines. Well, that's okay. Cats love fish. I gave mine tuna. Milton loves tuna. You know, he was given a lot of tuna. He loves the tuna, but he doesn't like the sardines, which I think is kind of weird. Interesting. I put it on the floor for Milton. Said here. And he took a sniff and walked away. So I guess Rick's going to have to eat the last sardine. There we go. Okay. I'll put it back on the floor. But Milton will get some of the ground beef. He loves beef. I guess because I've raised him on meat. Cute little thing. I ate some too. There you go. Most people don't hear. He's definitely going to trip you. He's good at that. They're okay. I'm just not crazy about them. Sardines are good. I like sardines. I have such a hard time with the phone. It sends things before I am done. Sardines were for Milton, but if he doesn't like it, it's not going to waste. Absolutely. I gave it to Milton, but Milton turned his nose up at it. I'm like, what? Milton loves tuna. I gave the tuna to Milton. He gobbled that up. But I showed him the sardines. It's like, nope. I'm like, hey, Milton don't eat it. I'm going to eat it. That's a good thing about being a cat owner. Whatever your cat doesn't eat, if it's meat, I'll eat it. Milton's finicky. I'm not. But Milton did eat a lizard, so I guess he kind of takes after his owner. Milton, come here. He's squinting at me. You should see his eyes. He's like this, you know. I got the sardine can over there, and he ain't doing it. Oh, well. I eat them for vitamins. Okay. F1 pole position. You ever watch car races? I thought I was crazy. You should see the face of the guy who was staying with us. I made help me carry him into the house. Oh, okay. I guess with a coyote. I was net fishing with my uncle and said, these baby fish is eating my hair off my leg. He said, grab them. Eat them, yeah. The little fish are edible, absolutely. Very rare for them to attack a pet, only if they're very hungry, right? I know they attack the chickens and the ducks. I've seen them take the ducks. I've had to throw rocks at the coyotes to get them away from the ducks. There's also foxes that roam around here that attack the ducks. But the raccoons are the worst. I trapped them and I released them about 5 miles from here. They didn't come back. I like yellow mustard or Frank's hot sauce. Don't enjoy them much anymore. Sardines. Okay. That was so kind of you. Yes, I did it, and they taste like delicious and salted French fries. The others go away so fast. I was too slow to get seconds. Well, there you go. You just cracked me up, laughing so hard, picturing your friend. I needed to laugh. Delicious, purely fresh meat. There you go. Awesome fishing for iguanas. I make a video on that. I had an iguana shooting video one time, but YouTube took it down for some reason. I don't know why. I had my crossbow was shooting them out of the tree, and YouTube took it down and deleted it. I have no idea why they would have done it. I was out hunting. What's the big deal? At one time, there were a lot of iguanas here, but I guess when you eat iguana as much as I did, they don't last long. Oh well. Used to throw sardines in a salad. Why would you ruin sardines with the salad? I don't know. They taste like dirt and leather. Yeah, that's what those ducks taste like when you get them from the side of the road. I don't like sardines, but love the kipper snack. Okay. If there was a video, it would be funny. I told him I would take the head, and so he would be fine. All right. Into the pool now for 2 hours of leisurely laughs. I'll check back later. Awesome. I stopped laughing so hard. Imagine a video of that. You coming home with a coyote in your friend's face. Well, there you go. Yes, it was. Okay, cat. I'll eat this fish. You're being dramatic. Do you want to? Mother, I'll feed you. Cat. Cats love tuna. Mine does. He was sent tuna and he gobbled that up like nothing. I guess sardines are acquired taste. Cats like to hunt rodents and lizards in Florida. I love cats. Yes, they do. I haven't had a rodent around here. They got 1 or 2 in the house and nothing. Question. Do you watch car race or any kind of sport, Rick? I used to like to watch drag racing, but I would normally do it in person. We'd go up to Hollywood. They closed that after Hurricane Andrew. And they did have a racetrack temporarily out there by the county line. They closed that. I think they're going to put the landfill over there. So, but no, I don't really watch any kind of sport. So if I'm not playing it, I'll get bored. So I don't watch it. Okay, I think you didn't send me any. CB Carmack is here. Had sardines for the first time, and I like them. Well, see, they're not bad. They have a bad reputation. Kipper is herring. Also a delicious fish. There you go. And I think that seafood and other marine life is good to eat when you're carnivore. I mean, think about cats love fish, although for some reason Milton doesn't like sardines. He does like tuna. And if a cat would eat it, why wouldn't you? That's the thing. I guess I'm a wimp because I buy them with the heads and tails cut off. And I do think some of the scales... They don't look so bad. Okay. Can a rat bite a cat? I hope not. Cats are usually so fast, especially the ones I've had. I've seen them go after snakes, rodents, and I've even seen them go after lizards. Now, I did have a friend, his cat got bitten by an iguana, but my last cat was tangling with an iguana and never got bit. Of course, before he could get bit, I got that iguana and I popped a net over it and I grabbed it because he had grabbed it by the tail and the thing was trying to swing around. So I grabbed the iguana out of his mouth. I put the net over it and then I jammed it in a bag because I didn't want my cat to get hurt by a rather large iguana. And that's pretty good because he was delicious, that iguana. Okay. I have been by the beach listening to the live. Sun is gone. Well, there you go. Obviously later in the day. Excuse me. That is good. So anyway, looks like we got caught up in the comments again. How many people do we have in the chat? We have, let's see. We still have 46. That's pretty good. Now, I don't get the kind of views that Mitch gets or any of them get, but hey, that's fine. And Peter says he's back. Yes, you are back. It is possible. However, cats are faster than a cold snake. Yes, they are. That's right. I mean, cats could get bit, but it is very rare. Okay. All right. Kipper snack yum. Just had sour herring 10 minutes ago. Delicious. Just bought 2 packs of big T-bones, 6 steaks, and a rack of pork spare ribs for $1.99 a pound. Wow. Yeah, they do have the ribs. I don't think the T-bones, they were not $1.99 a pound, but I'm sure this pork ribs were $1.99. I think I saw them in Winn-Dixie for that much. In fact, I have some sale papers here. Let's see. We used to have feral cats around. They really help with the mice. Yes. Same here. There are feral cats all around here, and they got rid of the rodent problem. Yum, we're all coming over. Kipper's delicious. I wish I was a shark. I love fish. Well, there you go. Well, anyway, let's talk a little bit about some of the other things that are going on. Now, we were talking earlier about the whole Dr. Berry thing, and yes, some people do like the very popular carnivores, but I think a lot of us, we would prefer to find the smaller channels where we can get more personal attention and more personal information. There is no reason to be stuck with one popular channel. We have a lot of choices now, and we even have popular channels that are a little more accessible, such as the Dr. Kilt's channel. You might want to check that out. If you want a popular channel that's accessible, we have the master interviewers like Dave Mack, and of course, if you want to have the sort of carnivore meetup experience, and if you like movies, you might want to check out Carrie at Homestead How. Everybody knows who he is. He's the one that's working on the carnivore documentary. Well, one of many carnivore documentaries. So there's always a channel for everybody, and it is your choice to pick the channel that you like. And I would recommend all of them, despite maybe the little bit of controversy and misunderstandings. I recommend all those channels. And then you have also the hardcore carnivore channels, the channels that are specialized. You have people that specialize in looking better, the so-called looks maxing channels. You have the bodybuilding channels, such as Jonathan Carnivore Muscle. That's another channel you can check out. Those are what I call the hardcore, more no-nonsense channels. Then you have the more social channels. And there's a lot of people even right here. You see, there are several carnivore names right here in the chat that post YouTube videos. And when it comes to social channels, I like the ones where people don't really push the carnivore diet, but they do mention it. And they make it sort of a lifestyle. And that's really good. All right, so let's see. T-bones were $6.99. I remember that. I bought quite a few, but that was about the limit. $7 a pound for any meat is pretty high when you're poor. So I limited my ground beef to $2.99 a pound. And the pork, I get that when it's cheap. When it's less than $1.50 a pound, I buy that. The chicken, I limited that to about 90 cents a pound or less. So what can you do? All right. I like pickled herring with onions and sour cream. There you go. That works. That's not bad. Fat duck food eating cats are likely to be bitten. Yes. But when you're like Milton, that moves, he hears one noise and he jumps in the air. I can't imagine him getting bitten by any iguanas or snakes or anything. I used to be able to get, yes, but T-bones as low as $3.99 a pound and $4.99 a pound. That wasn't that long ago. That was a few months ago. When Fresco y Mas had them $3.99 a pound, when Dixie had them $3.99 a pound. They weren't the greatest T-bones, but they were good. And I must have bought 30 or 40 pounds of meat at the time. But since I eat a lot, they don't last long in the freezer. That's true. Feral cats help with rodents. Yes. Nice sardines. We have a lot of fresh sardines. That's great. Portugal. There you go. And I know over there, I have relatives that are from Spain and Portugal area. They are a seafaring population, and they do like seafood. And I think that people are quite healthy eating seafood. I know that today's world you have the microplastics, but I still think that seafood is pretty good. No mice, sometimes bugs, swarms, locust only. Okay. And it's very common for mice to get in the house here in Wisconsin when it gets cold. Yes. And I know since you're in Wisconsin, you're able to visit Kerry when he has his get-togethers at the theater or whatever. So that's good. I love smaller channels. I lost respect for Ken Berry when saying that we should be nice to vegans when vegans are literally trying to make meat too expensive or illegal. Um, well, what does he mean by being nice? I mean, I'm not going to trash the vegans. I give them fruits and vegetables. But if they do work against me getting my meat, then I will have to stand up for it. That's the understanding I have with my vegan friends. You are welcome to eat your vegan lifestyle, and I will help you get plant material. But don't you dare try and cut off my meat supply, because when it comes right down to it, carnivores eat vegans. Vegans don't eat carnivores. I practice high fat and low carb, and that works. That works for a lot of people. The government makes everything expensive. Yes, price out of control. That's through the inflation, through the debt-based economy from the central bank. That's a fact. We need more local people and less imported food. I agree with you. Yes, that is right. It's not the everyday Joe. The agenda is coming from much higher. Most people don't know any better, and I agree with that too. I think prices will be low, go down, but they are up. Ribeye 2-pack, yeah, they're going up because they reduce the amount of cattle available through this system. This problem started 2 to 3 years ago. That's the thing about raising animals. The effects last a lot longer. When you're raising vegetables, it could be a 3 to 6 month cycle. Community, smaller channels are the best for in-depth information on science and practitioners' experience. I still like to watch the doctors, and the stories on Dave Max are epic as well. Yes, I agree. That's where you get the best of both worlds or all worlds. And Ellen says so true. It's about a 2.5 hour drive from Cary. I was able to go to his last meetup. Okay, so you must be in northern state or something. That's why it's difficult to find lamb in Florida. Worse, they want to bring fake meat to Florida. But I think that Florida legislature was pretty much against that. It's only a matter of time before they find a way to bring the fake meat. And they already have the imitation meats, the impossible crap, which doesn't even look or like meat. I did have one of my viewers send me some fake meat strips, and I've never had the courage to open it. It's been sitting in my refrigerator. I don't know. Why are they reducing animals? Well, because they use the excuse. They think that animals are damaging the environment, like global warming, which is nonsense. And also, a lot of land has been lost to development, especially here in Florida. We have 0 cow pastures in this county. 0. They have all been developed, every single one. And I would say by the late 2010s or whatever, we lost our last cow pasture. It's all development. It's all garbage, which is a shame. We still have a few vegetable farms, but that's only because the land is sitting there waiting for development. And by leasing to the farmers, they can get lower property tax. You have farmland selling for $100,000 an acre that's being used to grow tomatoes, and it's owned by speculators. So it's only a matter of time. Once they pay off the right people in the commission, then they change it to apartment buildings, and that's what happens. It makes you wonder where they get all the people to fill the apartments, because the wages here are crap, but who knows? They've been able to get away with it so far. Now, in terms of the websites and other things that I watched, obviously there are many videos, and one of the ones I watched this morning I thought was pretty good because it actually kind of explained some of these things. Let's see where that is. I'll show you where it is here. I saw this one. I thought it was kind of interesting. Looks like one of those AI generated videos, but it was actually pretty good. A pretty good description of the way that I tell people. Okay, so you can see over here on this YouTube channel how debt became the most profitable product in history. And this was actually a pretty good summary. It has that stupid generated text and AI voice, but the information is actually pretty accurate. And again, why did this go to full screen? Okay. This channel over here, Financial Historian. It's got to be one of those AI generated things. But it was accurate. How debt became the most profitable product in history. And that's what it was. So anyway, that's an example of the kind of stuff that I watch. All right. So it comes down to creating debt. And if you can create things that are purchased with debt, then they can make more money, such as real estate, housing, and all that. You can't you can't get much debt out of a ranch. You can get more debt out of a farm than a ranch. And the larger the farm, the more debt you can put on the farmer. Small farms, regenerative farms, don't really give them debt. So that's the key. I guess it's always something. Yeah, fake meat, that's crazy. Enjoy your doggies, right? Okay, everyday people. I'm sorry I don't do very well on the phone. Usually I do chats on the computer. It's much easier on the computer for sure. But when you look at some of these videos, there's actually interesting information that you can go through. And let me see, looks like I got some comments here. Definitely those fat loss down. Okay. We need to renew the gold standard. And that won't actually fix the problem, because even with the gold standard, they can still play games with the debt. But anyway, a lot of people don't understand how the system actually works, and they keep getting disappointed because people make promises they're never going to keep, and they believe it. They go, well, this person promised me they can solve the problem. Well, you can't solve a problem that is their lifeblood. They were to reduce the debt, they would go bankrupt. Not only am I terrified family about fake cancer lab meat, but all for you and your family. Yeah, exactly. Always something is right every day. You never know. I was watching about in Florida, there are no mandates for vaccines for school kids. Who knows who is right? I had to have them as a kid. Who knows? Well, we'll find out, right? I mean, I was able to escape without it because they never checked, but everyone is different. Everyone needs to learn about our money system here in the U.S. and in history. Yes, because once you understand how it works, it becomes easier to predict what they're going to try to do to us. I agree it's scary. Fake meat and cancer. I never gave you my phone number. There's a wonderful Julie. Okay, good thing in my opinion, but there's going to be a lot of pushback. Yes. Yes, history matters. Yes, it does. And this is the thing. You have to understand different things in history now. You also have to understand trends. And one of the trends that I was making a video on, but my computer sort of crashed on me, is the idea of different types of farming. Now, let me go over here. I'm going to type in a search term. It's called agrivoltaics. Do you know what that is? Well, you can see over here, there's a picture of sheep grazing around solar panels. Now, there's a lot of these places where they put up these solar panels. You have solar, all kinds of installations. And there's actually a video where if you make the panels high enough and a little bit smaller, you can have shade, and you have the right mixture of sun and shade. You could use this land underneath the solar panels to be a pasture, believe it or not. Because in some areas, having shade staggered can also increase the grazing ability. Because in some areas where you don't get a lot of rain or the rain is very seasonal, the grass can dry out quickly in the full sun. But when it gets shade in some areas, it can actually help it hold moisture. And so that is an option. They insist on putting these stupid solar panels on farmland. Well, you're not going to be able to use it with equipment because you can't drive equipment under these panels. But if you put it up high enough, maybe 6 feet off the ground, you could still graze cattle under there and you could use it. And it might not even reduce the grazing that much, especially if you add irrigation. So if you put irrigation so that water could get under those panels, you would still be able to graze animals, and you'd still be able to get money from the electricity that was produced. So this is one possibility. All right, let's see. But yes, this is something new that people have been talking about. Now, I believe that solar panels should be on the roof of buildings and in the city. I don't think it's a good idea to put solar panels on farmland, but it is possible. Let's say that you're one of those people that likes coffee. Coffee doesn't grow in full sun. It will simply burn and not produce. Coffee needs shade. So you could build something like a solar farm with spaces in between, and see, notice how they leave more space. So there's a sweet spot if you're going to do stuff like this. Now again, if it was me, I would simply put solar panels over a parking lot and a shopping center. Every shopping center should have parking lots full of solar panels. The only bad thing is the way people drive here in Miami, they'd probably be hitting them every day. But I'm sure there's ways of building a structure where you could put those solar panels on there and they'd be fine. But it's a little something. Now, when it comes to energy scams, there was an energy scam, which I criticized heavily, and YouTube got after me for it. But let me tell you what it is. If you haven't seen this, let me show you. Solar roadway. This was the stupidest thing, biggest scam ever, and it didn't work. They called it solar freaking roadways, and this is like 2 years ago. This was just really weird, and they even tried to make, just a patio out of it. It failed. It corroded. It failed. And see, this was 11 years ago. I'm sure you've seen this guy, the Thunderfoot. But see, 11 years ago. This was a long time ago. This nonsense has been going on for a very, very long time. And of course, it failed, just like I said it would. Although people were saying, well, Rick, you're negative. Like, physics are not negative. If it can't work, it won't work. And that's it. But the trick was, I said, look, if you want solar roadways, don't put it on the part you drive on. Put it on top of the road. Make it a covered road. That would work. But nope, never worked. Solar roadway site to get upgrade. But it was a scam. It was just a scam of many others. Never worked. And that was that. So, let's see. Concrete to serve the space. All right. I wonder if any of them are still installed. But, yeah, you probably saw this. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. I don't know. It's always the same kind of scam that goes on. You got to sell people something, and then they come up with this nonsense. The generic electronic music.
But what if there was an invention, just one, that could solve every single one of these problems?
Oh boy.
Hi, we're Scott and Julie Broussard, inventors of solar roadways.
We met in the 1960s when we were 3 and 4 years old. Many things have changed since then, but do you know what hasn't changed? Our roads. We're so excited to show you our prototype solar parking lot.
The first thing you'll notice is the surface of our parking lot is made out of glass. Not your typical glass that you think of, but a super strong, textured, tempered glass. And our glass has been subjected to traction testing, load testing, and impact resistance testing, and passed all with flying colors. The next thing you see are the dark rectangular solar cells, and they're sitting on a green background. That green background is the circuit board that's controlled by the processor.
Okay. Now, when I was telling everybody that it was a bunch of nonsense, you could look at it. You could see. If you make the parking lot out of solar panels, what happens when you put a car on it? Well, you got no sun. So what good is that? Then you got wire and other connections sitting in water, which will corrode. Again, a scam. And people were, oh, Rick, you're so negative, blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. And of course, they crack, they break. You want to bet none of these are in existence now? It's crazy. Solar roadways. Total nonsense. Just a bunch of crap. Yep. But you can see it failed, just like I predicted it would. Very, very simple. But anyway, that's an example of one of those scammy things that comes up. So it's really good to educate yourself and know what can work and what won't work. So let's get back to the comments here and let me see. They are coming up real good. I'm against all jabs. Every person thinks the government should. I am not against vaccines. Not at all. But I do believe that if you're going to use them, they need to be used in a scientific way. I don't have them because combination of being poor and just sort of escaping the system. I think the only shot I've ever had when I was in my 20s, I got a tetanus shot because I had a rusty nail go through my foot. That was about it. And some of the vaccines like measles and mumps and all that, they do work. They've been proven to work. But other things like the flu vaccine, I don't see the point of it. Now, if you're over a certain age, your immune system is compromised, I do believe that those vaccines have value. I know people that take them, and it makes their life better. I know people that have tried to go away from the vaccine, and they've suffered miserably. But that's a personal matter. It's your choice, and I believe it should stay that way. What I would say, if you want to get the vaccine, you should be entitled to it. If you don't want to get it, you shouldn't have to get it. If the vaccine really works, it doesn't matter if other people don't get it because you're protected, right? Simple. Okay. Julie, we only had, okay. Push back on so many things. We need to educate ourselves. Yes, we do. That is the key. You can't be dogmatic. You can't say, I don't do vaccines. I don't do this. I don't do that. I don't do medical care. No. You have to say, well, I might or I might not. I'm going to examine the situation and make the decision. That's how I do it. It just makes more sense that way. We only had 3 or 4 when we were kids. Yeah. 72. That's crazy. See what I mean? Way too much. You're using the kids as a lab experiment, which I'm against. If you're going to have a vaccine, you need to have it and then have time to build antibodies to it. Shooting them up with a bunch of vaccines, that's like shooting cattle with vaccines. It's terrible. Look at the kids today. They all have autoimmune disease or some kind of chronic illness. They're all sick. Well, if that's true, that's pretty sad. I agree with you. Carbs is the biggest culprit. Young kids, internet can go. Yeah, exactly. I'm against shots. I didn't get the COVID vax. I didn't either. Flu or shingles either. No, I didn't get that either. My sis do what doctor says. See, I don't have a doctor, so what choice do I have? I do what works for me. Food is crap. It's been that way for a long time. Now the EMF's blue light first, then the jabs. It's possible. We don't know for sure. I'm off grid. 1,500 watts of solar panels. Yes. 5,000 watt, 24 volt battery bank. Smaller array on my 2400. If you live in a place that doesn't need air conditioning, that'll work just fine. If you live in Florida, you need a lot more power than that just to stay alive in this horrible place. If you see, my air conditioner right now is only set to 78. It's not even cold. It's warm in here. But you want to see what my windows look like? I'll show you. My windows are so fogged up, it looks like I have frosted glass. The heat and humidity here is brutal, and I mean brutal. You cannot sleep here. I grew up without air conditioning. I lived without it a few years ago. It is the most unpleasant experience. It's awful. The amount of sweating and suffering that you do is insane. And I can deal with it during the day when I'm working. But when you're at night, it's just horrible. It's absolutely awful. Terrible, terrible. That is cool, yes. I'm glad. Parents garbage and feed it to the kids. Yeah, exactly. There is healthy food on earth. That is true. But Packaged food is not healthy. Air conditioning is awesome here in Tennessee summer. It's same here. Absolutely. They could make all shingles and metal roofing solar panels. Yeah, they could offer free roofing jobs for those connected to the power grid. Well, between the parking lots, some of the roads, they could put giant solar panels over some of these expressways that we have. Instead of putting it on the road, you know how they have these giant signs that go over the road? Just make a bunch of structures, line them up with solar panels, and the thing is, it would reduce the temperature because solar panels take away the urban heat island effect. You're pulling energy out of the sun. So all that pavement that would already be hot won't be hot anymore. Now, the problem is driving underneath it. You may get that stroboscopic effect as you go underneath the lines of sunlight, but there are ways to mitigate that depending on spacing. You can also, every parking lot, most people would love to have their car in the shade. So when you have a parking lot, you could put the solar panels pretty much next to each other, and they're angled so they can swivel with the sun. There's so many possibilities. You don't have to waste our farmland. But if you're going to use farmland for solar panels, make it pasture. Our solar farm over here is nothing but grass that they mow and spray herbicides on. It's nothing but an environmental disaster. So it would be much better if they turn that into pasture land. You could raise cattle for meat or you could raise them for dairy, but use it as pasture land, especially down here where we have year-round growth. You put the additional expense of a sprinkler system in there, you keep it watered. I think you could grow some pretty good cattle out there. It's just like a little extra. Okay, there is no scientific way. All right. Hi, Rick. Oh, Rick, you have a lot of deep diving in this. Yes, I do. There's a lot of things I need to do. I had COVID 7 times and survived. I'm 39 now. First one was the worst. The other ones was nothing more than a slight headache. Yeah, when I got COVID, I actually got the symptoms of COVID in January of 2020. Oh, I got it from the hospital my mom was in. Lost my sense of smell and taste. Felt really bad headache, a lot of sniffling. Sinuses were much worse than usual. Bit of coughing. It was more than the usual flu. Every time I got COVID after that, it was basically, second time I got it was a 24-hour flu or whatever it was. It was in July. I was sweating. It was hot, probably 95 degrees, and I was shivering and then felt terrible. But then that passed. I came home, felt bad for a while. By the next day, I was fine. And then after that, it was just a cold. Wake up with a headache, feel sluggish, get a little bit tired, maybe fall asleep. 3 days later, you feel fine. And that's what it was. And that's it. COVID was hyped up. And they did it basically just to cover up the failing financial system. They needed an excuse to print trillions in funny money, and that worked out to be it. It saved their system. And they're going to do it again. They'll find another way, whether it's another virus or a war or whatever it takes. They have to keep anything to keep the debt going. Yep. Like Mitch, the hospital had no choice when they gave him shots. Yeah, exactly. Real science, though, too big of a topic. Science has been totally captured. Most of it is bought and paid for. Yes, it is. Okay. Solar is awesome. It can be. Solar is a great way to harvest energy and help cool the earth. Very sweet and there we go. All right. I prefer real science than pseudoscience. Yes. Haven't dusted my mobile ACs for years. Used to need them every summer, not anymore on Carnivore. Oh, temps here cannot be Florida compared to Florida. No, here it's over 90 with 80% or higher humidity. It's really tough. And yet I ride my bike and talk and I'm fine. So I don't know. Many would not even understand. Family doesn't care about science or history. That's true. Solar farm here, yeah. Wasting our pasture land. Exactly. It's just, and it's all about money. Government grants and debt and all that other stuff. Happening worldwide. Solar farms and wind turbines where ruminants should be ruminating. That is true. Now, I don't think the wind turbines would directly interfere with the grazing, but who knows? Their agenda is to get rid of the meat. I think because they want people to be sort of desperate and somewhat easy to domesticate. So, let me see here. Oh, it's about, what is that? It's about noon, coming up pretty soon. But anyway, all right. So that was, I watched that video, and again, you had the video on the solar. There's all kinds of different videos out there that explain different things, and you just go through the history, and sometimes you just start looking, and that's about it. Let's see. From jungle to backyards. This was a video on chickens, where the chickens came from. Desert penguins and all this other stuff. And this was what went wrong. Farming channels. I don't know. Beer steamed hot dogs. I had a friend of mine that was asking me about Lums. They used to steam their hot dogs in beer. So there's all kinds of stuff. Then the local dirty dining, where they show the restaurants that were shut down. They're usually these Chinese buffets. They always get shut down because they serve bad food. And that's really all the stuff. It just kind of pops up. Let's see, all kinds of stuff. All right. So anyway, when you click YouTube, they always recommend some kind of stuff. I see this guy over here talks a lot about the economy, but the other guy is always a bull in the stock market. Thinks the stock market is everything. I think it's a giant scam, but that's just me. I guess. Oh, Anthony now has members only section? I didn't know that. I guess he's trying to get some more money too. Okay. How does cancer work? I see Carrie put up a video as well. Okay. I get some weird videos, let me tell you. Tom put up a video. Where do I get this weird stuff from? Publishers Clearinghouse. My mom used to enter that silliness. I guess they went bankrupt. Fence installation. Forge raking. Anyway. I ruined a steak for Dr. Barry. Everyone's always putting out videos, I guess, to get more and more attention. That's good. But yeah, my latest video actually got a surprising amount of views. Let's see. Fair trade, right? Yep. That's it. Okay. I see Ricky Lee promoted my live, which is good. All right, let's see. Cheapest ground beef is the best beef. That's good. And this guy, yeah, he came back. I don't know if you remember him. He was vegan. He went carnivore. I mentioned him a few times. I'd bet. Let's see. I bet on you over one who follows the guidelines any day, Rick. And I do agree that. Let's see. Finding purpose and community are paramount, alongside eating quality food. Good to hear from you. I'll have to try iguana sometime. I'm looking forward to eating more squirrel and raccoon this winter. And that is, I mentioned him a few times. Aaron Edwards, the one that was vegan, and then he became carnivore. And I think what he did, he settled into a mixed carnivore diet. This guy, you remember him? He made a video 5 days ago. I was glad to see him again. I've been working on making a video of the people who hit the carnivore diet and then sort of got away from it. But he did come back to make a video, and that's good. And again, if you look at his channel, How many people does he have? Well, he's got, 17,000 or whatever. You can see when he was a vegan, how skinny he was. And then, you see the picture right there? Can you gain weight on a carnivore diet? Before and after. So that's really good. And it's nice that even if you're not strict carnivore, you're still meat-based. And this is, I think, one of the main disagreements that I've had with some of the other carnivore channels that believe that you have to be 100%, you should only eat ruminant meat and its associated fat and nothing else, and you'll be as healthy as possible. And I disagree with them. I say, well, people have been eating a mix of foods for thousands of years, and many of them have lived a long time. In fact, I don't know of anyone who's a carnivore that's lived over 90 because we don't know. They don't tell you. So when I kick the bucket and I have my heart attack, then you can determine exactly how long a long-term carnivore went. That's the reason why I put myself on the internet. So you could look at me and you could see what I'm doing and what's happened to me, because I'm the real oddball in the community. I am the tallest carnivore in the carnivore community. I've been doing it the longest of anyone here in the U.S. I'm the longest term male carnivore. And I'm also into the sort of sustainable living and recycling and all these other things. So I'm kind of like what my friend said, the 1950s guy mixed with the hippie put together, and this is what you get. So that's actually a pretty good thing. Anyway, okay, let's hit these comments again. And most expensive road possible and super slippery. Yeah, that was that Solar Road. They tried to make it with the little rough things in it, but it was a complete disaster. Cherify, very smart man. Very smart man and very articulate and extremely attractive to women. So that's why he's popular, yes. Thanks for the live stream. Well, thanks for being here. Come back whenever you want. And that's it. Let's see. I definitely agree. Solar farms, but also cemeteries. Yeah. Well, cemeteries, I don't know. People like to have the sunlight on the graves, but can't do anything about cemeteries, especially ones from centuries ago. There's a solution from now on. But then again, the cemetery should be for grazing if you have that much grass. But I'm sure people get mad when there's a cow turd falling on their grave. They'd get a fuss. I used to always get a letter from Ed McMahon telling me I won. Yeah, I remember that. My mom would always enter Publishers Clearinghouse. And you know how much she won over the years? That much. Okay. This is a great channel, as is Old Guy Carnivore Mitch. Yes, the small channel are my favorite, but I watch others too. That is right. Absolutely. Publishers Clearinghouse. Yes. That's funny. Yep. All right. See you, Guru Legends. There we go. I will check out Old Guy Carnivore. Thanks. Yes, you should. But be careful. Don't play games with Old Guy Carnivore. What you can get away with on my channel, you cannot get away with on the Old Guy Carnivore channel. When you make him angry, you're gone. So that's a warning. Remember, Old Guy Carnivore has been around a long time. You need to respect him, because if you don't, he will make you disappear. Okay, I would like to look into being turned into a diamond after I pass. I think I need to be a diamond. I'm arrogantly popping my collar right now. Okay. You could have made a lot of money. Yeah. Yes, I hear this all the time. I've had guys I work with. You should have played basketball. You should have played basketball. I know. But as you said, I picture you a pro, but I know you like bowling. Yes. The problem with basketball is that it's just way too hot. I don't mind playing basketball when the weather's not hot, but when it's hot, I'm just tired of sweating and running around, whatever. But I was usually pretty good at it, yes. Maybe one day when we have our friends get together, maybe November, December, January, if we ever get some cool weather, we do play basketball over there at his house. We have the portable net, and basically it's on a thing filled with water. You roll it out into the patio, and you play basketball. And we've done this every year. And we also do volleyball, and we do softball and all kinds of things because they got a big yard over there. So I may make a video on that. But I do like bowling, and one of these days I'll have my bowling lane set up if I ever get the place to do it. We've got enormous wind turbine parks here. They need infrastructure roads to service those. That is true. That's very true. And yes, Mitch will not put up with any BS. And that is his right to do so. Mitch has been around a long time. He doesn't have time to waste. He's going to make the best use of his time. And I say good for him. I guess he's been busy today because he hasn't dropped into my live unless he's listening. Maybe he's out with his family enjoying a delicious meal. And if he is, that's great. And if you do hear this, Mitch, I'm hoping you're having a great Saturday. And I'll be seeing you tomorrow morning on Sunday. And by the way, any of you that are Old Guy Carnivore fans that might want to pop in, you can join yourself on Mitch's Sunday morning live stream. I usually go in there, although if I see a lot of people go in there, I won't. But when he starts, he puts a link for people to come in, and nobody comes in, I'm one of the first to jump in because I want to try to get everyone interested in it. So if you want to talk to Mitch, that's it. But be aware, be respectful. You know what they say in the Bible, respect your elders. You need to respect Mitch, or Mitch will make you disappear. You want to be a gem like me. Okay. You need to build some credits with Mitch first. Yes, that is very true. Just dropping in. Hey, Dustin, how are you? And if, again, 7:30 in the morning tomorrow, if you want to watch somebody that's fun and interesting, watch Dustin, Keto Simple. He's usually got his wife there. They got cats, you know. It's a nice channel. Check him out. He's always got something fun to say. And whenever I pop in, he always has to pull out the dark-winged duck and go quack, quack, because I am the original carnivore quack, and it's kind of hard not to quack at Rick. Yeah, Dustin, hi. Oh, thank you. Thank you for dropping in. All right. And Julie. All right. There you go. There you go, Julie. Anyway, so it's really kind of nice that we can sit here and I invite you into my dumpy living room. And as you know, I have my phone handy. It's always there. I haven't heard it ring, but the ringer may be broken. Milton decided to rearrange my phone. Actually, I don't hear it. Oh, okay. Does that work? Let me see. Yeah. Okay. It was working. I don't know what could have happened, but oh well. Who knows? Anyway, again, very glad that everyone had dropped in. Let me see how many people we still have here. We can wrap this up. We have 38. All right. So it's gone down. Let me see. 39. Okay, it went up a little bit. Interesting. All right. Okay. Dumpy living room. I like that. Well, it's true. I got a dumpy living room. I'm surrounded by clutter. I mean, look at this place. It's funny. And Jamette says, Rick and Milton, we love you both. Well, I'm glad you do. Little Milton is a little sweetheart. And we got 4 hearts, a duck, and a cat. That is correct. I do miss my ducks, but I'll get ducks back eventually. And I got a lot of things to do. The sun came out. You know, I've got work to do outside. I need to get Mr. Bob over here, and maybe I'll take on my garage, but I need to look at the weather radar. That's the other thing I need to do. Let's see here. Okay. Oh. All right. Okay. Huh. Huh. All right. Well, that's interesting. Let me see how the weather is here. All right. There we go. Okay. Miami, Florida. That's it right here. Okay, that's it. Huh. Okay. Yeah, it looks like the rain is moving out. As you can see, the rain seems to be moving away. But there is more. It's thinning out. So that means, yeah, it's probably going to be sunny today. There's a lot that I can get done. And we're located in this area, so I'm just on the edge of the rain. Look at that. Okay. That makes sense. All right. Okay. So, yep, it looks like the rain has passed. So this is my neighborhood. Yep. So the rain, yeah, it did go away. That's the reason why it stopped raining. It looks like the sun is coming out. Now, it should be moving. What direction is it moving from east to west? Okay. Well, that's interesting. Hard to say, but it looks like it is sort of slowing down. That's good. All right, so we'll cut this out of here. Let me go back to the comments. All right. I'm a thrift store addict, so I kind of have the same problem. Yeah, I just kind of skip the thrift store and go straight to the dumpster. And by the way, I do go through the dumpster behind Goodwill as well. So you must be pretty desperate when you're going through the dumpster at the thrift store. I need to get things done. Thank you, Rick Milton. Have a nice day. Thank you, Jamette. I'll catch you next time. That's great, Julie. Knowledge is power. Yes. What is that? Scienta es potenta or something like that? Knowledge is power. We need to check our phones or how the weather is these days. Well, I look out the window, but I do look on the computer just to see. Good to see you and chat a bit as always. Yes. You need to look up the Pied Piper Duck Fashion Show in Sydney, Australia. I think that would be an event you would really love. Attend. It's on April of 2026. Well, the problem is I cannot afford to go to Australia. I can barely afford to go to Boca Raton. So, but I'll check it out. Not that I'll never go there. That's a great idea, CB, if you can do it. I love thrift stores too. And you say hi to Keto Simple. Now, let me take another quick look out my window, which is so foggy I can't see anything. I may have to open the door. Let's see. Where's Milton? Oh, Milton. It stopped raining. Yep, the sun is definitely coming out. That's a good thing. The sun is coming out, so that's great. So anyway, let's see. Do we have any more comments or have we finished it up? Looks like the comments have been reduced. Now, one of the unique things about my channel, again, because it's not that big, I could always keep up with the comments and things always seem to be pretty well managed here. We haven't had any major problems, and I will never be like the Dr. Barry live stream where the comments go by so fast you can't even see it. And it's like I've always said, if I go somewhere to buy something, and it's like, for example, I went yesterday to Presidente Supermarket to get some heart attack chicken. I picked up a bag of chicken. I walked over to the cash registers, and there was 4 cash registers. All of them were lined up with people. So I tried to move from one register to the other. I went to the one on the end. I was there for about 3 minutes. The lines didn't move. So you know what I did? I took the bag of chicken, walked back to the refrigerator, threw it back in, got out, hopped on my bike, and rode over to Fresco y Mas. The chicken, Presidente, was 78 cents a pound. Fresco y Mas was 88 cents a pound. I spent $1 extra just so I didn't have to stand in line. And I had to ride another 1.5 miles. But I would rather do that than stand in the line. So if I go to a group and the group is really large to see a person, I just walk away. There's always somebody else that wants my attention or business, and I will go to that person. And this is the one thing I'll never understand. You see these YouTube channels where people throw their attention at a person. Companies throw products at them. It's all about some kind of mutual admiration society, and they're popular. And then you have other people who have same or even better channels, and they get nothing. They get absolutely nothing. And I'm like, that's not fair. So I'm going to set the example by going somewhere else. I will take my attention somewhere else where it's more appreciated. And that's basically the way it works here. I'm sitting outside with a dog because he loves it. It is a good excuse to be able to sit here and listen. Well, there you go. You got to take time off every now and then. It looks like it's just me. Well, there you go. Okay. Yeah, the comments have slowed down quite a bit. However, if I wanted more comments, I could start bringing up the controversy. I could try to attack some of the other channels. And I'm sure that if I start attacking some of the channels, it'd get a lot more interest. But that's not the way that I am. That's not what I'm looking for. And CB Carmack says, I'm probably going to go in a little bit, Ellen, but if you want me to swing by and pick you up. Okay. Well, I have a feeling everyone is getting, they're kind of having their fill of Live at 8 with Rick and all the things that I talk about. But what I would recommend to you is that if you have time off, you try to do something somewhat productive, or at least maybe educate yourself on a subject. I know a lot of people, they'll turn on the TV, they'll open up the duck food, and they'll wait for whatever sports events are on TV. But that's just not my style. I'm not a spectator. I consider myself a doer. The only reason I'm here is because I'm the one talking. Now, if anybody else wanted to talk to me, they could always call on the phone. But I don't think most people want to call on a rotary phone. But anyway, of course, you can use your cell phone. I'm the one that picks up the rotary phone, as you see. The rotary phone over here, it's always, the light does come on, which is a good sign. When you see the light come on, you know that the line is active. You hang it up with this. Okay. And that's it. All right, let's see. Still listening as doing chores. But hop back in to say thank you and great to see you too, sweetie. All right, so saying that to Ellen, that's good. And Carnivore Coach Eden's still here. Well, that's great. Like I said, I enjoy seeing you when you're in a video. Very inspiring. I'm listening, just not chatting. Well, that's great. So I'm sure, we have, last time I looked, we had 36 people that were listening. And if you've been listening since the beginning, you are very, very, very patient. They talk about a short attention span today. It's amazing that anyone could listen that long, but that's great. And a good thing about my chat, you can pop in and pop out as you like. No one's going to tell you you're late. No one's going to tell you that you have to do this or that. You're good. All right, let's see. Sure, CB. Wouldn't that be a blast? You never know. I might just come down to Alabama one of these days, and you can show me one of those good places. There you go. We don't trust rotary phone, Rick. Afraid it will steal our identity. Well, most of the calls I get are for people that have their phone number listed as anonymous, so I don't even know what the number is. But there is no caller ID on this phone, and until I get my phone system up, I have no way of capturing it anyway. Loved your interview with Kiltsy. Yes, Carnivore Coach Eden's. Very compelling story. And I mentioned that too. And you even mentioned me, which I thought was pretty amazing. I'm always amazed when somebody mentions a quack like me when they're talking about carnivore in an interview. That's fantastic. That's, like I said, that's one of the reasons why I become a regular Dr. Kilt's viewer. As soon as I get up in the morning, the very first thing I do is turn on the laptop and see who is on Dr. Kilt's channel. And usually it's somebody I know, which is really good. That's one of the great things about this carnivore lifestyle, to be able to see people that you communicate with. And like I said, it is a community. This is not popularity contest. It's just getting to know people as best as we can. And she says, okay, just thank you. That's great. No one would want my identity. Well, that's true. I don't think anybody would want mine either, but, you know, I'm a total oddball. I'm a total quack. Love the replay. You are awesome. Yes. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I agree. Yes. That's awesome. Hey, BK. Hi, Rick and Milton. Just woke up. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you came in here to see, and I'm still here. Sometimes I'm off by now, but sometimes I'm here. Didn't see your interview, but we'll look for the replay when I get a chance. Excellent. You'll have to wait until I guess I get off of my live stream, because I'm taking up your time. But let's see here. All right. That's good. Hi, Quack Team. Quack, quack. From Rick. There you go. Or if I'm a Muscovy duck. There we are. Now, there are a few people who were here before that I just don't see anymore. And maybe you're not able to chat right now, but eventually, when I do make the video on some of my subscribers, I wanted to also make my own version. Now, I don't know if anyone watches Brian or Johnny, the, what is that called? Brian is Wicko's Carnivore, and Johnny is the Carnivore Champion. If you've watched any of those channels, they had their own little Carnivore YouTube awards, which I thought was kind of interesting. They had an award for like best small channel, best doctor channel, and so on. And they even made a category for me. They said the award for the Carnivore Pioneer. Now, there was only a few people they could consider that. And one option, I guess, was Maggie the Rancher, and the other one was Rick. But because Maggie the Rancher doesn't make videos and really isn't active at all, they went with the Rick. And besides, they've both interviewed Rick, so it's kind of hard not to pick Rick as the Carnivore Pioneer when Rick is the only one you can actually interact with. I tried. I don't know if anyone else has tried to communicate with Maggie White the Rancher, but I have had zero success. Zero. It's almost like she doesn't even exist. But I know she exists because Dr. Chafee found her, and Carrie Mann actually visited her and supposed to have made a video with her. Although I haven't seen the video, I believe him. He doesn't lie. So, but has anyone been able to communicate with Maggie the Rancher? I'm just curious. Someone had told me she had a heart attack. I thought, that doesn't sound right. I looked at her. She didn't seem like someone that was going to get a heart attack. I think it was just a joke. But I do have her channel in my list of subscriptions. I think it was called Canadian Rancher or something like that, or I don't know. Does anybody know a way to search through your memberships by name in YouTube? Because I haven't been able to figure it out all these years. If anybody has an idea, please let me know. Okay. Let's see. All right. I don't see it. Because I can't organize these alphabetically. All right, let's see. There's about 10 I go to here. I found some good antiques yesterday. There you go. Scooby the dog. Hi, Ellen. Preparing meatloaf now. There you go. Maggie the Rancher is 83 years old. Probably don't even know how to turn a computer on. All right. Maggie is not a social media person. The only time I saw her was when Dr. Chafee interviewed her. And I was on there because Bart K had told me about her. Said there was someone that's been carnivore for 65 years. I thought, well, that's interesting, because at the time, what was I, 56 or 55? I was somewhere around there. When I was first discovered, I was 54 years old. I'm 57 now. So, but yeah, so I don't know exactly what the deal was, but that's what happened. And Ellen says Maggie's not a social media person. But she did make one video in the dark, and I don't know where that is. It should be, let me see. All subscriptions. Why doesn't this come up? Okay. All right, subscribed. Okay. I cannot find it. Okay. Okay. I'll find it eventually. I'm just going through them one by one. What can you do? All right, let's see. A lot of subscriptions. Huh. I also noticed that Nicole has returned. I don't know if you remember Nicole. That was another carnivore influencer. She returned. Only got 25 subscribers. Okay. They kind of, and then Dr. Abs, he's pretty popular. He had a pretty good interview as well, and he mentioned me as well. Let's see, where is that? Huh. I'll find it eventually. Where in the world is that? Huh. I'll find it. Maybe her channel disappeared. Now you got me wondering. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Dutch Carnivore. Heart Attack Grill. Yes, there is a place called the Heart Attack Grill. That's for sure. Oh, there's so many. I got too many subscriptions. Way too many subscriptions. I can't even follow a tenth of these people. Let me tell you. I'm usually pretty good at remembering names, but channels are inactive. I have a chance, just I forget. It's just one of those things that I can't stop. And then JT, haven't seen JT in so long. I hope he's okay. He's a good friend of Carrie, and JT's the one that kind of pulled me into this whole thing. So I hope he comes back. Let's see. I haven't seen any videos from Carnivore Kip either. All right. Huh. Okay. Interesting. I cannot find it. I guess maybe the channel's gone. I don't know. Yeah, I'm looking at a lot of these channels and they're just not active at all. I don't know what happens. I guess people, they go onto YouTube, they have an idea, maybe they think they're going to be popular, and then they just lose interest, or I don't know, something goes wrong and they stop making videos. All right, let's see. Nope. I'm still going down the list, and I still can't find it. Wow. Oh, unbelievable. Huh. Oh, well. Mm. Okay. How much more? Wow. I just cannot get all these. Let's see. Oh, my goodness. Come on. All right. Hmm. Well, I guess whatever channel she had is gone because I went through my whole list and I couldn't find it. Okay. So that's it. Yep, it was. I saw that. I was 13 in 1983. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, in 1983, I was 15. So you're 2 years older than me. That's fine. That's great. So we're about the same age. 1983. 13. Okay. Oh, boy. Yep. Still sending you email about the free food or cheap food method. Well, that's good. If it involves a dumpster, saying her husband was building a boat and they were going sailing around, and also by a ranch in Colombia. So maybe they are on the sea. I'd like to know what happened to her. So, assignment, homework assignment for anybody that wants to. Try to figure out whatever happened to the Maggie lady. Is she sailing? Did she have a heart attack? She's still ranching? I'm just curious. What is a cheap food method? There is no native way to view or alphabetize the list of subscribers, the users who follow you. Yeah, I don't know. Used to be able to advertise them. Right. Goal is to connect with you on Facebook, Discord. Also owe you a video. I don't forget things. I'm just slow and behind. Okay. That's a good point, Rick. I haven't thought about JT in a long time. I want to know what happened to JT. You know, I've tried calling his number and it went to voicemail. I don't know what happened. And then I think I lost it because the last time I called, it said that it was a different message. So I don't know. I don't YouTube much. I haven't been following his channel. Right. Great people. They are just very young too. Tends to be a younger crowd I handle with older folks. Right. Explain to you. Good afternoon. Going outside, getting on the tractor to do some brush hogging on the land before I come in to start recording my next video content, Carnivore. Well, good. Carnivore breaded tenderloin. Good. I'll check that out. And I'll tell you, if you got a tractor, great. If you can, get a hold of a skid steer with mower for those hard to get to areas. Between that and the tractor, there's nothing you can't get. People come and go in life. We can't control their life. Luckily, we all have choices. That's true. Pork panko will be so good and will give you a heart attack. That's it. You got to have a heart attack if you want to have a good meal. I'm sure Kerry knows. What's up, Maggie? I'm sure you could email him. Well, I could, but I don't like emailing Kerry because he's so busy. You know, he may just pass the email off to somebody else. I remember we had our little misunderstanding. I emailed him and he never got it. And it elevated into sort of a blow up. But I have his phone number. Okay. Well, I have a number that he called me on. I don't know if that's the same phone number or not. I'll have to look at my list. But remember back in July when we had the Carrie and Rick discussion? He actually called in. I think I saved that number, but it may have been unknown. I don't know. I'd have to check. But anyway, let's see. Okay, well, that looks good. So we've been catching up pretty well. And again, I have so many subscriptions, I just can't. I don't know whatever happened to Maggie, but yeah. JT, he hasn't posted a video in over a year, as far as I can tell. He just stopped. I don't know why. I mean, it doesn't make sense. You would think, just, you would think, oh, okay. So he found, okay. So he found the website for YouTube. Let's try that out. Let's try it on YouTube. So we'll go ahead and, I know it was Alberta Ranchers, something like that. Okay, so here it is. Whoops. What am I doing? All right. There it is. Okay. See, that's what I remember. This really dark video, and that was it. Nothing ever happened. Just one video. And the channel was started in 2019. Okay. Interesting. So I guess you're right. She's not much of a social media person. And now that picture is probably from 2019. And she would have been what? 77 maybe? That is a really good looking 77-year-old. I'll tell you that. Looks more like a 57-year-old, not a 77-year-old. So why doesn't she make any videos again? And I was subscribed, but I guess must have been unsubscribed. That's really weird. Let's see. Yeah. I even commented on it again. Very interesting. Okay. Yeah, July 12th. That's when I started on YouTube. And that was when Carrie and I had that little discussion on the phone. So, excuse me. Ah, one of those things. But if anyone can figure out what happened to Maggie the Rancher, I'd be curious because there hasn't been anything out there. I mean, it's been a while. I'm stressed, Rick. Okay. Yeah, that was a comment I made. You know, this guy, what is his name? Max. He does his videos. I think he offers coaching or whatever, but I was interviewed by him. I was interviewed by so many channels. It's actually kind of interesting. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. That was a comment I made. I participate a lot in YouTube. I have to admit, I don't just let things go. So it's just the way that I am. Okay, there we go. All right, let me go back over here. Where is my scene? Here we go. Oh, really? I didn't know that he wasn't posting videos. No, he's not. You're talking about JT. Now, where the heck did JT go? I'm having a little mouse issue here. Let's see. All right, there we go. Huh. See? There's JT's channel. And let's see. All right, let me go here. Videos. The last video he had is 10 months ago. And see, he was posting a bunch of videos and then stopped. So I don't know what happened. I've been concerned that maybe he had gained weight, but very inspiring story. And he's a friend of Carrie. So, and he was the one that really got me excited about putting videos. He even made this video, that was inspired by me, Rick's Heart Attack Chicken. So I really want to know what happened to JT. I really do. But anyway, I've tried calling him, I've tried emailing him, and nothing. So I hope that he's doing okay. And, I know he's got a family and he's busy, but I hope we get to see him again. I have a feeling he'll probably pop in, but he was awesome. The first time I saw him, I thought, well, who is this silly guy? But then I realized, wait a minute, he like me, he must be pretty good. And then I kind of got addicted to his channel, and he was a lot of fun. He used to have like carnivore talks, and you go on there and have a live. JT was fun, so I really do want to see if he comes back. I'm curious what happened to him. Just one. He was really into it. Hope he's okay. I will try to contact him. Yeah, please do. And let him know that Rick's been trying to reach him. And I'm really hoping that we get to talk again. Okay, let's prank call Mitch and try to sell him salad. Oh boy, that's funny. Okay, Ricky. Oops, what am I doing here? Maggie Lee could have gotten an injury for ranching. Yeah, just a theory. The nature of ranching, I imagine, would include injury. That is true. Ranching is definitely somewhat risky. If you could find that out, because really when it comes down to it, all of us need to maintain contact. And it would be nice to know about all the carnivore personalities when something happens. I'm hoping that when I have my heart attack, it will be well known. And then that way people can say, well, Rick was nice, but I'm sorry that he had his heart attack. And unlike Mitch, who had his stroke and survived, when I have my heart attack, I don't think I'm going to survive. I'll probably be out there riding my bicycle, have the big one, end up riding into the canal, and then the ducks will be over there looking at me face down in the water thinking, well, is it our time to get even with him and eat him for dinner or just leave him there for the gators? That and the iguanas will be laughing. Ha, ha, ha. He finally got what he deserved. Getting on the tractor sounds great. That's it. As long as the tractor runs. That was Carrie's right-hand man. Yes, it was. Remember when him and Carrie were going around offering to cook people carnivore meals? And then JT would put on the panda suit at the theater, entertain the kids. I don't know what happened. JT had another channel. I don't know. Let's make a second channel. Does he have that link there? He's getting into some true crime stuff, I remember. Okay. Well, again, it's so easy to forget people because when they stop posting videos on YouTube, they get forgotten, and it's just one of those things. But I was looking, and I know he had some problems. One of his last videos was about being stalked and followed, so maybe he definitely decided to just get out of YouTube, because I see this one video here, and it was, let's see, October 15th, 2023. You can see he made a video where he was jumping rope and talking about his stalking experience. And the last video he put out was, let's see, Carnivore Grocery Haul. That was on October, 25th. So that was the last video, October 25th, 2024. So in October, it will be 2 years since he posted a video. So I know it's getting close to 2 years. Okay. Well, let's see if we can find out what happened to JT. That's pretty good. All right. Okay. No one can say that Rick doesn't care, because I do care. JT is, like a friend I never got to meet in person. So I would really like to see what happened. I hear a noise. Hold on. Oh my goodness, I can't even see out the sardines are tasty. So, one thing about me, I can hear low frequency sounds really, really well. So if anybody has an engine running within 200 feet of here, I can hear it even when I'm inside the house. It's just that certain sound that it makes. And somebody was across the street. I think they're waiting for an Uber. So that might be what it is. But anyway, yeah, so Ellen, I know you will find out. You're good at that. And other people have contacts. I don't really have any contacts. There's only a couple of people that I have contact with. And, you know, some of the callers I've had have never given their number. They've been anonymous. So I have no way of calling them. But JT did give me his phone number. And I did try to call him, but I guess something went wrong. But anyway. Oh, yes, I remember Ellen saying this. I met JT at the butcher shop. He was wearing those cow pants. I actually did a video. I remember that. And he sent me a cow hat, which I wore in a couple of videos, and I don't know where I put it. It may be in the closet somewhere. So that'll be it. Okay. All right, let's see. I see if I can get Aaron to find out about JT. He's friends with Carrie. Okay. So I guess they know each other. Well, that's good. They may be more like a premiere set of actual lives, but we can still all gather and chat. Great idea, I think. Yeah, that's true. Downside on YouTube, you get many trolls and haters if soon you're getting popular. See, that's one thing I don't have to worry about. There is no way that I'm ever going to be popular. I am too much of an oddball. I think most people would rather laugh at me. And if they try to, you know, bother me, it's kind of worthless because I don't care. You know, they want to go after somebody that's a high value target. It's like when you throw something in the garbage and nobody picks it up. The only guy that's going to pick it up is a scrap man. And I'm kind of like the scrap man, but worse, because I only pick up the things that I can use or want. I don't just pick up anything. I leave behind more than I ever pick up. I think it's the same thing with the YouTube channels. I tend to seek out the YouTube channels of people that kind of reflect my way of thinking, people that I might be able to meet up with someday. And, you know, it's like even larger channels like Barkay. He lives so far away. If he lived closer, I would probably go visit him to help him clean up from the flood disaster. But then again, who knows? You know, I don't. We have one person that was here today that's somewhere here up North Miami. There's not that many people in this area that think the way that we do. So I just try to put myself out there and see. But I'm not really a high value target. There's nothing that they can take from me that it's a lot easier to go after somebody easier. And it's like none of the vegans have ever attacked me. Vegans have attacked most of the carnivore channels. They even attacked some of the smaller channels. But they don't touch my channel because it's not worth it. And I have been banned from pretty much every vegan channel you can imagine. So they're not going to go after me. All right, let's see. It was just going to be about the butcher shot, what he was showing me. Okay. Asking me all kinds of questions. After your heart attack, the AI channel of you will be Charger, Mokar, Rip Alive. Yeah, right? It'd be hard to duplicate me with AI. That'd be pretty tricky. I remember we did have an incident. We said some people were at his house, which is very unusual because there is no crime in this town. It is very safe, right? Which makes me think about, yeah, talking about specifically. Because that's one of the last videos he did, targeting him, right? How about that silver price now? Well, it's heading to $50, which it was, I think it was back in 2011. That's about the time I sold the silver holdings that I still had. My parents were both still alive. And when it hit $50, I got to get out of this. And that's what I did. But since then, I don't know. I'd say it's 50. Wait till a couple of weeks when the Fed announces their rate cut. And then they'll probably do like half a point or something, just like they did back in 2007 and 8. And they're going to chase the market down once it starts to fall apart. The secret will be gas prices. If gas prices start going up, that's usually the end of the market and all the other bubble crap. What's your shop? Dang phone. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to see. Let's see. Now, this yogurt is starting to look good. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This yogurt is good. Look at that. Be part of my lunch. One thing that people do say, I said, Rick, you're always eating in your videos, and that is very true. One time, I had somebody tell me, the carnivore diet is basically a starvation diet. What you do, you get to food that you don't like, so you're not going to eat much, and then you lose weight. I try to tell them, it's not that way at all. Once you become a real carnivore, you crave the carnivore foods. It's very, very delicious, and I couldn't imagine eating anything else. Can you imagine you give me a bag of chips? It would be like giving it to Milton. Milton would go, "Ugh," and run away. Every time somebody's giving me a bag of chips, you know what I tell them? Oh, the ducks are going to appreciate this. Like, no, it's for you. I'm like, it's for the ducks, right? No, well, I don't eat chips, but the ducks will. Oh, they get offended when I'm going to give it to the ducks. But I'm going to eat the chips. I'm going to eat them secondhand. I'll feed it to the duck, and then when I eat Mr. Duck, I'll be eating the chips. That's all. Okay, so let's see. So yeah, that's definitely an assignment. If you can figure out what happened to JT and talk to Kilby, or whatever. But I know I'm not a popular one. When I try to email people, I don't think they remember who I am, or if they do, they're probably afraid that I'm a total quack, which I am. I am a total quack. But, Okay, let's see. All right. You have thousands of hours of videos on your channel alone and thousands of other channels. So enough for AI to be able to create footage of you. Well, that would be interesting because AI could create footage, but it would never be realistic. I don't think that AI would be able to mimic me 100%. And the other thing is, it'd be tricky to be interactive too. But anyway, but that's a good point. All right, so let's see. How many people do we still have on Rick's Heart Attack live stream? View your channel. Looks like we're hitting the 5-hour mark. We got 35 people watching. I also crave yogurt and cheese on my carnivore diet. And there is nothing wrong with eating yogurt and cheese as long as it's properly fermented, in my opinion. Why? Some people don't do well on it, but when you're skinny like I am, you've been skinny your whole life, I think the yogurt has benefits. I really do. I mean, obviously, dairy is a very dense source of nutrients and energy because it has to be able to turn a small cow into a bigger cow. Calf to something that can walk around and then eat grass. So dairy has its benefits, and also very interesting. That's weird. It sounded like a UFO from that. I don't know if you remember the TV show called UFO that was on when I was a kid in the 70s. You had Colonel Straker and you had the other people that were there. They had a moon base, and then I think their office was underneath a film studio, and they had this thing that goes shh. I heard a sound just like that outside. I walked out and there's nothing there, so I don't know what's the deal with that. But anyway, it's so scary to me. See, eventually, we won't know what is real and what isn't. Well, the thing is, that's only true on the computer. In real life, You will be able to tell what's real and what's not. Wouldn't matter. If you pass, it wouldn't matter. Someone who is a loyal viewer and loves you, Rick, we would make sure your quality, reputation, integrity was protected. It would have to be as close to 100% you. That is very true. I'm not skinny since I quit smoking, but now I'm losing slowly weight down, down 15 pounds in 4 weeks. That's great. And you know what? It's better to be a little overweight and be a non-smoker than to be a skinny smoker, because I've known a lot of skinny smokers. They don't last. In fact, among the smokers, it seemed like the skinny smokers die faster than the overweight ones. Oh, we have a call. Wow. Oh, okay. Hello.
Oh, I must be lagging.
Ah, there you go. Yes. Well, that's usually about the time when it's time to wrap up. That's the thing. There's no controversy. It's just me. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, actually, I thought I did. Oh, I could be wrong. Hmm. I thought I said I don't see Kurt here. Could be. Because I was talking about a lot of regulars I don't see today, and I don't see Kurt here. I think I said that. Who knows? I can't remember. It's been almost 5. It's been 5 hours, I think. Mm-hmm.
Get what they're entitled to, and the mother is they got training wheels on the bike. No, they don't have training wheels on the bike. But anyways, the mother was teaching this, like, I don't know, 7-year-old how to ride a bike. She had a towel wrapped around underneath her arms and holding her up while she's holding her on the bike, trying to just go down the driveway. And I'm like, really?
Mm-hmm.
Are you joking? When I was that kid's age, I was riding a flipping mini bike.
Yeah, exactly.
And up and down the road, dodging buildings, dodging cars, no helmet, no nothing, no, in shorts, barefoot.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Yeah.
How people coddle their kids
Mm-hmm.
nowadays.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Well, I was
It's
the only kid of my parents. My parents are older, so they were very protective. But once my parents started working, they were both working. It was kind of like, well, we have no choice. So I ended up going out all over the place, just the way it was.
Yeah, I mean, when I was, I think it was, let's see, 1970. So I was probably 3 years old. I had a tricycle. That was my first baby bike, whatever you want to call it. We lived out in Idaho. We moved out to Idaho when I was 3.
Mm-hmm.
And we lived out there. We lived out there for like a year and a half. But anyways, yeah, I had that tricycle. It was a small town, but just the fact that a 3-year-old could take off in the morning, and I was clear across, when my mom found me, I was having dinner with some strange lady,
Mm-hmm.
clear across town.
Right.
If that just goes to tell you anything, I had ants in my pants from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It was crazy.
Well, things were different. You don't see that anymore. Everybody now is paranoid.
Oh, yeah.
It's like when I went to school, there was no fence around the school. There was a fence around the field, and it has these pass-throughs. Now there's a 6-foot fence around the whole place. They got barbed wire on part of it.
Why?
Because it's prison. You know, you got to keep the kids in prison.
Oh.
Kids used to skip school all the time. That was common. When things got boring, you just slipped out.
Yep.
They took the back doors off of the school too. They put a wall with windows because when they put the fence around it, there was still the back door, and recently they took that off. But yeah, now it's like, you know, it's basically the jail. You put the kids in jail, and then they can't get out.
Yeah, I really, the last time I was in my old school was when I enrolled my daughter, and just the crap that, like, I saw 2 or 3 soda machines, a ghee-dunk machine, which is, if anybody's in the military, they know what a ghee-dunk machine is, but it's like a bunch of junk food, you know, sad diet Fritos and chips, and I'm like, this wouldn't, when I was going to school, we didn't have this crap.
Mm-hmm. We had a
And
milk vending machine, believe it or not.
Had a what?
A milk vending machine in junior high.
We didn't even have that.
Yeah.
You wanted milk, you went to the cafeteria.
Right. But we had one. It was over there. It was near the cafeteria. It was like right there by the office. And then it also had orange juice machine. There was no soda machine in any school that I remember.
Nope.
There was
Not
a
even
soda
now.
machine at the park, though, that they did, because the school was next to the pool and the park. They had soda machines there. They had Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Tab. They had Hires. They had all that stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I remember when I was a kid, you know, you were lucky to get a 6-pack of Coke a month.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a treat.
Right.
But now it's just part of the mainstream diet.
Mm-hmm. Which is
It's so disgusting.
every day, and they get this. When I was a kid, they came out with those 2-liter bottles, and people would buy that stuff. And after that, it just seemed like they got fatter and fatter.
Oh yeah, we had, I think, one overweight kid in my class, and my class, even though it was small, it was like 33, 32 people. There was one kid in my class, and in the whole school, maybe a handful of overweight people. Most of us were lanky.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you've seen my graduation picture, not my graduation, but my the cake my mother made me, I'm at a picnic table. I've got it on the fridge in here, but that's how skinny that everybody was.
Right.
I weighed a whopping 132 pounds when I went in the Navy.
Wow.
6'1".
See, I thought I was skinny at 195.
No, 6'1". I was 6'1" when I got out of school, and I was 132 pounds. Had a 27, 28-inch waist.
Wow. My waist is 34.
That's what I'm shooting for. I'm down to, I think, 38.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
Yep.
You're getting there. It's just a matter of time. How's your recovery going with your surgery?
Oh, see, that's the other thing with my story is, you know, I've had 2 surgeries after I started Carnivore, so I not only am I healing from my previous stupidity, I'm healing from 2 surgeries. Well, unfortunately, I got some bad news about the opioids that the doctor gave me.
Mm.
I never took them.
Oh, well, that's good. Sounds good to me.
In fact, because I played it out that I was in deep pain and how the Advil and whatever else he suggested. He's like, "Do you need more narcotics?" And I'm like, "No,
Right.
no, I don't need any more. I don't like drugs." Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. As far as me healing, the doctors just wanting physical therapy.
Mm-hmm.
I won't disclose too much on a video. I mean, personally, if you want to know, I can tell you, but I can just say that I'm recovering as expected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's great.
And I appreciate you asking.
Yes,
Yeah.
well, that's great. I figured, of anybody, you'd be able to handle it without as much. So people complain unnecessarily, and you don't like that. With what you've been through, I mean, come on, this is nothing.
Well, I think I've been that way my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
When I worked in the factory, you know how you know what a 200-ton press looks like, don't you?
Oh yeah, they used to make sheet metal panels with it.
Okay, well, I had a 200-ton ram come down on top of my head while I was operating it, and there was a malfunction with the buttons because you have buttons on each side, and two people they got to simultaneously hit it. Well, there was a malfunction, and as I was going in, the ram came down and just hit me on top of the head. I got a big dent in my head. That's about it. No stitches. Never knocked me unconscious, but it hurt.
Of course it hurt. That's what you call a hard head.
Yeah.
I've been hit on the head by coconuts so many times, and that hurts.
Yep.
A couple of years ago, I was hunting an iguana, and the coconut fell and hit me on the head, knocked me to the ground. I got mad. I think I threw the coconut back up at the tree, and then more fell down. I ran away.
Okay, let's see. It looks like Ellen has a question. What kind of surgery? I had a tendon torn from the elbow. It's for the bicep. So they cut just below the crease where the elbow, where it folds on the arm. And it looks like about, I don't know, 2 inches, an inch and a half incision, and he went in and moved some shit around and drilled a hole in the elbow and reattached the tendon. That's all I know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, I got a question here about the condensation on the windows. And yes, there's a lot of problems with rot because the humidity's here. And then the other question was about the single pane. Yeah, the windows here are single pane because we don't have winters, It doesn't get cold. Okay.
Where Scooby saw the sling? Where did she see the sling?
Gotta be on one of your videos, or I thought on the live.
Well, my
maybe.
video, all my shit's deleted.
Yeah, but when she watched it, it had to be on one of the lives.
Okay. I didn't even know she was subscribed.
Did Bob delete all his Carnivore Talk videos?
Oh no, no. But I haven't been on since I had the surgery. I haven't been on live.
Okay. That might be it. Yeah, she must have seen it when it was up there.
Okay. Yep. I got a $200 ice machine that I didn't need.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sitting down in storage. The wife won't let me sell
it. Okay.
Yep. It's just crazy. Yeah. So I got to flush my other narcotics, my hydrocodone. I got to flush them down the toilet too because I got those from last September. So it's been a year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe I'm collecting pills. Who knows?
Be the street dealer. That's what happens to some of that stuff.
Oh, no. Nobody's getting any of this stuff. Nope. I have, in fact, my brother wanted to get some of my painkillers when I had my back surgery. And I'm like, nah, you're not getting my Valium.
Mm-hmm.
I got rid of those.
Right. People get addicted to that crap.
Well, he is. He's got a morphine addiction. He got somebody. The guy runs his mouth, and usually when somebody will run their mouth, they either put up or shut up. Well, somebody tried to shut him up. They shot him.
Oh.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
But yeah, he had. It's a long time. I'm surprised he's still alive because he just talks a big game.
Mm-hmm.
He's a scammer.
Yeah.
So, but that's another part of my huge story. That, by the way, everybody, seeing as how you're probably wondering, I'm censored. That's all I can say. My content is, I mean, I've still got it, but who knows if it'll get out. My story will get out. But I'm being censored, and it is what it is.
Mm-hmm. That's it. It's up to you whenever you're uncensored, then you can decide what to do next.
Oh, yeah. Yep. So how's your day going? I see somebody sent you some beef and
Yes, that was Gary.
sardines.
Gary sent sardines for Milton, but Milton didn't like them, so I ate them. And then got
Mhm.
some beef patties and some ground beef in a roll. So that was Gary. That was good.
Yeah. CB Carmack, I'm just going to let you know. I despise cops. No offense. I personally don't know you. I don't like police one bit.
I don't think
care.
anybody does.
So I wouldn't, I don't, the further I am from the cops, unfortunately, I have a cop that lives across from me. I have a cop, two retired cops living in my neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife's friend her husband's a cop, and they're all douchebags.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, it's nothing personal.
Right. I think that's
Nothing
kind
personal.
of goes with the job. Those are the people that like that kind of
Yep.
work.
Yeah. Again, Ellen, I really can't say.
Mm-hmm.
That's how deep. It's the deep state.
Oh, yeah. I don't blame you.
So, but healing up good, ornery as ever.
That's
I
good.
wasn't. So everybody, you don't have to worry. You won't find me unalive, and you're lucky. I just came here to stir up some shit and get on Rick's live before he logged for the day.
Yep.
So it was good talking to you, brother. Do you anything else? Any other questions you got for me?
No, that was it. I mean, I know you got pretty much everything under control. I mean, you're a kind of a foundation of this group, so I just wanted to check in, make sure that you're recovering well, which you seem to be, and I know you'll be back on, and like you said, you're censored for now. If you ever do come back, that's great. Otherwise, just stay in the background. You feel free. You got my number. You call me whenever you want, and that's all that's the way it is. We're friends for sure. Like you say, the brother from another mother, and we're definitely going to keep on this journey.
Oh yeah, ain't nothing gonna stop me.
That's right. I can't imagine you in the duck food waddling around in the duck pond, so that's good.
I mean, if I ever got suicidal, that's probably what I'd do.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. If I wanted to kill myself, I would probably just say, okay, screw life. I'm going back to the sad diet.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'd do.
Yeah. Well, that's a slow way to do it. And as you know, The heart attack diet, I failed. I tried my very best to give myself a heart attack, and I've given up. The only thing that it's done is kept me active. And you know, at this point, I can't imagine. I tell everybody, if I get to the point where I want to take my own life, I'm taking up some people with me. So let's hope it doesn't get to that point.
Right, right.
You know how it works. You get in that kind of mood, and the first person that messes with you is they're going to get a trip along with you. That's kind of the way it works.
Oh, yeah.
But as long as I'm
Yeah,
happy and healthy, I'm fine.
Exactly. That's what helps me keep my sanity.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Yep. In fact, if I'm lucky enough, I will be getting my favorite e-cigarette juice, e-juice, whatever you want to call it, my vape juice.
Mm-hmm.
I will be getting that here shortly, about 1,000 mils.
Mm-hmm.
I have somebody picking it up for me.
Excellent.
Let's see, the trauma and stress that comes with the job. Officers have to be short. I'm not. Well, I can't get into the deal with the cops. It's just that all I can say is regardless whether you're a state, county, or local,
Mm-hmm.
cops are cops. It's the same mentality.
Well, the thing is, they're out to get people. That's their job. You know, they want to try to convict them of something. That's what I have against them.
Well, that's probably, you know, if I was to become a cop, I would root out all the corruption.
Right.
You know, and I wouldn't make a good cop. I'm not a brother in blue. I don't believe in brotherhood, and
Right.
regardless of what's seeing 10 other people, cops, brothers, whatever, do wrong, and you got to stand by it because you're part of the the system. No, screw
Right.
that. Sorry,
Right.
I'll throw your ass under the bus quicker than anything.
Well, you know, if you're a public servant, you cannot ignore corruption. It's just the way it is.
Really, Rick?
Now,
Oh my gosh.
if they're self-serving,
I'll have
that's
to
a
remember
different
that.
story.
Yeah, I'll have to remember that.
Hmm.
But that's probably why I didn't really care for the service.
Yeah.
I didn't care for when I was in. I didn't care for that. Police, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I worked with. I got harassed when I was younger by local police,
Mm-hmm.
and then when I got older, I was a supervisor over one of the police that gave me the hard time.
Mm-hmm.
Gave me. I was over his daughter, and then she tried to play that card.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I really don't give two S's.
Yep.
Who your dad is, I know. They made my life rough, and
Mm-hmm.
that has no bearing here. You're working for me, and this is how it's going to go. If you don't like it, well, I made her cry.
No. Right.
Mm. Yep. So, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'm really, really, really hard-nosed, straight line. That's probably why a lot of people don't like me, and I really don't give a rat's butt
Well, I appreciate
because
it.
I'm straightforward. I ain't got no reason to lie. Not even this. If I mess up, I'll admit it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't care.
Right.
I'll own up to it. But
Right. Most people
that's
won't.
that's probably why. No, that's probably why I'm better off at the job I'm at, and
Mm-hmm.
I can punch in, punch out, and that's it.
Exactly.
I don't have to be a part of anything.
Right. That makes sense.
In fact, they're having a get together on my birthday, and I'm not going to be there.
Well, there you go.
Yep. Why would I want to spend my off time, my birthday, with you people celebrating something else?
Right.
This is my day.
That's true. I agree with that. Everybody, people have a motive. Once you figure out what their motive is, then you know how to treat them. That's all.
Definitely.
I don't know if you saw,
What
I
do you
got
got
this.
there?
Huh?
What is that?
This is
It
from my
almost looks like
garden.
a head of cabbage.
It is. It's from my garden. But it had like some
Oh, my
damage on it.
gosh.
So I took the damage off. You can see there was some insects that got to the leaves. But the inside's good. So you know what's going to happen to this cabbage. You know what I'm going
Sauerkraut.
to... Sauerkraut. I'm going to cut it up and make sauerkraut out of it. I got some jars. I got salt. I'm going to turn this baby into sauerkraut. And I'm going to make myself a heart attack burger with sauerkraut on it.
Oh, man. Nice.
Oh, you know, the carnivore police. Oh, that Rick, he's over there eating cabbage. So whatever. I'm not afraid. I've ate an orange on camera before. I'm not trying to tell people you can't eat this stuff. We've been eating this stuff
Rick.
for thousands of years. Yeah.
Orange is not carnivore. Oh, my gosh. What kind of message are you sending us?
See what I mean? I just like to piss
Yep.
people off, you know. And when I start seeing
Oh, yeah.
the hardcore, because the thing is that they can't. I mean, what are they going to do? Oh, Rick's not a carnivore. He ate a piece of fruit. Well, gee, my cat ate grass. That doesn't mean that he's a vegan.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I caught Milton eating sauerkraut. Like, what are you doing? Milton ate a bunch of it, too. I couldn't believe it. I was making sauerkraut for a friend. He jumped up on the countertop, started eating it. So I'm like, okay, have some. I let him eat it. I think his system needed a cleaning. He did a big poop after that, and then he didn't want it anymore.
I guess he learned his lesson.
Well, maybe he was a little bit, I don't know, maybe he needed something to get it moving, but he made a big poop. I mean, it was like, what is that bad smell? And that was after he had all that cabbage, that's a sauerkraut. But that's okay.
Wow.
I'm not afraid I tell everybody, I'm not afraid of plants. I know how to handle them. You know, I'm not gonna go, the plants are not gonna kill me. Plants are trying to kill you. Not mine. But yeah.
Wow. Unless they're really the plants are alive and they're vines and they're trying to strangle you.
Right?
Yep.
Well, if my plant's trying to digest me, that means I'm already dead, and it doesn't make any difference. I'm just turning the compost. But
I did want to bring up this young girl. I think she's 16, 17, I don't know, but she popped on the scene. She was just she's doing interviews, which is mad props to her.
mm-hmm.
She was just on with Dr. Kiltz in the morning. I don't know how to pronounce her name, but if y'all can just go over there and check her out and subscribe to her. She, like I said, she's 16, but she is a smart cookie.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's it.
And she's carnivore.
Yes.
She did this for health reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Not only weight loss, but for health reasons. I got one person I subscribe to. People that get on this journey, that subscribe to the carnivore lifestyle for the sake of losing weight, I pity you. I pity you for the fact that this isn't a diet per se. This is a health journey.
Mm-hmm.
And when you specifically, you go off, you know you're going to go off plan, you know you're going to flub up, and you admittedly, openly, repeatedly say, I'm not giving up booze, you've already failed.
Mm-hmm.
You've already failed. Because you say you've given your life to God, and you've trusted your beliefs are deeply you spiritual, not religious, as Mitch says. That right there. There's a difference between religious people and spiritual people.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I got to say.
Right.
And when you're religious, you're just so full of crap. Okay, I don't care what denomination you're religious people, y'all can suck it. You're spiritual, like this guy says he is, then you should know that if you give yourself even the inclination to, okay, well, I can't give this vice up. You're not ready to commit.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to go to church. I'm going to stop drinking. I'm going to stop this. But, and I gave myself to God. I've been saved. But every now and then I'm going to look at a Playboy.
Mm-hmm.
It's even thinking about looking at porn. It's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not ready to commit, don't even bother.
Yeah.
You're wasting your time. You're wasting everybody else's time, unless this is what you're trying to go after. But after seeing how many subscribers you have, this person knows who they are.
Mm-hmm.
It's sad. And it's nobody that I have busted their chops before. This is somebody that I subscribed to. And I went off on them, and I had to delete my comments because they were so nasty.
Mm-hmm.
I felt bad because, I needed to give this person a chance. But no, after seeing the restart, and I'm not giving up booze, and no, you're just going to fail. And I'm going to sit back. I'm going to watch your video every day, and I'm going to sit back and laugh my ass off. That's it.
Right.
I need a good laugh.
Exactly.
They're here for my entertainment.
Right. Well, that's what happens. They delude themselves, and then they fail. It's just normal.
That's the way most people are,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. I don't understand when you can admit that if you stick to plan, this is what happens. You have said this time and time and time again. Well, when I stick to plan, I know this is the benefits of this. Then what is so hard? Why are you being so oblivious to the fact that alcohol is not carnivore? I don't care if it's once a week. That one little bit, hey, I'm going to shoot up whatever, or I'm going to smoke whatever. It's just once a week.
Mm-hmm.
Duh, it's still going to affect you.
Right.
I mean, it's no different than putting in a bottle of 32-ounce bottle of vegetable oil in my car. It's only once a month.
Mm-hmm.
It's still gonna. Oh God, I can't even imagine how bad that would gum the engine up, the valves.
Well, I mean, depending where you put it. If I put it in my fuel tank, it runs good because I drive a diesel.
Well, I'm talking my car is regular petrol.
Right.
So it would not do the car any good.
Right. Well, that would be a disaster. I mean, first of all, you imagine you put that in a fuel tank, you'll clog up the injectors.
Exactly.
Mm.
Exactly. I mean, you know what it does when you the oxidation on stainless steel.
Mm-hmm.
It's that brown crud.
Yep.
Can you imagine if that gets internal? You know.
Every year I had to take the fuel tank out of my truck and clean it because the oxidation forms a layer. It's almost like an undercoating. And then eventually breaks off and clogs the fuel line, and then I get stuck on the highway.
Wow.
When I run that stuff, I pull the tank. I used to pull the tank every 6 months to clean it, but it has to be at least once a year. And then the injector lines, and it's just a mess. It's constant cleaning. So, yeah.
Or do you clean it with kerosene?
Lacquer thinner or just regular gasoline. I'll put,
Okay.
What I do, like the fuel lines, I put all the fuel lines in gasoline. I let them soak. Then I take the pressure cleaner and I blast them with water. And then after that, I soak them in diesel and then dry them out and put it back in. I spend a whole day. Every year I take the injection pump out of my truck and I change the seals because they go bad. The vegetable oil will cause them to swell up. and I change it. I mean, I can get by 2 years. I do it once a year. It's like $40 for the parts. And I always ran good. It's just the engine, the compression was bad when I got it. It got worse. But once I get the truck running again, I'll be doing the same routine. Right now, I have diesel in both tanks because when I put the truck into storage, I cleaned all the vegetable oil out of it and let it sit with diesel. That thing sits with vegetable oil. It'll lock up. The pump will be totally
Oh, yeah.
seized. It's a mess.
I don't even want to imagine that mess. So diesel doesn't lacquer up like regular gasoline?
No, because it doesn't evaporate like gasoline does.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
gasoline turns to varnish. And then the worst part is with today's gas with alcohol in it, it attracts water, so you get corrosion. So you get varnish and corrosion. It wrecks everything.
Yep. I use 2-cycle in my leaf blower.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it's not, I use the stuff that's got zero ethanol.
Yeah, they sell that here, the Rec 90. They sell it at the gas station, and then you mix it up.
Yep.
I use the ethanol
Well,
gas.
we
I
don't-
just separate the water out. That's all.
We don't get, I have to drive like 2 hours to get Rec 90, and I'm not about to do that right now.
Right.
In where I grew up, you could get 110 octane.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of race cars around there. People drove race cars, and it was racing fuel. I would go put 2 gallons of that in my Mustang, the straight 6.
Right.
I'd put 2 gallons of that in and then top it off with the regular gas.
Uh-huh. That's like the
Run
avgas.
great.
The avgas they used to sell at the airport.
Yep, really good stuff. But they shut that down probably early 2000s after I went overseas.
Yeah.
People weren't. I don't know, the race car drivers were retiring or what, but place went out of business.
They turned the racetrack here into houses like everything else.
My gosh, that's just nuts.
Any
We still have a drive-in theater where I grew up.
Really?
Yep.
They tore ours down in 1994, I think it was, to build a shopping center.
Wow. No, the original is still there, and they got 2 screens now.
Mm-hmm.
The original only had 1.
Okay.
But yep.
Wow, amazing.
I took my wife there a couple times, and we enjoyed the first drive-in movie, her first drive-in movie, because they don't have drive-in movie overseas.
Our drive-in theater used to have air conditioning.
What?
Yep. They had portable air conditioners attached to the speaker poles, and they had a hose you'd stick in your car. You put the window part of the way down, you put the spacer in there, and you turn it on. Until one of our friends, a rat, got into it, and when they turned on the air conditioner, the rat jumped on them, and they all went into a frenzy. But yeah, they had, it was called the Coral Way Drive-In, the world's only air-conditioned drive-in is what they used to say. And that's what it was.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they had air conditioners on every pole. It was funny. And then they had a couple of hoses on it. You could stick one in one car and one in the other.
No, I never heard of that.
Yeah, Coral Way Drive-In, air conditioned. You might be able to, I mean, maybe online, but there was a picture one time I remember seeing in the Miami Herald. Coral Way Drive-In, the air-conditioned drive-in. It's now an apartment building.
Yeah, the thing I miss with the drive-in, I remember the drive-ins when I was a kid. The first thing us kids wanted to do, we didn't care about the movie.
Mm-hmm.
We wanted to go play on the slides, the merry-go-round, the swings,
Mm-hmm.
and just run around. And
they used to have that at the dairy. They had a place called Dressel's Dairy, and they had swing, and they had all kinds of stuff. Coral Way Drive-In Theater. I was looking on the computer. Yeah, there's there's the sign.
Let's see it.
Yeah, let me see. Okay. Why is this not coming up? Oh, hold on. That was the sign. I remember Carnivore Drive-In. Let's see. That's when it was empty. It was back in the 70s. It's a big old neon sign. And then those pine trees, some of them are still there, but it's all apartment buildings now.
Oh, let me. Dang it.
Let's see.
Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah.
That is pretty.
Enlarge this. We had some good stuff here, but it all got wiped out for a stupid development. Everything is stupid houses and stupid shopping centers. Sounds like the mail truck. We got mail here. Hold on.
Oh, shoot, yeah, I got to go check the mail too here
It's
shortly.
across the street. I don't get much mail. It's a shame that this place has gotten so overdeveloped. It's just ridiculous. Let's see if I can find this.
I told you, you got to get the heck out of there.
I will. It's only a matter of time. Let's see.
I guess me spending, 50 plus years in my hometown for the most part. I lived all over the U.S., but for the majority of my life, I lived where I was born. So, yeah, I got out when the time was ready.
Yeah. And this picture must have been taken after it was closed because you can see they were advertising the University Park Trailer Park, which is still there, but I think they want to tear that down and build stupid apartments. But yeah, this place sat empty for a while.
Well, what good is it if you don't have the trailer park trash?
Well, we got plenty of that here.
I mean, I remember there was near my mother's, there was a trailer park that was just so sketch. The cops, my wife was, we were going to move, and she's like, let's check this out. And I said, you do not want to. We got to get out. We got to find a place of our own. So I took her there. And she's like, oh, my God, no, let's go. Because it was just nasty sketch. And then come to find out, there had been a couple of murders lately, and it just some really weird stuff going on. So I'm like, yeah, there you go. Now, you want to find a trailer park and move in? Nope.
Right? That's it.
Never.
Crazy.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Bad enough my neighbors are as close as they are now. But they leave us alone, which is good.
That is good.
Yep. I wanted to, I'll probably tell you in an email.
All right.
I don't want to sound this publicly, so.
Right.
Yeah. Bad enough people hate me for how my character is, my views.
Well, that's easy to do.
What is this shredded cheese stuff? You looking up that stuff with the wood pulp in it?
That was, I think, from JT's videos when he was making them.
Oh.
Okay. Why the heck is this not? 408 drive-in. I'm trying to find something else. I guess there's just not that much there. But it's just something I remember from a long time ago.
Right.
I was a kid. It was across the street from the school. Here it is.
Oh, nice. What'd you find?
In-car air conditioning. There it is. Now exclusive. Enjoy in-car air conditioning. Carnivore Drive-In.
Wow. That is cool.
One of these days I'll get out there and make a video from where it was. The railroad used to go next to it, and they took the railroad out and they built apartments on where the railroad used to be.
400 car spaces available. Wow, that's bigger than ours, I think.
It was huge. It was probably 10 or 15 acres. It was a big piece of property. Part of it,
Wow.
they built, well, at one time there was a lumber yard there, but I think that was when the drive-in was there. They built the apartments and they have a car dealer. So part of it has a car dealer and the rest of it's apartments. That was all that drive-in movie.
You said how many acres?
I think it was about 15 acres.
Wow, that's pretty big.
Yeah, we had some real big drive-ins here.
Wow. And just one screen?
Yeah, one screen.
That'd be like being at a concert nowadays.
That's right. Well, look, it's 1949 when they opened it, or something like that. It was there before the
nice.
neighborhood was there. There's an aerial photograph. I think if I can get it.
June and listen. Technicolor. Yeah, I remember Technicolor.
See, that's what it looked like when it was open. Sign was located here, and they always put these trees all around it, these Australian pines. And there's the old lumber yard was over there.
Oh, God forbid anybody was trying to watch the movie from the road.
Well, the thing is, friends of ours lived in these houses back here. I think it was in this house. You could easily walk through there. They had speaker poles, and then later ones they had FM, but these were all speaker poles, and you could hear it. I mean, you could definitely hear and watch the movie.
I mean, the way they got that set up is really nice with all the trees and the hedges.
Mm-hmm.
Ours was nothing but fence.
Yeah.
I think 8 or 10 foot fence. I don't remember.
Well, up here where the screen is, that they used to have seats there. This must have been taken after they closed it, but there were seats. You could still see the poles from the speakers,
Wow.
but they had a swing set. They had a bunch of stuff over here where you could play
Yep.
in front of the screen.
Yep.
The school was
I
across the
remember.
street, which is still there.
Wait for them to close that down so you can get some more stuff.
Well, I was already, I was like 9, 10 years old when they closed it. See,
No, I'm talking about the school. You're waiting for them to close the school now.
They already remodeled that one years ago. There's nothing good left.
Wow.
But this one over here, see, that's the hose you'd stick in. They had the box and the speaker was over here. That's what it was. They had this concrete thing on the bottom. There was 2 hoses, so one for one
That
car,
is
one for the other.
That is just nuts.
Yep. It was. I don't remember if it had heat or not, but I know it had air conditioning because I remember as a kid, you go there, you can see this is like late 60s, early 70s car, and you stick it in through the vent window. So all the cars back then had vent windows.
Right.
It was air conditioning.
Dang.
Of course.
That's just crazy, man.
Yeah, that was rare, but it did.
Innovative.
Yeah, it was. It's just a shame that, like everything else. And I do remember when this was abandoned, they had the big sign, and then they had this. I don't remember the University Park advertisement. That's weird, but I do remember the sign, what it looked like. You could see all the debris when they were tearing it down. So I guess whoever bought this land was the same one that built the trailer park.
The sad thing, though, is when they do all this demolition, is they typically will not allow anybody like yourself to go in and, get stuff, even if you paid for it.
Uh-huh.
They don't allow it.
Yeah.
They would rather just throw it in the garbage, these big 40-foot bins, and then haul it off to the dump.
Right.
It's sad because some of that stuff is really nostalgic.
Oh, yeah. That's it.
And then it's just gone. I don't know. I love antiques.
Mm-hmm.
I miss dealing antiques. I missed my Sunbeam mixer collection.
Mm-hmm.
I had one from what was it? Probably 1939
Huh.
or 19. It was early 1930s.
Mm-hmm.
It was yellow,
Right.
and I had the coffee. I had about every attachment you could name, except for the salad slicer
Uh-huh.
and the bean, the pea sheller. I didn't have that either. I had the ice cream maker. I didn't
Okay.
know I had it until it was too late.
Huh. Wow.
But yeah, I went to an auction. I saw this green bucket it looked raggedy, and I didn't know it was the attachment for the Sunbeam mixer. But
Mm-hmm.
I had it. Yep.
Got rid of it?
In my divorce, I left everything to my ex-wife.
Oh.
I forsaked everything so I could move overseas, make the transition smooth. I didn't care. I wanted to be done with her, wanted to be done with everything, and get the hell out of the States.
Right.
But when I came back to take care of my mother in 2010, I still had a few things like my coffee grinder, my blender attachment, and whatnot. I ended up getting on eBay and I sold those and made a little money to support myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. That was the end of my antiques as far as selling. I don't sell on eBay anymore.
Right. Amazing. Well, at least they didn't get thrown away.
Oh no. And the stuff as long as it went to a good home, people are willing to pay good money. And I saw what they were buying. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Yeah.
Most of the
In
stuff
fact, I gave my my dad's collectible hunting knife. It was from the Marbles Knife Company, and I know for a fact it was original because I remember when he used to hunt deer and stuff. It was from the 60s.
Right.
But I got that, and I gave that. I could have sold it for $200 or $300, but I ended up giving it to another carnivore.
Oh.
Because he knew the value as far as what it's worth. He's a hunter.
Right.
You know Jeff, right? From Carnivore Talk.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I gave it to him. He ended up making a sheath for it and gave it to his son.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Got some leather and
polished that knife up.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It's gorgeous. He sent me pictures of the sheath, and yeah, he cleaned that thing right up. And he appreciates it. That means more to me than money.
Right.
I never would have used the knife, and if I would have died tomorrow, the knife would have, I don't know what would have happened to it. I don't have any kids that I'd give it to, so I'd rather his son have it. And the only agreement is that I want to see the first animal that he slaughters with it, where he processes. That's all I want to see.
Right.
Him holding that knife with him butchering a deer or a pig or whatever.
Mm-hmm. That's it. I guess they got both out there, plenty of deer and pigs.
Oh, yeah. He's got, in fact, I'm supposed to go pig hunting with him.
I saw in the news a wild pig got in somebody's house, and the cops were trying to catch it. It got away, and I was joking with a friend of mine. I said, well, it wasn't my house because the cops wouldn't be called.
Nope. Oh, you know what? Since I've got you here and we're talking about carnivore and stuff a little bit, I was able to meet up. I called a local farmer. They're a homesteader, and I talked with them a couple months ago. This is before my surgery and everything was planned. So finally, I took my in-laws out there, and they got to see their first homestead, the cows and chickens and all the livestock. So we ended up getting a gallon of straight from the tap milk
Mm-hmm.
with the cream on top,
Mm-hmm.
and we got a dozen fresh eggs.
Mm-hmm.
Brought them home. My wife said those eggs that I got looked better than the ones I pasture raised from Sam's Club.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
They look a lot better.
of course.
So I guess I'm going to be making a trip and buying eggs and milk out there once
That's
a
great.
week.
How far is it?
An hour.
Oh, okay.
I don't mind it.
Yeah.
I don't mind it. I'd rather support a local farmer and know that she told me the eggs aren't hers.
Mm-hmm.
The eggs are somebody they do some trading with. They buy their cows and their chickens got taken up by coyotes. So
Mm.
she's like, well, do you have people that want eggs? We got tons and tons of eggs.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, okay.
Mm.
She says, I wouldn't take the eggs and sell them
Right.
if I didn't know what feed they're getting. And
Right.
they are these chickens are supplemented with the grain,
Mm-hmm.
not grain fed.
Right.
So yeah, she's got me.
It's good.
I'll be out there once a week. I'll get a gallon of milk and eggs. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
It's better for their health. And my father-in-law loves the milk.
Right.
Yep.
Good eggs.
Imagine, Rick, seeing a half, they're in glass jars. Imagine seeing milk with the cream on top. Like, this is something like out of a storybook. Because my dad his mom, my grandmother, would yell at him for eating the cream,
Mm-hmm.
taking the cream off the top when the milk got delivered when he was growing up.
Yeah. Well, that was
Inherited.
common here when we used to have the milkman. Of course, that went away in the 70s, like everything else.
Of course.
Then they got that stupid skim milk. That's what they raised me on. That garbage.
That's the thing. I never fell for that low-fat, non-fat kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I ate out of convenience, whatever was convenient. I never listened to the mainstream, never followed the mainstream. My parents, they would cut the fat off their meat, and I don't give it to the dog, give it to me, I'll eat it.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, ooh, that's disgusting.
Mm.
I remember those days, especially like round steak. Remember the round steaks that they used to sell with the bone in it, and you would take the bone and give it to the dog, and the dog would, I don't know if you had a dog, but we had dogs that you give them it was like a slice of femur bone.
Hmm.
It was round, probably 2 to 3 inches around. I would guess it would be a femur,
Okay.
and it would have the marrow in it, and then it was in a big piece of chuck.
Huh. Wow, I don't remember that.
The chuck, yeah, it was a big. It was called a round steak. It was probably, I don't know, an inch,
Mm-hmm.
3/4 of an inch thick, and it would take up the surface area of a 12-inch skillet.
Mm.
And the bone would be like off center.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember my mom cooking those like every Sunday and take the bone out and give it to the dog. Yep.
I don't think I've ever seen one.
Wow. Yeah, those were the days when even any cut of meat nowadays, Rick, you don't get any bones.
No.
None. Zero.
A T-bone steak, maybe.
If you're you're not going to get anything out of that.
Right.
You're not going to get any bone marrow out of it.
No. No, it's too small.
That's out of the shoulder, isn't it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's nothing there.
Yeah, exactly. But it's sad. I remember going to the store, and my mom would be looking at round steaks. And I've even went to the butcher's here.
Mm-hmm.
And do you have a round steak and with a bone in it, or do you have any roasts with a bone in it? No. All our stuff's deboned.
Right.
You want to buy some bones? I'm like, no.
That's it. They just don't put it anymore.
No. Because they found a way to market. We take the bones out, then we can make more money by selling the bones separately.
Right. That's it.
But hopefully with this rancher, this homesteader, in fact, piece of information, she said the calves at market, they're 6 to 7 months old, this year they're going for $1,500. The projection next year, same size calf, 5,000 is what the projection is, what they're supposed to go for. So everybody better be prepared, stock up, because it's about to get real.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, I'm talking to about a homesteader telling me this with, she was, I don't blame her. She's happy to get the exorbitant price for her cattle, but it's just the fact that you can imagine what the beef is going to be costing us.
Switch to goat meat. That's what I'm going to have to do.
The only goat meat I can find is frozen, and it's not that great.
Well, hopefully, when I was a kid, goats were real common. That was the most common thing to throw on an empty lot. I'll go somewhere where they have goats. They were everywhere. Every place you go, you see an empty lot with a fence around it with goats on it.
Okay.
That kept the weeds down.
Oh, yeah.
They eat almost anything.
Oh, yeah. I grew up, my classmate, his mom was like my second mother. She had a farm, and she had pigs and goats. And I remember she tried teaching me how to milk a goat. And forget it, lost cause.
There you go. Goat.
Yep. But all her kids, in fact, she was what the heck was it? What is that? I can't remember what they call them. Where you have a kid from a broken home, and she takes him in.
Foster?
Foster, yeah. She was a foster mother her whole adulthood.
Okay.
And she had kids there from all ages, and everybody knew how to milk a goat except me.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. No kidding.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Yeah, it was fun when I went over to this place.
Yeah.
Learned a lot of stuff. Took animals to the fair for 4-H and for selling.
Mm-hmm.
It was fun.
Huh. I love listening in. Yeah, it is interesting. Just looking through the old comments.
Yeah. Well, Rick, I appreciate you taking time out of your day and having me.
I appreciate you calling in. I'm glad that things are going better, and, just keep at it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So you try to stay cool and not work too hard.
I'm trying. I'll just have to hit the air conditioner more often.
All right, brother.
All right.
You have a good day.
Thanks, man. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
There we go. Got the wrong control there. All right. Let's see. Thanks for your continuous. Yes, absolutely. Wait, what? Hello again. Oh, you're back. All right. Welcome back. There we go. And tell him we all want him to do more videos. Well, it's kind of not our choice, but it's up to him. And it was good to hear him. Yes. All right. Excellent. Now, I did step through all the comments. Let's see. There were some good comments in here. So, all right. Not too bad. So anyway, how many people do we have? I think we probably have less than 30 by now. Let's check out. And let's see how many we have. We have, all right, how many do we have? We have 27 watching. That's actually pretty good. So we start at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So it looks like we have been here for 6 hours. 6 hours, that's a typical long Rick live stream. I haven't had my lunch yet. Had a little bit of yogurt, that was it. But anyway, let's see. We have some questions here. All right. And I see that Garuda Legends has returned. And I think pretty soon we'll be wrapping up the video. Where is this going here? Oh, all right. Okay, there we go. So, does anybody have any other questions or anything else? Let me see. I tried calling. Wait a minute. You tried calling, it didn't work? Usually, when you call, it should ring over here, and then I picked up. I only got one call so far today, but if you want to call, this is your chance. You can call back. Welcome back. There we go. Anyway. Okay. Line is free now. Yes, it is. I can only talk to one person at a time. You may get a message or a busy signal when I'm not there. It feels awfully hot in here, too. I guess with the air conditioner on 78, that's just way too hot. Oh, well. Okay. Hello, my new friend. There we go. Have you gotten the steel together to make your engine stand? I pretty much do, but now I have to weld it. And the problem is, since I don't have an inside shop, I have to work outside. I don't like to weld in the rain. So hopefully, when the rain is no longer an issue, I'll go ahead and weld that up and try to get the engine in there. All right, Bob has returned. Like the Energizer Bunny you are, LOL. Yes, I'm still here. And we have a question. FX Trader, did I miss anything like Milton attacking? No, I think Milton has gone back to the bed and has fallen asleep and is behaving like a good little Milton. He was a little frisky earlier, but he's fine. And I'm also going to make, out of one of these little things from my garden, I'm going to make sauerkraut out of this baby. Ah, here we go. Hello.
Yes,
Yeah.
because usually we
User
give,
error.
it would give a busy signal or it would, ring, and it did ring, so that's good.
Yeah. Anyway, it's Juliet. Hello.
Hello. Good to talk with you.
I would love you. I'm putting you right on the spot in front of people. I would love you to come on one of my lives. Like, it doesn't even have to have an interview because that seems so formal, but it
Okay.
would just be so fun to talk to you. So
That's fine.
I would love that. Well, the first three are you, like that impacted me, whether you know it or not, very early, are you, Papa, and Thomas.
Really?
So I'm like, I have to have you three.
Well,
I mean,
I'm glad I had a good effect on someone because I always thought that I'd scare everybody away.
no, not at all. I was behind the scenes for a very long time. I really didn't come out of my shell or chat, nothing. But can I ask you a quick airplane question?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to read it from an email, my husband. He wants me to ask you, he has a Bendix King KX134 audio panel is out of one of his planes. It's a 1962 Cessna 150,
Mm-hmm.
and the unit is old.
Mm-hmm.
And He was wondering if he could send it to you, and that's something you could take a look at. And even if you can't figure it out, I didn't read all the details, that, he'd still pay you for your time.
What's wrong with it?
Okay. It used to select from the different radio navigational units in the plane.
Mm-hmm.
When you select that MIC2 or Mic 2, it would not work. And we've replaced it with another used one.
Okay.
As a new one would require complete radio 8 nav replacement, costing such a lot for such an inexpensive plane.
Right.
Of course, we pay, my husband's generous.
Generally,
So that was his question.
if usually electronics go bad, capacitors are usually the main problem. I've had this problem with most of my stuff, my audio equipment, even the computers. Yep. They go bad from age, and if it's from the 60s, I don't think there's any vacuum tubes in there. Well, they could be. It's usually going to be transistors. The trick is to get a schematic. If I have a schematic, I can fix anything, basically. No one has ever sent me anything I couldn't fix. So if I could find a schematic for it, I could figure it out.
Oh, he's going to be so happy. He listened to you today, and it was cute. He's like, just because you're on, and he was, in the bedroom doing stuff, and he's like, I've never heard someone speak that long with no ahs, uhs. I'm like, I know. It's not possible. No human does that. And I'm like, yeah.
Really?
I said, isn't that amazing? I can't get through a 34-second short without looking up, wiping my nose. I mean, yes, it was pretty cool. He's pretty impressed, and he's hard to impress.
Well, that's good to know. I've had people tell me that many times. Rick, you should have been on the radio. You're really good.
Oh, yeah.
If it wasn't
It's
for my
really
sinus issue, it'd be perfect. But other than that,
oh, yeah.
a lot of people I know, they go, yes, like, well, why do you say that? Why do you keep saying that? I understand. Just tell me what you want to say, and then don't say anything. And they don't even think about it. They do it naturally. It's just something they can't change. And for me, that's not the way that I do it. I come up with a thought, I speak it, and then I listen, and then I speak it, and I listen. It's just back and forth. That's the whole procedure. And I taught class for years, and I think that's another reason my students like me is because I was able to put the information out there. A lot of times we finish early. I tell them, well, it's a 2-hour class. We've covered everything. We've done the assignment. You're free to go. What? Yeah, because in college you can let them go. So it's just, it's natural. And plus, I really haven't had any water other than the little bit I had in the beginning. And I can go on. I've gone on 8 hours if you've seen my live streams. I've had some pretty long ones.
Yeah, I've been on since, I don't know. I've been on quite a few hours. I just listen in the background. It just, it keeps my morning going.
That's
Love
good.
it. But that is a talent, and you let them out early because you speak in an hour what the rest of us take an hour and 45 minutes with all our, start, and I do this all the time. I'll start a thought, and instead of just stopping, say it, stop. I go in circles.
Right.
And then 20 minutes later, the listener is like, shut up. That's what they're thinking. Shut up.
Well, the problem is I deal with people like that all the time, and it's very frustrating, and I get bored easily. My attention span is very low. People talk to me, and they keep saying over and over and again, and then I just lose track. Did you hear what I'm saying? I've heard you say it 3 or 4 times. How many more times do you have to say it? Well, I want to emphasize. I'm like, you don't have to emphasize. You tell me the facts, and I'll respond to it, and that's it. You don't have to repeat yourself over and over, and it doesn't stop. It just goes on and on and on. And I said, if you want people to be interested in what you're saying, be to the point, and when you're done, you're done. And then ask a question. Otherwise, they're going to get bored, and they're going to fall asleep. Then they get insulted. They're not paying attention to me. I said, because you're not being interesting. You're being boring. I am not boring. Well, you are to me.
That's true. Oh, my gosh. You keep me laughing through your stuff. I am laughing, and I don't know if anyone else is. I just think it's so funny. But I'll let you go. I'm working all day today on this computer. I can't wait to retire. But I'll let my husband know, connect, address and postage paid back and all that other good stuff. But
Okay.
I just want to give him the good news because he'll be thrilled.
Yeah.
But at least you'll look at it. So.
I'll look at it. Like I said, if I have a schematic, I can figure it out. It's just, that's the hardest part, getting the schematic, because usually it's capacitors. I would say 30-40% of the time when you have an audio issue, it's going to be capacitors. It could be a blown transistor. It could be a lot of things. It could be just a dirty switch. I mean, I've seen where they have, you get corrosion in there and it acts funny. I've worked on a lot of old stuff, and it never ceases to amaze me how many problems I find. I found circuit boards with cracks in them. That's another thing. It's just very frustrating. And you're looking for it. You're trying to figure out where it is. You're taking voltage measurements. The measurements are jumping around. It's like, what is going on here? Then you move the board. Oh, okay, it's got a crack. Then you have to try to find it, and that's a mission. Keep bending it a certain way, looking at it.
Oh, yeah, imagine, yeah. Oh, that's funny.
Because electronics, every time you turn them on and off, they tend to get a little hot, and then they cool. They expand and contract, and after years, parts just start to disconnect. And the thing is, a lot of times when they're cold, they make good contact. You use them, and then they start acting up, and it's really frustrating. Because then the next time you go to turn it on, everything works. Like, incredible.
Well, I'll tell you, and I've said this in the chat before, people think we're rich when I'm like, oh, yeah, we have 5 cars and a couple of planes. Okay, 1962, planes, the cost of those is much less than a car. And our cars run from 1959 to, 2000. I mean, they work. They run. My husband's a car guy.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, even
we
I have 3 running cars, and I have several project cars, and then I ride a bicycle most of the time.
That's smart. There you go. Okay, I just wanted to check in real quick. I will let my husband know, and we'll connect later on coming on my live stream, yay, and this part, whatever this is, I'll let him know.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Rick. I'll see you later.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. Well, there we go. We had 2 calls today. That's actually pretty good. And thank you for the compliment. I'm glad that you enjoy my way of speaking. As long as you don't mind the sinus issues, I am a pretty good speaker. I'll just have to put a mute button, so every time that I have a sinus issue, it'll just block it out, and that's it. And he was saying hello to Bob, and he boiled and ate the cat. Okay. No, we don't eat carnivores here, but I just was trying to be funny. Okay, and Bob says hi in return. 70% time sleeping, 20% time hunting, 10% time playing. That's right, they're good at that. And let's see, where's the mating in this equation? Just curious. Okay. Men are simple like monster trucks or radios. We like monster trucks or radios. Try and talk and see if we could talk to women on planet Jupiter. We have ambition. That's true. That is true. 20%. Yep. I trader, lambs. My preference is planet Venus for no specific reason. Who took your crown? I see you are the prince now. Well, there you go. But I see you're number 1 in my list. If women lived on Venus, they would be hot. Yes, they would definitely. Venus is a hot place. Could well be the case. It was a nerdy joke about how close to Venus is to the sun and how hot the planet would be. That's kind of what I was thinking. Hey, there's Johnny. Hey, Rick, I can't believe you're still going. I've been working a lot lately. Well, I figured you've been busy. I was talking about you earlier with you and Brian with your Carnivore Award video. I told everyone check that out because I was considered the Carnivore pioneer, so that's good. And Gary is king now. Well, it looks like you're king, but who knows? Okay. So anyway, let's see here. There we go. That other camera, it tends to get blurry from time to time. I don't know what that's all about. And we had 2 phone calls today. That's great. Now, how many people do we have? We have 27 that are watching. All right. Well, I think it is. Let me. Okay. Looks like, how many do we have here? 27. Let me refresh. 28. Okay. So he came in and we have 28 now. So we got one up. Very interesting. I'm glad that I don't really lose that many people, and that's a good thing. All right, so let's see what else we can do here. All right, yes. Joni and Ryan, welcome. Okay. Yes, that's right. Joni and Brian channel. I am glad you liked the joke. All right. Actually, I have a problem with that, Rick. I was going to talk to you about it. I need to work on it. Okay. Let's see. What was it I missed? Okay. Huh. I missed something? Who took your crown? Okay. Up. Okay. All right. Okay. Up. Going up 29 on my end. Well, that's good. So we are getting more and more people. That's a good thing. Who are Johnny and Brian? You don't know who Johnny and Brian are. Okay, well, you need to look that up. Smash the like button. There you go. It's the video. I get self-conscious. I used to teach a lot, and I had no problem talking in front of large groups of people. Exactly. Let me show you, just out of curiosity, who Johnny and Brian are. So let's go back to this. All right. Let's do a little search here. There's Johnny's channel. All right. Let's see. Joined December 2016. Okay. But I've been watching your videos for a couple of years. And then Brian, you can see over here. Who's this interesting guy over there? Real talk with, okay. And there's Brian's channel. Okay. A lot of videos. Go back a little bit here. Let's see. I do this a quicker way. Let's see. Where is that? There's a quack in here. There we go. 2 years ago. Carnivore for 40 years. I wonder who that is. Some kind of a quack. All right. Not too bad. Yes. All right. Nice guys are nice. Fetch the mail listening, though. Okay. On my way to fetch the mail. I was looking it up for you, but it looks like Ritz got this. Yes, that is correct. Because of the lies about meat and dairy. All right. I am not usually here this much, but it is freezing cold in Wisconsin, so not as nice to be outside. Well, lucky you. It's about as hot and humid here as you can imagine. Well, there you go. So now you've seen his channel. I would never notice your sinus issues. Well, that's really good. That's pretty amazing. But other than that, I'm fine. I don't have any other issues. And it's like I tell everybody. When I was a kid, they wanted to do some surgery on me to remove something. And I came up with an idea that there's a reason why it's like that. And I think in many ways, the sinus issue has protected me from respiratory issues because I've never had respiratory issues. I'll be one of those old people that doesn't die from pneumonia. What I will die from is going to be a heart attack. I'm absolutely confident that it's a heart attack that's going to get me. And I definitely prefer having a heart attack than having pneumonia, or worse than that, maybe getting a stroke and not recovering. Now, if I was like Mitch and recovered from the stroke, it wouldn't be so bad. But the last thing I want to do is be in a nursing home. I'd rather be flatlined. The idea is to flatline, not to be kept alive. Sinus stuff does not bother me. Well, I'm glad. Thank you. My friend spells with a Y. She's a vegan. That's why she spells her name wrong. Interesting. I really don't understand why anybody would want to be a vegan. I think it's just some kind of delusion, but I don't like vegan lifestyle. I'm not saying I don't like vegans. I just say I don't like the vegan lifestyle. I think that would be basically torture. But anyway. Oh, so Johnny must be the carnivore champion. Yes. Yes, he is. I am the queen. Okay. I love your voice, and I don't even notice the sinus stuff anymore. I watched you drive your driving in the van video yesterday. That video got a surprising number of views. I was really kind of amazed at how many I got. I'm going to go ahead and look over here, and let's see. Let's see. Driving in the van, yeah. I got 301 views, and most of my ride and talks they get more than maybe 150 or less. None of my videos get a lot of views, but I'm not out there trying to get views anyway. Well, that actually did pretty well. If you haven't seen it, you can always check it out. Let's see. Oh boy. All right. Huh. All right. Is the transmission fixed? No. I need to remove the transmission, but I fooled it by playing with the sensor and increasing the line pressure. So it works okay. I just can't tow anything with it. And sometimes reverse doesn't work, and if I get in traffic, it acts up. But I do all my short-term trips with a bicycle. I work when there's not much traffic, so I've been able to drive the van and work. That does seem to be the thing now. Nobody spells their name the usual way. Okay. Had too many strokes from drinking alcohol and using drugs. Ironically, both were vegan. I was able to really build. Well, that's great. So you're also a stroke survivor? I don't think that you're that old. I mean, you said, well, you're under 40 or something. So I'm surprised. I guess strokes are a little bit common. I guess it depends on lifestyle, but okay. Subscribe to Carnivore Champion. There you go. Check him out. He's gotten into exercising, especially sprinting. I need to do a sprinting video, but the problem is it is so hot. I do 2 sprints and I'm sweating like, a pig in the slaughterhouse. That's how it is. I changed my diet and focus on more fats for my brain. That's great. Yeah, you're 39, so you're not even 40. So, but I don't know if you tend to be leaner or maybe a bit heavier or what it is, but whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Eat the healthy animal foods, get the healthy animal fats. You need that cholesterol to help protect your cells. So that's great. And again, if the carnivore diet was deadly, I would have died a very, very long time ago. The most miserable I ever was in my life is when I ate plant-based. 7 months of plant-based torture. Absolutely horrible. And I was thinking about some of the other side effects I had. The digestive issue was not the bad thing. But the worst part is going to be, you know what? Sitting down and not being able to sit for long because your rear end is itching, dealing with the constant headaches, the just miserable burping and the tonsil stones and all the other crap is absolutely awful. I'm so glad that I stayed on the carnivore diet. I'm really, really happy about that. Okay? There you go. It's hard for me to talk to a screen. I do sound like a valley girl. Okay, well, we saw you in Mitch's, at least private live stream. My king, I saw all this good in the kingdom now. There you go. After Rick dies and the autopsy is done, the guy doing the autopsy is going to be like, there's something different about this one, other than the fact that he's super tall and skinny. What do valley girls sound like? I remember that stereotype from the 80s. You are a youngster. I'm glad you recovered from those things. Yes. Be careful with sprinting. Get a heart monitor, wristwatch. Make sure you don't overactivate your heart into the red zone. That's good advice. It's like I tell people, you shouldn't be pushing yourself to exercise if you're unhealthy. If you're unhealthy, you're probably better off just walking. But, he seems to do quite well with it. I can do well with it, but I always have been. When you're a kid and you're skinny and you're picked on all the time, sprinting is a way you avoid getting beat up, because by the time the other kids try to get their hands on you, you're already so far away, they have no chance of ever catching you. Thought my life was over. I never gave up hope. Now I am stronger than ever. Well, there you go. That reminds me of the story that JT had that we were talking about earlier. He thought he was going to die where he couldn't breathe at night. But he got on the carnivore lifestyle and got much better, lost weight and everything. It's awesome. That's from a movie. They say things like, right, filler words. So I tend to think of them as not very bright. And I agree. It's a personality trait. A lot of people will say that. And you notice even some very popular people, for example, the president, he just repeats himself. It's like he's talking to a bunch of kids. It's very, very annoying. I find it somewhat insulting, but what can I do? Some people just talk like that. There's nothing that you can do to change these people. You could try, and I don't think a lot of these people even do this intentionally. It's just the way that they speak. I'm not like that. I've always been articulate ever since I was a kid, and I do believe years and years of the high-fat diet, I think my brain works a lot better than average. When I was younger, I was IQ tested. My test ranged anywhere from the 130-something to 150-something range. So I'm not super intelligent, but I'm borderline. They told me I was borderline genius. So that's very good. All right. Just stop sprinting. If you're getting dizzy, might be a good strategy. I can speed walk 2 miles in about 45 minutes. That's really good because, let's see, if I walk from here to the post office, which is about 1.5 miles, it takes me about 20 to 30 minutes. That's what it takes me. And a lot of it depends on how hot it is. If it's hot, I tend to slow down because I sweat too much. But if it's in the 60s or 70s, I can make that trip in 20 minutes. I've done it. and it's not so bad. In fact, when my truck broke down, I had to walk home. I remember it took about 20 minutes. It was a cool day, but that's all right. Thank you for filling me in, my lady. There you go. That's smart, Rick. Do not let them cut you unless it's absolutely necessary. Yes, I say that many times. I envy you. Excellent. Love, love, love sprinting. I am 58 years old. I am addicted to sprinting. I am entering the senior games in April. And again, you have atrial fibrillation, which most people would consider risky. But if you feel good about it and you're doing good, keep doing it, because it doesn't seem to be hurting you. And that is very true. Okay. I did not realize how much I did that until I heard myself talking on videos. I sound like an idiot, but I want to do it more so I can get better and not do that. Well, just keep making recordings and then keep trying. You'll get it eventually. It's only a matter of time. And Rue Legend says, no, 130 is a big deal in the IQ test. I did one and I was 107 in my IQ test. So basically I am average. Okay. Well, it ranged from the 130s to the 140s. I have a friend that was over 160. So I thought that was really, really intelligent. But I figured mine was just above average. But they did tell me it was borderline genius. I don't think that you can test a person's intelligence by a test. I think it's more of a life event. You have to see how a person handles various situations in their lifetime. And the other thing, I've known people that tested low on the IQ test, but they were very successful in business because they knew how to read people and how to deal with them. And I think that's even more important, because you could be one of the smartest people in the world, but if you can't relate to others, you're not going to be able to interact, and you will not be able to get what I would say is, I don't know if I would call it a benefit or I would call it just a type of compensation or whatever you want to call it, but some type of reward from the interaction. And the old saying that I used to hear all the time from an older neighbor of mine is that the best business deals happen when both people walk away happy. When both people walk away happy from a business deal, that is a successful deal. And I agree 100% with that. That's a very healthy addiction at the Carnivore Champion, yes. And that's cool at the Carnivore Champion. I thought about doing some senior games, because last time I went to watch my dad, there were no people in my age category, so I could have won biking. Well, I can tell you one thing. When it comes to cycling, I am much better than even some of the younger ones. I've been able to outcycle all my vegan friends and even the regular friends. And it's just amazing how much I can ride. And I don't really drink any water, and I don't eat any snacks. I seem to be able to go all day on the old bicycle. Your IQ is registered 186 with the government. Well, that's great. That's great. Hopefully it's been beneficial to you. And Lexus is here. Hello, I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. I know you've had some challenges. I know your sister, and there's been a lot going on. So I'm glad you took a little time to drop in to my live stream. So thank you for being here. Dumb people show up. And we have a hello. Rick is so smart on many different topics. He knows a lot about a lot. Well, again, when you're poor, you have to be very adaptable. And I've learned a lot of things by doing, because I couldn't get somebody else to do it for me. Okay, and we have a hello. And Lamb says, I found Dave Mack's upload today very interesting. The guy turned every single thing around in his health without any exercise. We heal in the kitchen first and foremost, yes. A sick person cannot exercise. Okay, I am an introvert. I walk fast because I rather move like the wind than get into a conversation. Well, That's it. I move fast because I like to get things done. I'm locking in on the carnivore and making sure my ketones are higher. I feel better already. Well, that's great. That is great. And again, you'll be a good example of how not only physical health but mental health is benefited by having good quality nutrition. And CJ says, curse of the high IQ, LOL. Yeah, you're not too shabby in a conversation either at Garuda Legends. Well, that's right. Hi, Alexis. Good to see you. Good to see you. To Ellen, there we go. A genius also have a downside. If he or she don't have interest, they won't do it. And in class, they score just enough on parts. I can identify with that somewhat because a lot of times I was not interested in what they were covering in school, and I would sort of tune out and think about other things. So that is true. And this is probably one of the reasons why it's very hard for me to watch movies, watch sports, or do anything from a spectator standpoint. I don't like watching other people do things. I would rather do things myself. This is one of the rare times where I will sit, but the thing is, I'm not just doing nothing. I'm actually talking to you and I'm interacting with the comments. But if you sent me to a convention and I have to listen to the long speeches, my attention span is very low. After about 10 to 15 minutes, I will lose interest. It's just the way that I am. One of the things I like about YouTube is if I turn on one of your channels and I'm getting bored, I'll just grab something nearby and I'll start working on something else. There's plenty of things that I can do. A lot of times I'll be taking things apart, organizing things, listening to videos. I can get much better information by listening while working than I can trying to concentrate, because when I concentrate, my mind will wander. Next thing you know, I'll fall asleep and I'll be in a daydream about the 1950s when I wasn't even alive. And it's happened to me more than once. I've had to go to a seminar. I fall asleep. And one thing that I started doing, I started pretending like I had to wear glasses. And I would get like sunglasses, the ones that are auto darkening, put them on. When I had to listen to a boring seminar, I could fall asleep. And since I don't snore, nobody would know the difference. Except for one time, I got so sleepy, I fell sideways and the glasses fell off. And somebody thought I had a heart attack. Next thing you know, Rick, are you okay? I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry, They thought I might have had a stroke or heart attack. Thankfully, they didn't call 911. Okay. Why do I hear another car? Okay. I have so many things to do, it's not funny. I need to try and fix the air conditioning in my friend's car. I've got projects lined up all over the place. I want to make sauerkraut. I just got way too many things. But as you said, how many people can do almost 6-hour live stream, no water, very little food, not even taking a leak, and still going? So that is pretty unusual. Is it true that metformin can decrease the effectiveness of ketosis for mental health? I don't know, but if anybody here knows, I know we have several knowledgeable people here. You might want to mention that. I keep hearing, what is that noise? I'm going to go outside for a little bit. I'll be right back. I'll just leave this chat up here and, or I could put, hold on, I could put this on here if you want. Let me see. Well, that was interesting. I guess somebody had gotten lost. They were trying to find the other street, and they ended up here. So, who knows? I think somebody was making some kind of delivery. Okay. Let's see what we got over here. Huh, a lot of comments. If you recognize love as fear, then you're basically a genius. Interesting. Well, everything is fear. You have fear, and then you have the fear of missing out, which is greed. So it's all fear. That is terrifying, but if you want to have a conversation, sorry, I have to walk 100 miles. Or look at that cute bird in the air. Okay, escape mode made me start jogging. Rick, what's for dinner? Well, I guess thanks to Gary, I'm going to have a heart attack burger. Well, I haven't even had lunch yet, but I'll probably have some, I guess I'll have a dinner lunch or something. Maybe what I'll do, I'll have a mix. I guess I'll just have a heart attack burger. That'll be fine. I guess eating twice a day isn't going to kill me. I'll be all right. I haven't really worked that hard today, so I probably don't need a monster meal. And I haven't had beef for a few days, so it's going to be nice having a delicious burger for a change. Delicious heart attack, nothing like it. I have not heard that. Okay. I heard it can promote it. Okay. So you're talking about the metformin. Okay. I still some metformin to help with antipsychotic induced food cravings. Okay. Is there a heart attack meatloaf or meatballs recipe? No, there isn't. But when I make meatballs, it's basically just ground beef rolled into a ball, and that's it. So I get the highest fat beef that I can, and I guess that's the closest thing to heart attack meatball recipe. Let's see, closed for 7 hours. All right. Yeah. Dr. Palmer said it can reduce effects. See, I don't know any of that, but if anyone does, I'm glad you're sharing the information. I don't know that it would. It blocks complex 1 mitochondrial electron transport chain, making your glucose metabolism less efficient. So I guess you're talking about the metformin. I quit metformin in week 5 of Carnivore. Awesome. Awesome. Electrons, fatty acid oxidation, enter the electron transport chain at complex 2. Still here, cool. Just back from the farmer's market at a surprise car show they had. I hope they had some good cars over there. Okay. Yeah. When I was stressed out taking care of my mom, it actually caused me to gain body fat. And I had a picture of myself, but I can't find it now. But if I do find it, I will show it to everybody, and you can see that even though I've always eaten the same diet, it actually made me look older, and that was like 7 years ago. But as soon as mom died and the stress went away, then everything went back to normal. And that was all stress. I ate the exact same food all the time. My diet hasn't changed since 1993 after I gave up plant-based. But that is not the ketones. We're going to feed into the Krebs cycle. I'm thinking about it. That might be the case. The ketones. Okay. I can't while on these meds, Ricky and Scooby. I think you're right. The right reason why ketosis helps mental health is because it helps heal mitochondria, and so metformin doesn't help. Okay. Music sound like the Shadows. I just made instant carnivore soup. Okay. Have a spice from Carnivore smokestack. Beef broth tastes like soup. That's awesome. There you go. Soup is good when you don't feel well. What song, I wonder? The opposite, metformin hurts the mitochondria. Also, your VO2 max, or your ability to take in as much oxygen, goes down on metformin. You know, there's been a lot of talk about the VO2 max, how well your body can use oxygen. I haven't had that tested for a really long time. I was they did an early test when I was in college. I remember just for the heck of it, and it was very high, but I haven't done it since. But I have a feeling the way I ride bike and the way I work, my VO2 max is probably very good. And here we have the recipe for the soup. One teaspoon Wagyu tallow, 1 teaspoon butter, teaspoon Maldon salt, hot water, and half teaspoon smokestack spice. There you go. All right. Sure, stress makes the symptoms come back. Okay. I just subbed to your channel, Cute Pup. There you go. All right. Let's see. Did anyone cares? But I had special interest in mitochondrial disease since the 90s and a couple of postgraduate degrees. Yes. I'm a mitochondrial, so I'm a mitochondrial. There you go. All right. I don't know the title. Lexus Yikes. There's the term strain coinciding with the term stress. There's a parasympathetic and a sympathetic. We're getting pretty scientific here. That's good. Everything is fear. Fear is the basis of all reality. That's right. I agree. I've said that in my videos a couple of times. I agree, Scooby. I don't know you, Lexus, and maybe chat is not a good place to talk about it, but I know you are a difficult place because of the side effects of a lot of the psych meds. Yes. A chef from the local steakhouse trying to add heavy cream to the meatball mix. Keep them juicy. It worked. Well, that's great. You know, it's like when people add milk to scrambled eggs. It's the same basic idea. Define your own path. Right. Okay. Not in a good drug. Yeah. I'm not completely symptom free, and I just started a new job. I can't risk psychosis right now. Okay. Oh, excuse me. That was a car show. 69 Roadrunner 446 pack. Only thing was they put a super bird wing on it. It looked okay, but it didn't belong. Yeah. If it doesn't have the pointed front, it doesn't look right. Yep. Sorry, I'm on my phone. I mean, no one cares. I do have a background of studying the mitochondria. All right. My drugs, period. I asked him the best way to do it. He gave me some suggestions, and that's how I did it. All med-free now. Nice, nice. And cream cheese to hamburger. No, I never have. That might be something that you could try and video if you like. I don't really like or use cream cheese. Right? Bone broth and ligaments have collagen. Yes. Bone marrow is also really healthy. Yes, it is. Really appreciate your help and knowledge. Yes. You do not want to do anything drastic for anyone. You need to wean off medication when you are ready. Yes. Cream cheese on top of a hamburger. Yes. All right. Cream cheese is delicious. I love sharp cheddar cheese, low in carbs. Cheddar cheese is what I use. And it's very interesting you mentioned that because the sharp cheddar cheese is my favorite, and it is the one that I do eat. I've always eaten cheddar. The cheese that I absolutely hate, I don't like Swiss cheese, never have. But the most disgusting cheese on earth, I won't even eat this stuff, is the so-called American cheese. That is the nastiest, most unattractive cheese you could ever imagine. Absolutely horrible. I will not eat it. Absolutely not. Still live. Yes, I'm still live today because we had phone calls. We had a lot of comments. Usually when the comments dry up, last week I ended early because Amy was having a live. I didn't want to interfere with hers, but I'm here doing this. Okay, let's see. Good info, Ellen. Yes. You can still get benefits from your diet. That is right. I agree. Extra sharp cheddar, that's what I put on my heart attack burger. It is absolutely delicious. Now, I can show you. I like to get the high-end cheeses, but I can't afford them. So I've had to buy the cheap cheese, which isn't ideal, but I can get it. It's less than $2, and that's it. So hold on, let me grab it. I'll show you. All right. This is what I use. It's the least expensive. And on the ingredients list, there's not much. Let's get the light on the subject here. All right, let's see. Ingredients. It says pasteurized milk, cheese culture, salt, microbial enzymes. That's it. There's nothing else in there. Let's see. Well, I guess the camera's in its mood, but this is what they sell at Aldi. It's about $1.79, $1.80 something. That's what it's been. It's inexpensive, and that's what I put on my heart attack burger. I enjoy that kind of cheese. I don't like any other of the. I mean, there's obviously I can eat the mozzarella cheese. I don't like it as much. I really do like the cheddar cheese best because, and the other thing too, I never buy the pre-shredded cheese because it's got sawdust in it or whatever to separate it. If I want shredded cheese, I take the block, I take the cheese grater, and I go like that. It's not hard to do. It's easy. Why people worry about something simple like that, it doesn't matter. Okay. So let's see what we have here. So we're talking about metformin. We'll skip through that. Most cheese I eat is Gouda. That's another good one. Gouda cheese is another one I really like. It is hard, but you can grate it if you want. Gouda, also provolone. Provolone is very nice. I just don't like the so-called American cheese. I don't really like the white cheeses that much. I like the regular, the harder cheeses are the better. The more fermented, the better. That's how I like it. Sniffles, Rick. I have a chronic sinus issue. They were talking about surgery when I was a kid. I used to get really bad throat issues and everything. So it's something that I was born with, and thankfully I never had it done. It doesn't bother me. It bothers other people more than it bothers me. But I can work around it, and I always have. It does help with my appetite, hunger, and cravings. I noticed it immediately when I started taking. Yeah, you must be talking about the metformin. That is true. Okay. Should be illegal to brand American. Yeah, right. It's just chemicals and sugar. Whatever it is, it's emulsified cheese product. It's awful. It tastes nasty. I hate it. Ever since I was a kid, I hated that stuff. It's just, I have a natural ability to hate things that are bad for me. I really don't know why. I've always hated vegetables. Vegetables do not agree with me. The amount of digestive issues I get from vegetables is scary. If I would have tried to continue to eat a plant-based diet, I may have had serious digestive issues by now. It's terrible. I used to burp a lot. I used to fart a lot. I used to get stomach pain, and it was terrible. Diarrhea all the time. It was just not fun. I'm so glad that I got away from that. I just got one package of Swiss. I love Swiss cheese. I love American cheese my whole life. To this day is my favorite on a burger. Eggs. But when I quit it, I learned it's not real. Yeah, I quit it when I learned it's exactly. I don't know why anybody likes it. I always hated that stuff. But that's just me. It's like, I love sour cream, although I don't eat it much because it's a little expensive. And when I was young, that was one of my favorite things to get the sour cream. If they stuck me with a baked potato, I flipped the potato out the window to the ducks, and I ate the sour cream. I could eat the whole tub of it if I had the chance. But the thing is, they started making low-fat sour cream. And that stuff, the first time I ate it, I literally spit it out. I said, this thing is no good. Oh, it's fine. I got into an argument with my mom, and then when I looked at it, it's like fat-free. What is that? Horrible, horrible, horrible. Okay, no worries. Yep. Hello, Lori Weitzel. Glad that you've dropped in. I was talking about metformin, though. Okay, so we got that. Small amount of cheese, it wrecks me. You have to limit it. For a lot of people, it doesn't agree with them. Other people, it makes them gain weight. But you do like it, and I agree. It's a good thing. Okay, do you agree we should get rid of all lifetime drugs? Okay, that's good. And yes, they have that brand at Aldi. That's where I get it from. You probably see me ride my bike back and forth to Aldi. I may have to go back to Aldi again sometime soon. I got a job to do tomorrow, so I'll be driving to Aldi instead of riding the bike. Mozzarella is low carb. Yes, it is, but it's not my favorite cheese. It's okay. When I make pacemaker pizza, I will shred it and put it on the pacemaker pizza because everybody likes it. They expect mozzarella, but I would prefer cheddar to mozzarella myself. But I will eat it if that's what I have. Better to use a brick of cheddar cheese than the prepackaged shredded one. Yes, they use starch powder to keep it from clumping. That is correct. Sometimes sawdust. Metformin help my cravings. Yep. Well, that's you got to do what you got to do. Aldi and Florida, they do have goat cheese, yes. And they did have powdered goat milk at one time. It was on sale. I bought a bunch of it. That's what I made a lot of my yogurt from, powdered goat milk. Aldi is cool. Yes, it is. I love most cheese. It don't digest well for me. Tends to stay way past checkout. All right. That's some information. Good yogurt there too. Yes. Yes, and you can use the Aldi yogurt to make other yogurt because it does have live cultures. I may not be responding fast enough. Okay. Smoked Gouda. Yep, some people like the smoked cheeses. I don't like anything smoked. When my food tastes smoky, that means I ruined it. I burned it or something. I don't like to burn my food. That's great. Might be worth it for you. It's not going to do anything dramatic. So you're getting benefits. Is that Milton? No. It's a shadow. It might be worth any negatives. Yes. Hot pepper cheese. It's like pepper jack. They have that there too, which is kind of nice. Alexis, love Aldi cheese. Super affordable and tastes great. Yeah, exactly. They are the cheapest. Nobody has it cheaper. If you're not getting a benefit, it'll be different. Okay. Ate that American cheese my whole life. No wonder I ended up with diabetes. Well, there you go. I'm just glad that you found the carnivore lifestyle and you've been able to try to reverse this damage, which is a really good thing. I wish I could have get my parents to listen, but they wouldn't. Jeff Stress, like, hi to carnivores from Goose Creek, South Carolina. Hello, quackers. Well, hello. I like that name, Goose Creek. I wonder if they have a lot of geese over there. Ever had roast goose? Heard it's delicious. Chemicals in the food, yes. Actually meeting with a doctor on Tuesday about the metformin I having a refill. Maybe I could bring it up. That's true. I don't know if they'd say the right thing, but you never know. People don't actually like salads. Yes, they're just addicted to the sauce called salad dressing. That is absolutely true. Every time I've tried to get somebody to eat salad without dressing, they look at me like I'm crazy. Because that's what I did. People give me a salad. I say, I want the salad without a dressing. And I'll sit there and eat the leaves. Tastes terrible, but that's what salad is all about. I said, do you like salad? I said, I hate salad. I don't eat vegetables. But I'd rather eat it than that crap you're pouring on it. I eat for also. So much better than smoking. Yes. Don't worry about it. Yeah, exactly. Your live died when I was in the post office. Must have lost signal. Talking to the daughter of my... Okay. Not medical advice. Yes. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's a smart way to go. Okay. Tons of geese here. There you go. Nice. All right. Okay. See the salad. Favorite parts: bacon bits, shredded cheese, croutons. So they like the toasted bread, they like the shredded cheese, they like the bacon bits. I agree. When we used to go to the buffet and they had the salad bar, I remember I scooped out a bunch of the bacon bits. I kept eating them. Well, I was like, what are you doing? Oh, this is the good stuff. But you're not having any salad. I'm like, why do I want leaves? I'll have the bacon pieces. And the same thing, the cheese. I do the same thing with the cheese. I'd eat a bunch of it. I never liked the croutons. They just like little bits of bread, They look like duck food right there. Just check. A couple days shy of 90 days on Carnivore. Awesome. Almost that 3-month mark. That is fantastic. Still having keto treats with my sister. I can't wait to be back to my routine. All right. Somebody's cutting grass. Keep at it. I'm sure you will be. Yes. Thank you for the live streaming. Got to do my graveyard shift now. Take care. Well, thank you, BK. Glad you were here, and I'll see you when I see you. Hopefully by next week, I'll see you again. And really, how much longer do we need to run the stream? I think in many ways, we should start winding this down. We don't want to set any more records. I've already hit 3 o'clock. It is 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. We have now hit 6 hours, okay? We don't need to do the 8 or 9 hours again. That is just being greedy. We want to leave the time for other people. I don't know if Erin is doing her lives or anybody else is doing a live right now, but I might check it out and see. Do we have any? Okay. All right. All right, let's see. Oh, all right, who's got a live now? Okay. Well, I see that Mitch made another video on the air fryer. Oh, wireless thermometer. Okay. So, company that makes the air fryer has a wireless thermometer. So you might want to check that out. For you people that like to use air fryers, which some people definitely do. Okay, where is the rest of this stuff? Why is this not here? All right. I don't see anybody really. I don't see any of our carnivore friends having a live stream. Well, that's good. I guess I'm not interfering with anybody. All right. So, let's see. Get a little bit of water here, and let's see what we can do. Let's get these comments again. Cobb salad is only good because of the boiled eggs and steak. There we go. All right. Aaron's is at 4 p.m. Okay, good. Good. Let's double check that. I don't want to interfere. I mean, there's no sense to interfere with our carnivore friends. It's like Dr. Kiltz was saying. We might as well just sort of compliment each other. That way, there's always somebody there to watch. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. All right. There it is. Okay. So that'll be at 4. So that'll set a limit on here. We're going to wrap this up before 4 o'clock. Would you like to know Butter Woman origin story? Yes. We'll click yes for that. Okay. Excellent. I don't know if you're still listening, Aaron. Probably not. But if you are, we're going to try to get some of our viewers to watch your channel. And how many people are waiting right now? Just me. Okay, good. Afternoon Chaos. Excellent. If you haven't checked out her channel, you like real people, well, check her out. She's got 10 kids and a bunch of animals. So it's never boring over there. Okay. Let's see. How keto cured my Crohn's. So that's interesting. All right. Now, let's hit the comments, and then let's see. Yes, I see over here. Interesting chat today. Thanks, Rick. Well, thanks for being here. All right. Take care, lambs. Have a great day, everyone. Hit the like button. Yes, Jeff. Glad you were here. And come back whenever you want. Whoops, I lost my comments here. Okay. I have a nephew with schizophrenia. It's been very involved with him. Okay, variety of meds. All right. Real life experience. Yes. And sent you and Mitch an email on how to use the redirect offense. Auto send your chat to another live. Well, I think what Mitch was saying, he would rather have people make the decision themselves. And I kind of agree with that. I could do it. Maybe we'll experiment sometime. Another hour? Yep. Okay. Most physicians and psychiatrists don't know anything about pharmacology. That is correct. And you know, Ellen has a lot of information, so you can benefit from her insights, and that's why it's a good idea to have this conversation. I'm basically here just to keep you semi-entertained, but the chat is where the real action takes place. That's why I use a light touch when it comes to chat moderation, because I'm not going to let somebody getting insulted by something having me cut somebody off. It's just not my way. Okay. Nice little ice cube here. All right. All you can eat bacon. Just find a restaurant with an all you can eat salad bar. That's what I did. It works. I eat so much bacon. I remember one time we went to what's that place called? Golden Corral. And Golden Corral food is kind of the low end. It's not really the great stuff, but they do have steak after 4, although it's still got marks where the jockey was hitting it. I like it. And a lot of the other stuff they have is cooked in seed oil, so I avoid that. But the baked fish was okay, and it was some kind of, what was it? It wasn't that tilapia crap, and it wasn't the farm salmon. It was some other kind of fish, cod or something like that. It was pretty good. And then they do have the salad bar with the bacon bits and the shredded cheese. So I'd get a bunch of shredded cheese and a bunch of bacon bits and gobble it up. Not bad. When you're a carnivore, I think the buffet is probably the best place, although sometimes you have to pick the meat out of the other foods, but that's all right. 7 hours already. Okay. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 7 hours already. We tend to be a little bit long over here, and we will bow out before 8 so that way we can let Erin do her thing. It'll be a tedious meal, though. Okay. What's her email? All right, bit by bit. Mitch and Kiltsy worked out a stream time where Mitch starts when Kiltsy's. Yes, that's correct. I've been meal prepping, cooking, eating, watching Formula One, and our hero Rick is still at it. Yes, Rick is still at it. No 24-hour. And after 12 hours, YouTube basically doesn't record the stream anymore. So if we did do 24 hours, it'd have to be like when Carrie did 24 hours, 2 separate YouTube streams. All right. Okay. Let's go over here. And so we got 45 minutes or whatever. Actually, I could get the old parking meter out too. Let's see. Go back to YouTube. All right. Okay. Workers detained after raid, blah, blah, blah. Why would I get this? They send me the weirdest videos. Ugh. Crazy. And there he is. Good old Mitch. Here's one of Johnny's videos with his sprints. He's a year older than me, and see, he's out there doing his thing. Okay. Oh, look at that. Let's see, on the 8th. What is today? What's today's date? I forgot now. Today the 7th? Let's see. No? Okay, so today's the 6th. That would have to be... That would usually be Sunday, though. That's weird. Dr. Chafee's live streams have been a little bit strange lately. Anyway. All right, let me go back over here. Did you make the adjustment to parking meter clock? No, I didn't. In fact, I was trying to find the tool for it. It's in my shop. I ought to make a video on that. Anyway, I do have a collection of these, but where are the quarters? I only need 1 quarter to set this because obviously, oh no, the camera went blurry again. Let me switch. Okay, so here we have the parking meter. And it's expired, so we'll put this in here. That'll be 15 minutes, and then let's get another... Actually, that's 30 minutes, isn't it? Okay, so it is 30 minutes. Oh, well. We'll just put this over here. And it'll do its thing. That's all. Oh, it's stupid blurry thing. Hold on. Let me do a little I'll redo this crazy thing. All right, we'll go here and there and there. Okay. That's it. We'll just reset it. Crazy camera. Anyway, so there it's ticking over there. All right. September 6th. Okay. That's what today is. That's what I figured. Because usually Chafee's thing is on Sunday, so that was weird. Did you ever get her email address? Okay. All right. I sent it to Mitch. It was a couple weeks ago. All right. Anyway. So, I guess some of you in here are lucky enough to live next to an actual farm. Instead of Miami, where the only farm you can live next to is a funny farm. Have you ever looked at what we have around my area in terms of scenery or anything like that? There's really nothing here. It's a giant wasteland. So let me show you something here. There we go. If you look at my area, you can see it's not great. You got Turnpike, you got shopping center. I mean, look at this place. So what open land do we have? We have a park. Okay. One park. What other open spaces do we have? There's some lakes. There's school. There's a school. There's a park. Power lines. See? There's not a lot. Another school. Park. University. Youth fairgrounds. Well, look at all this development. Doesn't end. Here's another open spot. Now, what is this? This is actually some government property they have. But you can see, even in the out-of-the-way areas, these are all rock pits where they dug all the fill for my area. Over here, again, more government land. This whole area was all cattle ranches until the 1990s. But when the Venezuelans brought all their money here, they did this nonsense. And you probably know who's affiliated with this place. Right here. Whoop. Let's see. All right, what am I doing? Right here. Okay. That's the golf course. The golf course used to go over here too, but it's been built up with more apartments. And even on the golf course, look, they put apartments over here. It's crazy. You know what this is? Looks like a nice piece of land. It's the old landfill. See? This is where they used to have the dump. See? This is all garbage processing. There's a rock pit. And it's all developed. Back in the 1980s when I worked out here, it was all just nothing. There it is. They got motels and everything. This is all new development. Then you got the warehouses. It's crazy the amount. Look at the construction they're doing here. That's when they were building more warehouses. They took out all the junkyards. Used to be a lot of junkyards here. They're all gone. What was 74th Street? This is where the junkyard used to be. Now it's all warehouses. Well, there's a couple of junkyards left, I guess. Well, maybe not. That used to be the U-Pick junkyard. That's all been developed. This must be an older picture. See, they took out this U-Pick junkyard. So it's all one big development wasteland. There's something that you will never see in Miami anymore. There's no farms. Look at this. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now over here, what is this? It's the Everglades. Can't build there. There's no farms there either. So, where are the only remaining agricultural properties? In this tiny little corner. Little tiny corner. That's it. This whole area. And these are all plant nurseries, as you can see. Tree farms. Do you see any cattle here? No. These are all plant nurseries. Look at this. These are shade houses. Landscape plants. More shade houses. There's a few of the older homes, and then over here's the development. Oh, we got a phone call. Hello.
Hey, you need to share your screen, Rick.
Oh, okay.
You're talking, we're not seeing anything. So.
This thing got messed up. Hold on a second.
All right, I just thought I'd let you know.
All right.
Everybody's entering in there. All right, bye.
All right. So we had a little mix-up here. But anyway, if you look at this area, you can see how there's every piece of land that can be developed has been developed. These pieces of land over here are swampland. They haven't been developed yet. There's a little bit of cropland right here. You can see where they have the sprinklers. That's because it hasn't been approved for development yet. But look at how intense the development is here. Apartments, apartments, and more apartments. Look at how they build the houses here, right on top of each other. 0 lot line. It's just really depressing. All right. And this has all been cleared out. You can see new developments. They actually built around this house. They had a plant nursery there. More developments. Just nothing but more and more homes, more and more apartments. It's crazy. And this is all in this little corner. The rest of it is just intensely developed. Look at this. Houses are just packed in as much as possible. If you see an open space, it's going to be a park or a school. And that's it. Nothing agricultural whatsoever. There is this, which was the old train station. It's now a park, see? Some pine trees, and that's all that's left of the wild area that I remember as a kid. All that's left. Everything else is built up. And this is where I live. I live in basically a wasteland. And you can go all the way up here, all the way to Broward, and look, nothing agricultural, nothing but development and more development. Well, here's an open space. What is this? It's a landfill. See? Landfill. See that? Garbage dump. That's what it is. So the only open space here is a garbage dump. And here's retirement community, Century Village. And we just keep going up the state. Now look at all this open space. That's the Everglades. Can't develop that because that's all Everglades. So there's nothing there. Now over here, you have all the sugarcane and sod farms. So where is the nearest cattle to me? Well, over here. This is the nearest cattle you'll find. This area. And here's some. Nope, those are crops. Where is the cattle? That's all sugar cane. Over here, this like Glades County. Okay, that's all crops. That's all sugar cane. There we go. Here's cattle land, and you can tell. See. The cattle land, if you look at it, you'll see the grassy areas. I said there's some cows over there. See, that's the closest cattle land. And that's over here. That's over here north of Lake Okeechobee. So I live here, and over there is the closest cattle. It's about an hour and a half away. But look at how most of Florida is not that developed. But look at how they concentrate everything in this area. So from Miami all the way to West Palm Beach, it's one gigantic development. Then when you go beyond that, the development is mostly along the coast. You have these large state parks that are open. But you have the military thing here. Then you have these concentrations of development. So you have a lot more development here, although it's not as bad as it is down here. And then you hit the West Coast, and there's more development over here. And again, you can see it like Fort Myers, for example. Look at how dense this is. And this is all relatively new. Look at all this development. It looks almost like a cancer is taking over the state. It's just crazy. And that's what we're dealing with. This wide open area, of course, is Everglades National Park, Big Cypress. We know all about that. But it's surrounded by development. My extra lot is actually located over here in this area. Not that far away from Highway 80. Let's see. It's over here somewhere. I'm pretty close to the sheriff's gun range, which is kind of nice because if you want to shoot at the iguanas, they'll think it's coming from the gun range. So you hear pop, pop, pop. This is the road that leads to my lot, Hendry Isles Boulevard. My lot is located somewhere around here. Let me see. But yeah, so it's back in here, you know. Not much going on over there. So if I do decide to build on my lot, it'll be in this neighborhood. As you can see, it's not as dense as Miami, and there are lots of cattle here. For example, they do have a ranch over there. They raise everything from emus, cattle, see, chicken, the whole deal. So there are advantages to living there. Look at the cattle. Got some Angus cattle. Got some goats. Sheep. Chicken. Looks pretty good to me. It's right across from where my lot is. So if I want to buy some cattle, I can just walk them over to my place and prepare them just like I do my duckies. Get them nice and fat and eventually have delicious food. You can see it's a pretty nice area compared to here. I always say it's the way Miami used to be, and that's great. So anyway, that's kind of my intention. As you can see, at least you can now that the video is working like it should. All right, let's see. Help, look at my crowd. I live in the middle of my 90-acre woods and forests. I'm out in every day. Well, lucky you. Lucky you. You don't live in the middle of a bunch of stupid traffic and stuff. It's just ridiculous. Okay. All right, let's see. Zoom in on Mitch and see what he's up to. All right. There you go. East side is a giant, beautiful field with oak trees around a big pond and 100 cows to pasture. Well, that's it. When was the last time you went to your lot? It's been a few years, at least 5 years, but there's really nothing there. Once I get my truck running, I'll make a video when I go out to my lot. It's been a long time. Is that where you want to move to? It's possible, unless I find a better spot. But that's the lot that I already have, and I started building on it, never finished, but I might do that. We'll see. Supposed to be developed, something they named Tri-State City. No more agriculture, no more animals, and we're living on the most fertile spot. They always tend to destroy the farmland to build more development. It's all in the open and planned. Okay. Let's see. Let me catch some of these. I must have missed these. It was in a live stream. Fell asleep, woke up at a different live. Okay, so that's what it was. You got transferred over. I posted. I don't know if it showed up in the cat. I can ask Milton. Chat. Okay. Let's see. Be cool for Carnivore live streamers this way instead of normal raid. Never auto redirected into their live. Pretty cool. Some people like it, some don't. It's hard to say. Dustin from Keto Simple does it sometimes. Okay. I was not aware of that. I always think of love as the absence of fear. It's good. Good way of thinking of it. We are seeing you, not Google Maps. Okay. Yeah, we fixed that, thankfully. Rick's still going. I'm back. You didn't expect that. Okay. Never afraid of you. There we go. Amazes me how long he live streams for. It is kind of amazing. I seem to be one of the We See You Bro. I don't know why those chats didn't show up. Don't see landfill. Share the screen. Well, that's why the phone line is so handy. You can always call me in. We don't see what you see. Screen share not working. Do you have any desk? Do not redeem. Trying to show how not to no open land around him, but he forgot to share his screen. Okay, so we did fix that. That's good. Let's see. The caller makes the difference. There you go. So don't be afraid to call. I don't know who you are. It's fully anonymous. That works out really well. So many places here in New Jersey. Nothing but trees, now commercial biz, etc. It makes you wonder who's going to occupy all those spaces. Rick seems to be happening in all areas except way out in the country. That's right. They turn garbage dumps that are full into golf courses. That's what they did here. They had the Melreese golf course. Then they developed it now into a soccer stadium. And if I show you that, okay, so we'll go out of here. And let me go back. How do I get out of this? Moonshade Ranch. Okay. Yeah. If you do the Google Maps, let me show you. Again, maybe we'll catch it this time, where the Palmetto Expressway is. Where is the Palmetto? Is it here? Yeah. Okay, there's the airport. This right here is, that's the old golf course. Now, this is an old one, but what they did, this old golf course was called the Melreese Golf Course. This was originally a landfill. They have wiped this out, and they are turning it into a soccer stadium. How incredibly stupid, right? But that's what they do here. So they're going to build a soccer stadium by the airport, by the most crowded road you could ever imagine. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? They had a water park. That's gone. Okay? Not temporary closed, permanently closed. So they can build a stupid, ridiculous soccer stadium. What a waste of money. But again, they got to waste our tax money somehow. If we were to do a, what do you call this? All right. Okay, so this is 2022. It was a golf course, and I guess that's the latest one. So the last couple of years, they've turned this thing into a giant construction site. Typical old scam. And that's it. And the water park, all gone. Wiped out to build a soccer stadium. How incredibly stupid. But what do you expect? Of course, the airport, that place is too busy. They'll never build apartments there. Otherwise, they can't fly in and out. So that's going to stay the same. But you can see there's nothing here. They turned a dog track into a casino, which is, I guess, a good use of it. You can see the dog track, I guess at this time, I think it's abandoned now. But back then, I guess it's still. But that was the Flagler dog track. That's now a casino. Better a casino than an apartment building. This over here is a cemetery. That's one of the reasons why it's still green. And the trailer park, let's see. Where's the trailer park? Trailer park somewhere around here. Oh, that's a Palmetto. Trailer park's further out. Trailer park's over here by the turnpike. This trailer park, they're taking that out to build apartments. There was this little park over here. That's all been replaced by apartments. So it's just insane. Any little bit of green space has to go. It's got to be apartments. This at one time was actually a golf course. That was the Fontainebleau golf course. And they've built apartments on part of it. They built a shopping center. This whole thing used to be a golf course, but see, they built a shopping center here. This is where the golf course was. There's still pieces of it left, but they've been building. The only reason they haven't built apartments here is because that's where the power lines are. So it is quite interesting the way that they have just filled everything in. There isn't any nice space left. There is just one ranch left. And it's over here by the turnpike. But I don't see it listed. Where is that? It's up here. I'm trying to remember where it is. Maybe it's gone now. Thought it was here. I think it's still here. Because I've seen cattle over there. Let's see. Ranch, let's see. I guess it's gone. Yeah, what they call a ranch now is just basically a party place. So they're not actual ranches. 187th. Yeah, they don't really grow anything anymore. Circle C Youth Ranch, that's a school. Okay. It's just not there. But there was one, and I think it might be gone now. I guess they must have approved the land for development, but it was located right over here. Right off of the turnpike. It was right here. It was right in here. But I guess it's gone now. So I guess there are no more ranches here. I see some building or something going on. I don't know what that funny looking water is. It must be some mining. That doesn't look too good. Whoops. Now I lost it. What did I do now? Okay, let me get rid of this. Oh, come on. There it is. Okay. But anyway, that gives you an idea of what kind of place I'm living in. So if you are living in a place where you needed food, this is a really bad place to go because you're not going to be able to find anything. And again, down south, there's a few fruit farms, but there's absolutely nothing here. And all this was agricultural when I was a kid. But it's all developed now. All apartment buildings. Nothing but apartments. There's so many apartments here, it's crazy. Look at all this. Insane. These are all apartments. They're not actually houses. They look like houses, but they're apartments. It's just totally nuts. I think there's a few houses over here. But you can see how these are box houses. And again, they just popped up in the last 10, 15 years. These little box houses. No yard. Nothing great. Pretty sad. And again, there's a couple of parks. This is, government installation. They have that satellite dish. And they were running cattle over here. There was somebody that was renting this land to run cattle. I don't see any cows in this picture, but there were cattle here. That's the parking lot. But these are all, motels, hotels, and all that. Oh, they do have a Brazilian steakhouse right here. So, but I don't eat out. But yeah, they do have one there. Okay. Anyway, so that's what I'm dealing with. So I see the meter is still ticking. It hasn't popped up yet, but let me switch back to my video. All right. I was working when you started the stream, and I just made it in. All right, there you go. So, kept you company through the day. Hello, Don. Good to see you around Florida. Yeah, you can check out the Google Maps and see basically what I'm dealing with. Just not the greatest place to live. Not the worst, but not the greatest. There is one nice neighborhood near me known as Horse Country, and I'll show you where that is. This is the only good place left. When was the last time you ate a carb? I just had some yogurt, so that's probably it. Let's see. You know what, Brian? The meter should be expiring in about 1 minute. What's that snorting noise? That is me. Okay, so let's go back over here to the scene. And if you go over here, let me see here. Boom. We go to Horse Country. Turnpike is right here. This is horse country. Notice how it compares to the other neighborhoods. See? Horse country has the 2.5 acre lots, the 1 acre lots. This is horse country. This is right on the other side of the turnpike where I live. This is horse country. This is my neighborhood. This is horse country. Notice that there's a lot of green space, and there are animals out here, although most of them are horses. There it is. You can see they have these fancy homes. They have these riding areas. You can see over there the ring where they have the horses. There's plant nurseries. There's churches. And it ends right here. And then from there on, it's small homes and apartment buildings. You can see right here. That's see the apartments over there. Whoops. What did I just do? So that is it. So there is a little bit of old Florida still left here. Not much, but that's it. And it's a shame because it's pretty much all gone. This, by the way, was the old Calusa golf course, which has been empty, and they're going to build a bunch of houses here. They haven't done it yet, but there's just not that much green space left. Up, and guess what? The meter just popped up, it looks like. See, a little thingy here popped up. I heard it go click. So, you were right. About a minute. Okay. It's called Snorting Truth. There we go. Yeah, someone's looking to nitpick the video. But anyway, so that's an idea of how I live. And I see the comments. There's not too many comments. Let's see how many people we still have in the live stream. I'm curious. And we have about, I don't see how many we have. Okay, we have, how long are you? All right. Oh boy. Why is this not working? There we go. We have, it looks like we have 26 so far, so that's good. All right, excellent. So we had 20-something very loyal viewers. We got up over 60 at one time, which was good. We had a couple of calls. We actually had 3 calls because there was something wrong with my info here. So we'll do that. And you can see over there, 26. All right. So anyway, that's pretty good. And we're getting ready to wrap this up. If anybody has anything else they would want to say, you are welcome to say so. And let's see how many comments we have left. While still going, Rick, yes. 26, still here, yes. And you are still here, that's great. All right. Yes, loved your interview on kilts. Oh, and look who's come here. Come here. Come on, Milton. Did you come here to say goodbye to everybody? Come on. Milton. Oh, my goodness. Say hi to Milton. Here's my little monster. Hello, Milton. Come on. Milton. Come here. Milton. There we go. Hey, Milton. Look at that face. Look at that cute little kitten. Oh, my goodness. All right. That's my little monster, Milton. He decided to come in and say goodbye. He didn't jump on me, but he did jump on top of the old printer. And that's great. So, and it looks like it hasn't rained at all since we've been talking. It rained a little bit earlier and it stopped. So I guess my weather prediction was correct. But anyway, so that seems to have wrapped up the comments. And it's about time to transition out. So let's see if we can find where I put the sound effect, which I don't see. It's here somewhere. Okay. All right. 25 are hardcore. Yes. You got that right. Let me see where did the files go? They disappeared. All right. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Milton, what are you doing, you little monster? Starting to downpour. All right. Try a different one. Let's see. I don't see it. I don't see it. Oh, there we go. That's not working. Okay. That's where that went. All right. Why is that? Hold on a second. Oh, well. What can you do? I can never get this thing to work right. Okay, so let's double check the comments and we'll close this up. You can head over to Booby Goats and do that. And 8-hour live stream from Rick is finished. Hi, Amy. You were next to me on PhD yesterday and I kept smiling. Then you realized no one knew that and just looked weird. Okay. Thank you, Amy. Enjoy the rest of your day, Rick. Eat meat. You got that right. Everyone else have a great day. I agree. Hello went outside and starting to downpour. So I guess you're getting the rain, Thomas, over there. Glad you're safe now at Target Prime Rib. All right. Why is this? Okay. Hold on a second. Let's see if this will work. Okay. Hold on a second. Yeah. Hold on. I know how to do this. There we go. I had to hit the right button to make this thing work. So let me see if this will come on. And let's see if we can play our way out of here. All right. I lost my audio. Where did it go? Oh, there we go. Come on. I know you're there. Okay. So that works. All right. Let me see. Where did my OBS go? I lost that too. Milton, what are you doing? Okay. I think you can hear me. Excellent. All right, so everything is working. That's kind of a miracle. And let's see what other comments we have here. So, I was worried. Enjoy your beautiful day, night, all. Enjoy. I saw you, Juliet. Hear the music? I guess you can. All right. Prime rib. I scared myself. That delay can be a real problem. All right. There we go. All right. Okay, music is loud. Can hardly hear you. Hopefully it's better now. How's that? It's better at that level? There we go. Okay. I just have to be careful that I don't push the slider too far or it gets too loud. All right. Okay. I'll get this figured out one way or the other. I am working with some pretty primitive equipment, but I think eventually I will get it the way it should be. And the little monitor speaker is kind of handy, although it is a little distracting at times, but it does work. All right. And better now. There we go. So now I know that that 20% level is perfect. So anyway, let's go ahead and let's end this. Oh, come on. Say hi. Say bye. Come here. Oh, yes. He just jumped down. There's my little buddy. Yep. Come on, Milton. Say bye to all your friends. There we go. There's my little Milton. Look at him, sweetheart. Look at the camera, Milton. There we go. Look at that. Yes. All right. So perfect timing for Milton. He decided to come in. I think he's hungry. That's what it is. So anyway, thank you so much for being here. And go ahead and enjoy your day. Watch Aaron if you like. And if not, hey, I'm going to go ahead and feed Milton. So let me hit the last comments and let's shut this down. All right. Enjoyed the live. Thanks to all and the Queen. There we go. I'm glad you were here. Yes. It's great to see you. How are you and your daughter? Excellent. All right. So 8 hours accomplished. I think as Russ Mitchell would say, I think I've fulfilled my contract to you. And I'll catch you sometime next week. I'm sure somebody will invite me into their live stream, somebody that doesn't have extremely high standards. And definitely, I'll be back next Saturday morning for Live at 8 with Rick. And Lamb says, have a great day, all. And Ricky Lee, thanks, Rick. Enjoy the weekend. Thanks for being here today. And I'll catch you next week. All right. Or don't forget, tomorrow morning, Mitch at 7 a.m. So if you get a chance, go to the Old Guy Carnivore channel. And Gary has just made it home. Excellent. Been here all day. Excellent. And great to see you, Lambs. That is awesome. So I'll catch you, I guess, tomorrow. Take care. I'd wave Milton's paw, but he ran to the kitchen, so. And we have one last comment. Oh, Lewis dropped in. I guess you got in at the last minute. Well, that's okay. You can watch some of the replay if you like, but no one's going to watch 8 hours. But on the other hand, I'll probably see you tomorrow morning with Mitch. So, goodbye